Chapter 1 of Book 1 of Rhetoric. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Rhetoric by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. Chapter 1 of Book 1. Rhetoric reciprocates with dialectic or logic. For both are conversant with such particulars, as being common, may after a manner be known by all men, and pertain to no definite science. Hence, all men in a certain respect participate of both these. For all men to a certain extent endeavour to examine and sustain an argument, to defend and accuse. With respect to the multitude, therefore, some of them do these things casually, but others through custom from habit. Because, however, this is possible in both ways, it is evident that these particulars may also be reduced to a certain method. For it is possible to survey the cause why some men render what they assert probable from custom, and others from chance. But all men now will acknowledge that a thing of this kind is the work of art. At present, therefore, those who compose the arts of orations, i.e. who unfold the art of rhetoric, explain only a small part of rhetoric. For credibility is the only artificial part of the art. But the other parts are additions. The rhetoricians, however, of the present day say nothing about enthymemes, which are the substantial part of credibility. But their attention is for the most part directed to things foreign to the purpose. For accusation, pity, anger, and such like passions of the soul do not pertain to the thing itself, which is to be proved, but to the judge. Hence, if all judicial processes were conducted in the same manner as they are at present in some cities, and especially in those that are governed by good laws, these rhetoricians would not have any thing to say. For with respect to all cities, some think it necessary that the laws should thus ordain, but this method is adopted by others, and they forbid rhetoricians to say any thing foreign to the purpose, in the same manner as in the Areopagus. And in this respect they think rightly. For it is not proper to pervert the judge by exciting him to anger, or envy, or pity, since this is just as if some one should make the rule distorted which he intends to use. Again, it is likewise manifest, that the only business of the litigant is to show that a thing either is, or is not, or that it has, or has not been done. But with respect to such things as the legislator has not defined, whether they are great or small, just or unjust, these ought to be known by the judge himself, and he is not to learn them from the litigants. It is especially requisite, therefore, that laws which are rightly framed should define all such particulars as can be defined, and leave very little to be defined by the judge. And in the first place, indeed, this is requisite, because it is more easy to obtain one person, or a few, than many that are intelligent and wise, and who are able to act the part of a legislator and a judge. In the next place, the establishment of laws is the effect of a survey from a long series of past time. But judgments are the result of a survey from recent times, so that it is difficult for those who judge to attribute what is just and advantageous in a becoming manner. That, however, which is the greatest reason of all is, that the judgment of the legislator is not conversant with particulars, but with future events, and universals. But the judgment of the barrister and the judge is directed to present and definite circumstances, with which love and hatred and private advantage are frequently conjoined, so that they are no longer sufficiently able to survey the truth, but their own peculiar pleasure or pain darkens their judgment. With respect to other particulars, therefore, it is necessary, as we have said, that very little should be left in the power of the judge. But with respect to the inquiry, whether a thing has been done or not, or whether it will or will not take place, or is not, it is necessary that this should be left to the judges, for it is not possible that these things should be foreseen by the legislator. If then this be the case, it is evident that those rhetoricians who define other parts of an oration accept credibility, such for instance as what the proem or the narration should contain, and each of the other parts, these exercise their art in things foreign to the purpose. For in these they effect nothing else except delivering the method by which the judge may be influenced. But they demonstrate nothing respecting artificial credibility, viz. Whence some one may become enthymetic, or possess the power of discovering artificial proofs of that which is the subject of controversy. Hence, though there is the same method respecting popular and judicial orations, and the popular is better and more political than the method pertaining to contracts, yet rhetoricians of the present day are silent as to the popular method. But all of them endeavour to unfold the art pertaining to the judicial genius, because it is less advantageous in popular orations to assert what is foreign to the purpose, and a popular oration is less pernicious than a judicial discussion, but is more common. For in the former the judge decides about appropriate concerns, so that nothing else is necessary than to show that the thing is as the counsellor asserts it to be. In judicial processes, however, this is not sufficient, but it is requisite to pay attention to the hearer, for the decision is concerning things of a foreign nature. Hence the judges, looking to their own advantage, and regarding their own pleasure, gratify the litigants, but do not decide with justice. Hence, too, as I have before observed, in many places, the law forbids any thing foreign to the purpose to be said, and in these places this law is sufficiently observed by the judges themselves. Since, however, it is evident that the artificial method is conversant with credibility, but credibility is a certain demonstration, for we then especially believe in a thing when we think it is accompanied with demonstration, and a rhetorical demonstration is an enthymeme, and this in short possesses the greatest authority of all credibilities. But an enthymeme is a certain syllogism, and it is the province either of the whole or of a certain part of dialectic to pay attention similarly to every syllogism. This being the case, it is evident that he who is eminently capable of surveying this, viz. From what propositions and how a syllogism may be made, he will be especially enthymematic, in consequence of assuming what the particulars are with which enthymemes are conversant, and what differences they possess with respect to logical syllogisms. For it is the province of the same power to perceive truth, and what is similar to truth, and at the same time, men are by nature sufficiently adapted to the perception of truth, and for the most part obtain it. Hence, he who sagaciously conjectures probabilities is disposed similarly to him who perceives truth. That others, therefore, artificially discuss things foreign to the purpose, and why they especially incline to judicial precepts is evident from what has been said. But rhetoric is useful, because things true and just are naturally more excellent than their contraries, so that unless judgments are formed according to what is fit, what is more excellent will be vanquished by its contrary, and this is a thing worthy of reprehension. Farther still, though we should possess the most accurate science, it is not easy when we speak to persuade some persons by employing that science. For a scientific oration proceeds from discipline, and it is impossible from this to persuade the unlearned. But it is necessary, when addressing these, to procure credibility, and frame arguments from such things as are common, just as we have asserted in the Topics, respecting a conference with the multitude. Farther still, the power of being able to persuade contraries, or the ability of disputing on each side of a question, is necessary, in the same manner as in syllogisms, not in order that we may do both, for it is not proper to persuade to what is base, but that we may not be ignorant how contraries subsist, and that when another person employs those arguments unjustly, we may be able to solve them. No one, therefore, of the other arts syllogistically concludes contraries, but this is alone effected by dialectic and rhetoric, for both of them are similarly conversant with contraries, though the things which are the subjects of their consideration do not subsist similarly, but always, as I may say, things which are true, and naturally more excellent, are more syllogistic, and adapted to procure persuasion. Besides, it is absurd that it should be shameful for a man not to be able to give assistance to his body, and that it should not be shameful for him not to be able to assist himself by the reasoning power, which is more the peculiarity of man than the use of the body. If, however, it should be objected that he who uses unjustly the rhetorical power may injure others in a great degree, this objection is common to every thing that is good, except virtue, and especially to the most useful things, such as strength, health, riches, and military command. For he who uses things of this kind justly, may benefit others in the greatest degree, and by using them unjustly may effect the greatest injury. That rhetoric, therefore, is not conversant with one certain definite genus, but resembles in this respect dialectic, and that it is useful, is evident. It is likewise evident that the employment of rhetoric is not to persuade, but to perceive on every subject what is adapted to procure persuasion, in the same manner as in all other arts. For it is not the business of medicine to produce health, but to do every thing as much as possible which may procure it, since the healing art may be well exercised upon those that are incapable of being restored to health. In addition, likewise to what has been said, it is the province of the same power to perceive what is persuasive, and what appears to be so, just as it is the province of dialectic to discern what is a true, and what is only an apparent syllogism. For the sophistical art does not consist in the power of reasoning, but in deliberate choice, except that here indeed, viz. In the rhetorical art, one man will be a rhetorician from science, but another from deliberate choice. There, however, viz. In dialectic or logic, the sophist indeed is from deliberate choice, but the logician is not from deliberate choice, but from the power of reasoning. Chapter 2. Now, therefore, we shall endeavour to speak concerning the method itself, i.e. the rhetorical art, and show how, and from what particulars we may be able to obtain the end proposed by this art. Again, therefore, as if defining from the beginning, let us discuss what remains. Let rhetoric, then, be the power of perceiving in every thing that which is capable of producing persuasion. For this is the employment of no other art, since each of the other arts is doctrinal, and persuasive about that which is the subject of its consideration. Thus, for instance, medicine is doctrinal, and persuasive about that which is salubrious and morbid; geometry about the properties accidental to magnitudes; and arithmetic about number. The like also takes place in the other arts and sciences. But rhetoric, as I may say, appears to be able to survey about any given thing what is adapted to produce persuasion. Hence, also, we say, that it does not possess an artificial power about any certain, peculiar, definite genus. With respect, however, to things which procure credibility, some of them are without art, but others are artificial. And I call those without art, which are not devised by us, but exist prior to all artificial invention, such as witnesses, questions, writings, and other particulars of the like kind. But those are artificial, which are capable of being procured methodically and by us, so that it is requisite to use the former, and discover the latter. Of the credibility, however, which is procured by argument, there are three species. For one kind indeed consists in the manner of the speaker, another in the disposition of the hearer, and the third in the argument itself, in consequence of demonstrating, or appearing to demonstrate. Credibility, therefore, is procured through manners, when the oration is delivered in such a way as to render the speaker worthy of belief. For about every thing, in short, we believe the worthy in a greater degree and more rapidly. But in those particulars in which an accurate knowledge cannot be obtained, and which are ambiguous, we entirely confide in the decisions of the worthy. It is, however, requisite that this also should happen through the oration, and not entirely from any previous opinion respecting the speaker. For we must not admit what some teachers of rhetoric have asserted in their art, that the probity of the speaker contributes nothing to persuasion ; since nearly, as I may say, manners possess the most powerful and principal credibility. But credibility is procured through the hearers, when their passions are influenced by the oration. For we do not similarly form a judgment when we grieve or rejoice, love or hate ; to which species of credibility we assert that those who now deliver the art of rhetoric, alone direct their attention. Each of these particulars, however, will be elucidated by us, when we speak concerning the passions. But belief is produced through arguments, when we show what is true, or appears to be true, from the probabilities pertaining to the several objects of enquiry. Since, however, credibility is effected through these things, it is evident that to obtain the three species of it above mentioned, is the province of him who is able to syllogize, who can survey what pertains to manners and the virtues, and in the third place, what pertains to the passions, what each of them is, what quality it possesses, and from what particulars it is ingenerated in the hearer, and how, so that it happens that rhetoric is as it were something which grows upon dialectic and the discussions concerning manners, and it is just to call it political. Hence, rhetoric assumes the form of the political science, and those who profess it do so partly through ignorance, partly from arrogance, and partly from other human causes. For it is a certain particle and resemblance of dialectic, as we observed in the beginning of this treatise. For neither of them is the science of any thing definite, and which shows how a thing subsists, but they are certain powers of procuring arguments. And thus we have nearly spoken sufficiently concerning the power which they possess, and how they subsist with respect to each other. With respect, however, to proof either real or apparent, in the same manner as in the dialectic, one kind is induction, another is a true syllogism, and a third is apparent syllogism. Thus also, similarly in rhetoric, for example, indeed is induction, but enthymeme is a syllogism. But I call enthymeme, indeed, a rhetorical syllogism, and example a rhetorical induction. All rhetoricians, however, who procure belief by the proofs which they adduce, effect it either by the examples which they bring, or by enthymemes, and in a certain respect, there is nothing else besides these. Hence, if in short it is necessary to point out any person or thing by syllogism or induction, (but this is evident to us from the Analytics), it is necessary that each of those should be the same with each of these. But what the difference is between example and enthymeme is evident from the Topics. For there syllogism and induction are previously discussed. Because if it is shown in many and similar things that what we assert is true, there indeed it is induction, but here it is example. When, however, certain things existing, something else besides happens from these, because these subsist either universally, or for the most part, when this is the case, there indeed it is called syllogism, but here enthymeme. But it is evident that each form of rhetoric is benefited by these two. For the like to what we have observed in the methodical treatises takes place also in this treatise. For some orations are of the nature of examples, but others are enthymematic. And in a similar manner, with respect to rhetoricians, some are delighted with examples, and others with enthymemes. Arguments, therefore, from examples are no less calculated to persuade than others, but those from enthymemes cause greater perturbation. But the reason of this, and how each of these, viz. Of examples and enthymemes, is to be used, we shall hereafter explain. Now, however, let us more fully and clearly discuss these very particulars themselves. For that which is persuasive to some one. And one thing, indeed, is immediately of itself persuasive and credible, but another because it appears to be proved through things that are credible. No art, however, speculates that which is particular. Thus, for instance, medicine does not speculate what is salubrious to Socrates or Callias, but what is so to such a one, or to such persons in general. For this is artificial. But particulars are infinite, and are not the objects of science. Nor does rhetoric speculate opinable particulars, such as what is the subject of opinion to Socrates or Hippias, but that which is the subject of opinion to such or such persons, in the same manner as dialectic. For dialectic also syllogizes, not from such things as are casual, since certain things appear to be credible, even to those who are delirious, but dialectic syllogizes from such things as require to be developed by a reasoning process, and rhetoric from such things as are accustomed to take place in consultation. The employment, however, of rhetoric consists in such particulars as are the subject of our consultation, and respecting which we have no art. And it is also conversant with such hearers as are incapable of perceiving a conclusion which is deduced through many media, or of syllogizing remotely, i.e. who are incapable of a long series of reasoning. But we consult about those things the subsistence of which appears to be possible in both ways, i.e. which may subsist otherwise than they do. For with respect to such things as cannot either in the past or future or present time have a different subsistence, no one consults about these, conceiving that they thus subsist. For it is not possible for any one to consult otherwise than thus, about things of this kind. But it is possible to syllogize and collect some things indeed from such particulars as have been previously syllogistically inferred, but others from things not inferred by syllogism, but which require syllogism, because they are not probable. And it is necessary, indeed, with respect to these, that the consecution of the one should not be easy, on account of its length. For the judge is supposed to be simple, and that the other should not be adapted to persuade, because it does not proceed from things acknowledged, nor from such as are probable. Hence it is necessary that enthymeme and example should be conversant with such things as for the most part admit of a various subsistence. And example, indeed, requires induction, but enthymeme syllogism. It is, likewise, necessary that enthymeme and example should consist from a few things, and frequently from fewer than those from which the first syllogism consists. For if any one of these is known, it is not necessary to say any thing farther, since the hearer himself will add this. Thus, for instance, for the purpose of concluding that Doricus was victorious in the contest in which the victors were crowned, it is sufficient to say that he conquered in the Olympic games. But there is no occasion to add that he was crowned because he conquered in the Olympic games, for this is known by all men. There are, however, a few necessary things from which rhetorical syllogisms consist. For many of the particulars which are the subjects of judgment and consideration may have a various subsistence, or subsist otherwise than they do, since men make their actions the subjects of their consultation and consideration. All actions, likewise, belong to the genus of things which are contingent. And no one of these, as I may say, is from necessity, but things which are for the most part accidental and contingent, must necessarily be syllogistically collected from other things which are of the like kind, and such as are necessary must be deduced by syllogism from necessary propositions. But this is evident to us from the Analytics. This then being the case, it is manifest that with respect to those things from which enthymemes are deduced, some indeed are necessary, but most of them are such as have a frequency of subsistence. For enthymemes are deduced from the probabilities and signs, so that it is necessary each of these should be the same with each. For the probable is that which subsists for the most part, but not simply according to the definition of some persons. That, however, which is assumed respecting things which may have a various subsistence, has the same relation to that to which the probable is directed, as universal to particular. But with respect to signs, one indeed has such a subsistence as some one of particulars to that which is universal, but another as some one of universals to that which is particular. And of these signs, that indeed which is necessary is an argument, but that which is not necessary is anonymous according to difference. I call therefore those things necessary from which syllogism is produced. On which account also a sign of this is tecmerion, or an argument. For when rhetoricians fancy that what they say cannot be solved, then they think they have adduced an argument, as being something proved and definite. For tecmar and bound or limit are the same, according to the ancient tongue. With respect to signs, however, that indeed which subsists as particular to universal is just as if some one should say it is a sign that wise are just men, for Socrates was wise and just. This therefore is a sign. But what has been asserted, though true, may be solved, for it is unsyllogistic. The following, however, as for instance, if some one should say, it is a sign that a certain person is diseased, for he has a fever, or that some female has been delivered because she has milk, are necessary signs, and which are the only signs that are tecmeria. For these alone, if true, cannot be solved. But that which subsists as universal to particular is as if some one should say it is a sign that a certain person has a fever, for he breathes short and frequently. This, however, may be solved though it is true. For it is possible that one who has not a fever may labour under a difficulty of breathing. We have, therefore, now shown what the probable, a sign, and an argument are, and in what they differ from each other. These, however, are more clearly unfolded in the Analytics, where also it is shown from what cause some of them are unsyllogistic, but others are syllogistically deduced. And with respect to example, that it is indeed induction. And what the subjects are about which it is an induction, we have already shown. It is, however, neither as a part to the whole, nor as the whole to a part, nor as a whole to whole, but that which is as a part to a part, and as the similar to the similar, when both are under the same genus, but the one is more known than the other, is example. Thus for instance, that Dionysius endeavoured to establish a tyrannical government when he required a guard, is an example. For Pisistratus, who prior to him attempted the same thing, demanded a guard, and having obtained it, tyrannized over the Athenians, and Theagenes over the Megarensians. All such others, likewise, as are known to have acted in this manner, become an example of Dionysius, with respect to whom it is not yet known whether he requires a guard with a view to a tyrannical government. All these, however, are under the same universal, viz. That he aspires after tyranny, who requires a guard. And thus we have shown what the particulars are from which the credibility that appears to be demonstrative is derived. CHAPTER 3. With respect to enthymemes, however, there is a great difference, of which nearly all the professors of rhetoric are particularly ignorant, and which is conversant with the dialectic method of syllogisms. For some enthymemes pertain to rhetoric, just as some syllogisms subsist according to the dialectic method. But others pertain to other arts, and faculties, some of which are in existence, and others are not yet discovered. Hence they are not understood by those that hear them. And if rhetoricians employ them more than is fit, they relinquish their own art, and exchange it for some other. But what we have said will become more evident by a more copious discussion. For I say that dialectic and rhetorical syllogisms are those which are formed from propositions derived from certain places. And these are such as are conversant in common about things that are just and natural, and about political concerns, and many things which are specifically different. Such, for instance, as the place respecting the more and the less. For we cannot in any greater degree syllogize from this place, or produce an enthymeme from it respecting what is just or natural, than respecting any thing else, though these things are specifically different. But peculiar or proper syllogisms are those which consist from propositions pertaining to each species and genus. Thus, for instance, the propositions respecting natural things are those from which neither an enthymeme nor a syllogism respecting ethics can be formed. And ethical enthymemes are those which are formed from propositions peculiar to ethical subjects, and from which physical enthymemes cannot be produced. The like also takes place in every subject. And those dialectic and rhetorical syllogisms, indeed, do not render a man wise in any kind of discussion, because they are not conversant with any definite subject, but with respect to these that are peculiar and appropriate, in proportion as the selection of them is better. In such proportion will he who makes the selection latently produce a science different from dialectic and rhetoric. For if he should happen to meet with the principles of any science, the peculiar syllogisms will no longer pertain either to dialectic or rhetoric, but to that science of which he possesses the principles. Most enthymemes, however, are derived from those forms which are particular and proper, and a few of them are derived from common places. As in the topics, therefore, so here the species and the places of enthymemes, from whence they are to be assumed, must be distinguished. But I call species, indeed, the peculiar propositions according to each genus, and places those propositions which are similarly common to all genera. We shall, therefore, speak first concerning the species. And in the first place, we shall assume the genera of rhetoric, in order that we may ascertain how many there are, and with respect to these we shall separately assume the elements and the propositions. But the genera of rhetoric are three in number, for so many also are the auditors of orations. For an oration is composed from three things, from the speaker, from the thing about which he speaks, and from the person to whom he speaks. The end also of the speaker is directed to this last, I mean to the hearer. But it is necessary that the auditor should either be a spectator or a judge, and that the judge should be a judge either of things past or future. He, however, who judges of future events is, as it were, one who speaks in an assembly. But he who judges of past events is, as it were, one who determines causes. And he who judges of the power of the oration is, as it were, a spectator. Hence, there will necessarily be three genera of rhetorical orations, the deliberative, or that which pertains to counsel, the judicial, and the demonstrative. But of counsel, one part is exhortation, and another dehortation. For always, both those who privately give counsel, and those who publicly harangue, do one of these, i.e. either exhort or dissuade. Of judgment, however, one part is accusation, but another defense. For those that are engaged in controversy must necessarily do one or another of these. But of the demonstrative, one part is praise, and another blame. There are, also, times appropriate to each of these. To him who gives counsel, indeed, the future, for he consults about future events, and concerning these, either exhorts or dissuades. But the time which is adapted to him who judges is the past. For always concerning things which have been done, one accuses and another apologizes. And to him who demonstrates, the most appropriate time is the present. For all those who demonstrate praise or blame according to existing circumstances. Frequently, however, they employ the past time for the purpose of recollecting, and they form a conjecture of future events. But the end to each of these is different. And as there are three persons, there are three ends to him who gives counsel. Indeed, the end is that which is advantageous and detrimental. For the advice of him who exhorts is directed to that which is better, but he who dissuades, dissuades from that which is worse. And at the same time, they assume other things with a view to this, viz. Either the just or the unjust, either the beautiful in conduct or the base. But to those who judge in courts of judicature, the end is the just and the unjust, and they also assume other things with a view to these. And to those that praise and blame, the end is the beautiful, and the base in conduct, and they likewise refer other things to these. An indication, however, that the end of each of these is what we have said it is that sometimes there is no controversy about other things. Thus for instance, he who is tried will assert that the things were not done, or that he has committed no injury, but he will never acknowledge that he has acted unjustly, for if he did, the trial would be unnecessary. In like manner, those who give counsel frequently admit other things, but will not acknowledge that they have advised what is disadvantageous, or that they have dissuaded from what is beneficial. Frequently, however, they are not at all concerned whether it is not unjust to enslave the neighbouring people, and those who have done them no injury. In like manner, also, those who praise and those who blame do not consider whether the subject of their praise or blame has acted advantageously or perniciously, but frequently applaud him because, disregarding his own interests, he performed some worthy action. Thus, for instance, they praise Achilles because he gave assistance to his friend Patroclus, though he knew it was necessary that he should die himself by giving this assistance, and that it was in his power to live. But to Achilles, indeed, a death of this kind was more honourable, and to live more advantageous. From what has been said, however, it is evident that it is necessary to possess in the first place propositions about these things. For arguments (tecmeria), probabilities, and signs are rhetorical propositions. For in short, syllogism is from propositions, but enthymeme is a syllogism consisting from the above mentioned propositions. Since, however, impossibilities cannot be performed, either at present or in future, but this can only be asserted of possibilities, and since likewise it is not possible that things which are neither done, nor will be done, should be performed at present, or in future, it is necessary that he who counsels, he who judges, and he who demonstrates should possess propositions concerning the possible and impossible, and whether a thing has been done or not, and whether it will be or not. Farther still, all those who praise and blame, who exhort and dissuade, who accuse and defend, not only endeavour to show the particulars we have mentioned, but also something which is great or small, good or evil, beautiful or base, just or unjust, whether they speak of those things themselves, or compare them with each other. This being the case, it is evident that it is requisite to have propositions concerning magnitude and parvitude, the greater and the less, the universal and the particular, such for instance as what is a greater or less good, an unjust or a just action, and in a similar manner in other things. And thus we have shown what the things are concerning which it is necessary to assume propositions. CHAPTER 4. In the next place, a distinction must be peculiarly made respecting each of these, as for instance, what the subjects of consultation are, with what demonstrative orations are conversant, and in the third place, what the subjects are about which judgments are employed. In the first place, therefore, it must be assumed what the kind of good or evil is about, which he who advises counsels, since he does not give counsel about all things, but about such as may happen to be or not. But with respect to such things as necessarily either are or will be, or which cannot possibly exist, about these there is no consultation. Hence neither is there consultation about all contingent events. For there are some goods from nature, and some from fortune, which notwithstanding they are contingent, and may or may not be, yet consultation contributes nothing to them. But it is evident that consultation is respecting such things as are naturally adapted to be referred to us, and the principle of the generation of which is in our power. For our attention is exerted thus far, till we find whether it is possible or impossible for us to perform such things. Accurately therefore to enumerate the several particulars, and to distribute into species the subjects of popular discussion, and besides this to determine according to truth as much as is possible concerning them, it is not necessary at present to investigate, because it is not the province of the rhetorical art, but of an art more allied to wisdom, and more true. For even now much more is attributed to rhetoric than pertains to its proper theorems. For that which we have before observed is true, that rhetoric is composed indeed from the analytic science, and from that political science which is conversant with morals, and it is partly similar to dialectic, and partly to sophistical arguments. In proportion, however, as any one endeavours to discuss either dialectic or rhetoric, not as powers, but as sciences, so far he ignorantly destroys the nature of them, by migrating through this attempt into the sciences of certain subject things, instead of alone making a transition into the powers or faculties of words. At the same time, we shall now speak of whatever it is indeed requisite to distinguish, and which leaves matter of consideration to the political science. For nearly the subjects which are discussed by all those who give counsel are especially 5 in number, and these are concerning wealth, war and peace, and besides these, the defence of the country, exports and imports, and legislation. Hence it is requisite that he who is to give counsel about wealth should know the revenues of the country, what they are, and how, if they are deficient, an addition may be made to them, and how, if they are too small, they may be augmented. It is likewise necessary that he should be acquainted with all the expenses of the city, and how any unnecessary expense may be removed, and that which is greater than is fit may become less. For men not only become richer by accumulation of property, but also by a decrease of expense. And these things may not only be surveyed from the experience of private affairs, but in order to give counsel about these, it is necessary to be skilled in what has been discovered by others. With respect, however, to war and peace, it is necessary to know the power of the city, what the forces of it are at present, how great they may be, what the nature of the strength is which is possessed, and what addition may be made to it, and farther still, what wars the city has had, and how they have been conducted. And it is not only necessary that he who gives counsel should understand these concerns of his own country, but also those of the neighbouring countries. He should likewise be particularly acquainted with those cities against which it is thought fit to wage war, in order that peace may be made with the more powerful, and war undertaken against the less powerful, if requisite. He must also know the forces of these cities, whether they are similar or dissimilar. For in these it is possible to be superior or inferior. It is likewise necessary for this purpose that he should not only have surveyed the wars of his own country, but likewise the event of the wars of other countries. For similars are naturally adapted to be known from similars. Farther still, with respect to the defences of the country, it is requisite not to be ignorant how it may be defended, but to know the multitude of its defenders, and the form of the defence, and the places proper for garrisons. This knowledge, however, cannot be possessed by him who is unacquainted with the country. For such knowledge is necessary, in order that if the defence is less than it ought to be, it may be increased, that if superfluous, it may be taken away, and that garrisons may be formed in more appropriate places. Again, it is requisite to know what expense is necessary to supply the city with provisions, what the country will afford, and what must be supplied from abroad, what commodities are fit to be imported, and what exported, in order that conventions and compacts may be considered accordingly. For there are 2 descriptions of men with whom it is necessary the citizens should preserve themselves blameless, viz. With those that are more powerful, and with those that are beneficial to them, in a commercial point of view. And it is necessary, indeed, to be able to survey all these particulars for the sake of security, and in no small degree for the purpose of understanding the business of legislation. For the safety of the city is in the laws. Hence it is necessary to know how many forms of government there are, what kind of things are advantageous to each, and by what they are naturally adapted to be corrupted, both among things appropriate and contrary to the polity. But I say, governments are corrupted by things appropriate, because all other polities, except that which is the best, are corrupted by remission and intention. Thus, for instance, a democracy not only becomes more imbecile by remission, so as at length to arrive at an oligarchy, but it is also weakened by vehement intention, just as an aquiline and a flat nose not only arrive at mediocrity by remission, but likewise, when they become very aquiline or flat, cause the nose to be so disposed that it no longer appears to be a nostril. It is moreover useful for the purpose of legislation, not only to understand what is advantageous to a polity, by a survey of past events, but also to know the condition of other polities, and what is adapted to each. Hence it is evident that travelling is useful for the purposes of legislation, since from hence the laws of nations may be obtained. But the knowledge of history is requisite to political councils. All these particulars, however, are the business of politics, and not of rhetoric. Such, therefore, are the principal things which he who intends to give counsel ought to possess. CHAPTER 5. Let us again, however, enumerate the particulars from which it is requisite to exhort or dissuade, both respecting these things and other things, but nearly both privately to each individual, and in common to all men. There is a certain scope to which choice and aversions are directed, and this is in short felicity, and the parts of it. Hence, for the sake of an example, we shall assume what felicity is, and from what the parts of it consist. For all exhortations and all dissuasions are conversant with this, and with the things which contribute to it, and the contraries to this. For it is necessary to perform such things as procure this felicity, or a certain part of it, or which render it greater instead of less, and not to do those things which corrupt, or impede felicity, or produce its contraries. Let felicity therefore be defined to be acting well in conjunction with virtue, or a life sufficient to itself, or the most pleasant life in conjunction with security, or a prosperous condition of possessions and the body, together with a power of preserving and affecting these. For nearly all men acknowledge that felicity is one or more than one of these. If, therefore, felicity is a thing of this kind, it is necessary that the parts of it should be nobility of birth, and abundance of friends, and these such as are worthy men, riches, a numerous progeny, and a good old age, and besides these, the virtues of the body, such as health, beauty, strength, magnitude, agonistic power, glory, honour, and prosperity, virtue, or also the parts of it, prudence, fortitude, justice, and temperance. For thus a man will be most sufficient to himself, if both internal and external goods are present with him. For there are no other goods besides these. But internal goods, indeed, are both those which pertain to the soul, and those which pertain to the body. And external goods are nobility of birth, friends, riches, and honour. And besides these, we think it requisite that power and fortune should be present, for thus life will be most secure. In a similar manner, therefore, we shall assume what each of these is. Nobility of birth, then, both to a nation and a city, is when the people are indigenous or ancient, and their first leaders or commanders are illustrious men, and when many persons illustrious in those things which are the objects of emulation are the progeny of these. But private nobility is derived either from men or from women, and a legitimate procreation from both. And in this nobility, as well as in that of a city, it is requisite that the first authors of the race should be illustrious either in virtue or in riches, or in something else which is honourable, and likewise that many illustrious men and women, young and old, should be the progeny of this genus. With respect to a good and numerous offspring, it is not immanifest what it is. But in a community, a good offspring is a multitude of young and worthy children, who are worthy indeed according to the virtue of the body, as for instance in magnitude, beauty, strength, and agonistic power, and according to the virtue of the soul, in temperance and fortitude, which are the virtues of youth. Privately, however, the offspring is good and numerous, if the proper children, both male and female, are many and worthy. But the corporeal virtue of females is beauty and magnitude, and the virtues of their soul are temperance and sedulity without illiberality. It is requisite, therefore, to investigate both privately and publicly the existence of each of these virtues, in men and in women. For where these virtues are wanting in the women, as is the case with the Lacedaemonians, such women are scarcely half happy. The parts of wealth, however, are money, a great quantity of land, and the possession of farms; and besides these, furniture, cattle, and slaves, which are remarkable for their multitude, magnitude, and beauty. All these possessions likewise ought to be secure, free, and useful. But those are more useful which are profitable. Those are free which are subservient to enjoyment. I call those profitable which yield a revenue, and those consist in enjoyment in which nothing is esteemable besides the use. But the definition of security, indeed, is for a man to possess what he has in such a place and in such a manner that the use of it may be in his power, and so that it may be his own property or not, when it is in his power to alienate it. But I call alienation giving and selling. In short, riches consist more in the use than in possession, for the energy and the use of things of this kind are riches. Renown is to be esteemed by all worthy persons, or it is the possession of a thing of such a kind as is desired by all men, or which many, or good, or wise men desire. But honour is an indication of beneficent renown. And those indeed who have benefited others are justly and especially honoured, though he likewise is honoured who is able to benefit. But beneficence is that which either pertains to safety, and such things as are the causes of existence, or to wealth, or to some other of those goods, the possession of which is not easy. And this either entirely, or in this place, or at a certain time. For many persons obtain honour from things which appear to be small, but the modes and the occasions are the causes of it. The parts of honour, however, are sacrifices, eulogies in prose and verse, rewards, sacred groves, precedency in sitting, sepulchres, statues, and public salaries. Barbaric honours, such as adoration by inclining the body, giving place, and gifts which are universally valued. For a gift is the donation of possession and an indication of honour. Hence the ambitious and the avaricious are desirous of gifts, since gifts contain in themselves what each of these require. For possession is that which the avaricious desires, and is also attended with honour, after which the ambitious aspire. But the virtue of the body is health, and this in such a way as to render those who use the body free from disease. For many persons are healthy, as Herodicus is said to be, and yet no one will proclaim them to be happy on account of health, because, like Herodicus, they abstain from all, or the greater part of human concerns. With respect to beauty, it is different in every age. The beauty, therefore, of a young man is to have a body useful for the endurance of labour, viz. For the course and for violent action, and which is also pleasing to the view. Hence, those that contend in the 5 games are most beautiful, because they are naturally adapted both to violent action and celerity. But the beauty of him who is in the acme of life, is to be capable of warlike labours, and to be terribly pleasing to the view. And the beauty of an old man is to have a body sufficiently adapted to necessary labours, but without pain, because he has none of those diseases with which old age is defiled. Strength also is the power by which a man moves another thing as he pleases, and it is necessary to move another thing, either by drawing, or impelling, or lifting, or compressing, or crushing, so that he who is strong in all, or in some of these. But the virtue of magnitude is to excel the multitude in length, depth, and breadth, so that the motions of the body may not be rendered slow by this excess of magnitude. And the agonistic virtue of the body is composed from magnitude, strength, and celerity. For he who is swift is strong, since he who is able to hurl forth his legs in a certain respect, and to move them with celerity, and to a great distance, is a racer. But he who can grapple and hold fast is a wrestler. He who can drive another person away by a blow is a pugilist. And he who can do both these is a pancratiast. But he who excels in all these is a pentathlon, or skilled in the 5 games. A good old age also is when age slowly approaches unattended with pain. For neither has a man a good old age if he becomes rapidly old, nor if he becomes old with difficulty, but attended with pain. A good old age, however, consists from the virtues of the body, and from the goods of fortune. For an old age, which is neither free from disease nor strong, will not be impassive to maladies, and will not be unattended with pain, or possess longevity, nor can it be permanent without the goods of fortune. There is, however, another certain power of living long, separate from strength and health. For many live long without the virtues of the body, but an accurate discussion of these things is of no use at present. But what the friendship of many and worthy persons is, will not be immanifest from the definition of a friend. A friend, therefore, is one who performs those things for the sake of his friend which he thinks will be beneficial to him. And he who has many such, has many friends. But he with whom such men are worthy persons, has worthy friends. Moreover, prosperity consists in those goods of which fortune is the cause that either all, or most, or the greatest of these befall us. But fortune is the cause of some things, indeed, of which the arts are the cause, and likewise of many and inartificial things. As for instance, such as those of which nature is the cause. Sometimes, however, it happens that these are preternatural. For art, indeed, is the cause of health, but nature of beauty and magnitude. And in short, those goods are from fortune which are attended with envy. Fortune also is the cause of those goods which are contrary to reason. As when all the rest of the brothers are deformed, and one alone is beautiful. Or when all the rest did not see the treasure, and one alone discovered it. Or when the next person happens to be pierced with an arrow, but this man escapes. Or when only one person did not come to a place where others were accustomed to come, but others who only came to it at that time were destroyed. For all such circumstances appear to be the effect of good fortune. With respect to virtue, however, because it is a topic most adapted to applause, we shall then discuss it when we speak concerning praise. And thus we have shown what ought to be our aim in persuading or dissuading, whether in reference to things present or future, for persuasion is contrary to dissuasion. End of chapter 5 of book 1. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 6 of book 1 of Rhetoric. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Rhetoric by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. Chapter 6 of book 1. Since, however, the profitable is the scope proposed by him who counsels, but men counsel not concerning the end, but those things which refer to the end, and these are such as are advantageous to action, but that which is advantageous is good. This being the case, the elements must be assumed of the good and advantageous simply considered. Let good, therefore, be that which is itself eligible for its own sake, and for the sake of which we choose something else. Let it also be that which all things desire, or which all things desire that have sense or intellect, or would desire if they had. Let it likewise be such things as intellect dictates to every one, and whatever the intellect of each person dictates to each, this is the good of each. It is also that which when present causes its possessor to be well disposed, and sufficient to himself, and is self-sufficiency. It is, likewise, that which produces or preserves things of this kind, to which things of this kind are consequent, and which prevents the contraries and such things as are corruptive of these. But things of this kind are consequent to food in a twofold respect, either at once or afterwards. Thus for instance, scientific knowledge is posterior to discipline, but life subsists at one and the same time with health. And the efficient causes have a threefold subsistence. Some indeed in the genus of the formal cause, as to be well is effective of health, others in the genus of the efficient cause, as food is productive of health, and others in the genus of the disposing cause, as exercise, because this for the most part produces health. These things therefore being admitted, it is necessary that the assumptions of things good and the rejections of things evil should be good. For the non-possession of evil is at once consequent to the former, and the possession of good to the latter. The assumption likewise of a greater instead of a less good is consequent to these, and of a less instead of a greater evil. For that by which the greater surpasses the less becomes the assumption of the one, and the rejection of the other. It is likewise necessary that the virtues should be good. For those who possess them are from these well disposed, and become effective of and practically good. With respect to each virtue, however, what it is, and what quality it possesses, we must speak separately. It must also be admitted that pleasure is good, for all animals naturally aspire after it, so that things which are pleasant and beautiful are necessarily good, since these are productive of pleasure. But of things which are beautiful, some indeed are pleasant, but others are themselves eligible by themselves. That we may, however, speak of them severally, it is necessary that the following things should be good. Felicity, for it is eligible for its own sake, is sufficient to itself, and we choose many things for the sake of it. Justice, likewise, fortitude, temperance, magnanimity, magnificence, and other habits of this kind are necessarily good, for they are the virtues of the soul. This is also the case with health, beauty, and the like, for they are the virtues of the body, and are effective of many things. Thus for instance, health is effective of pleasure and life, on which account also it appears to be most excellent, because it is the cause of two things which are most honoured by the multitude, viz. Pleasure and life. Wealth also is good, for it is the virtue of possession, and is effective of many things. A friend also and friendship are good, for a friend is a thing eligible of itself, and is effective of many things. This is also the case with honour and glory, for they are delightful, produce many things, and those things for which men are honoured are for the most part attendant upon them. The power likewise of speaking and acting is good, for all such things are effective of good, and besides these a good disposition, memory, an aptness to learn, sagacity, and every thing of this kind, for these powers are productive of good. In a similar manner, this is the case with all sciences and arts. Life itself also is good, for though it were effective of no other good, yet it is eligible of itself. The just likewise is good, for it is in common something profitable, and these things are in general acknowledged to be good. With respect, however, to those things which are dubious, syllogisms are thus framed to prove that they are good. That is good, the contrary to which is evil. This is likewise the case with that, the contrary to which is advantageous to enemies. Thus, if to be timid is especially advantageous to enemies, it is evident that fortitude is especially beneficial to citizens. And in short, the contrary to that which enemies wish, or with which they are delighted, appears to be beneficial. Hence it was well said, Sure Priam will rejoice. This, however, is not always, but for the most part true. For nothing hinders but that sometimes the same things may be beneficial as well to our adversaries as to us. Hence it is said that evils conciliate men, when the same thing is pernicious to both. That also, of which there is no excess, is good, but that which is greater than it ought to be, is evil. That likewise is good for the sake of which many labours have been endured, and much wealth consumed. For this is now an apparent good, and a thing of this kind is considered as an end, and as the end of many things. But the end is good. Hence it is said by Juno, And fame, indeed, to Priam will redound. And by Ulysses, Longer to stay is shameful. Whence also the proverb, A water pot at the door. That likewise is good which is the object of desire to many persons, and which appears to be worthy of contention. For that which all men desire is good, and the many appear to be as it were all. That also is good which is laudable, for no one praises that which is not good. In a similar manner, that is good which both enemies and bad men praise. For it is just if all men acknowledge it to be good, if it is acknowledged to be so by those who are badly affected. For because it is apparent, it is acknowledged to be good, just as those are bad men whom our friends blame, and those are good men whom our enemies do not blame. Hence the Corinthians conceived themselves to be reviled by Simonides for saying, Ilion, however, does not Corinth blame. That likewise is good which is preferred by some wise person, or some good man or woman. Thus Minerva preferred Ulysses, Theseus Helen, the goddesses Paris, and Homer Achilles. And in short, things which are the objects of deliberate choice are good. But men deliberately choose to perform the things we have mentioned, and such as are evils to enemies, and good to friends. Things that are possible also are good, but these are twofold, viz. Such as may be done, and such as may be easily done. And those things may be easily done which are unattended with pain, or which may be effected in a short time. For that which is difficult is defined either by pain or by length of time. Things likewise are good which are done according to our wish, but we wish either no evil, or less evil than good. But this will take place if either punishment is latent or small. Men also wish to possess good which is their own property, and which no other person possesses. They likewise wish to possess superfluities, for thus they obtain more honour. And also things adapted to themselves. But things of this kind are such as are fit, both according to genus and power. Things, likewise, which they fancy they are defective in, are the objects of their wish, though they should be little things, for they no less deliberately choose to perform these. Also, things which may be easily effected, for these are possible, as being easy. But those things are more easily effected, which all men, or those that are similar, or those that are inferior, have performed rightly and well. Likewise, those things with which friends are gratified, or which are odious to enemies. And such things as those who admire them deliberately choose to do. Likewise, those things in which men are ingenious and expert, for they think they shall easily accomplish them with rectitude. Also those things which no bad man will undertake, for these are more laudable. And such things as are the objects of desire to men, for these are not only delightful, but they also appear to be more excellent. Men also especially choose to do things to which they are most propense. Thus for instance, victory is the object of choice to the warrior, honour to the ambitious, riches to the covetous, and other characters after the same manner. Concerning the good therefore, and the advantageous, credibility may from these things be derived. CHAPTER 7. Because, however, those who counsel, and who acknowledge the subjects of their deliberation to be profitable, are frequently dubious with respect to that which is more profitable, it follows that we should in the next place speak concerning the greater good and the more profitable. Let, therefore, that which exceeds be so much and something more. But let that which is exceeded be that which is inherent in the thing which exceeds. And that which is greater indeed and more is always referred to that which is less. But the great and the small, and the much and the few, are referred to the magnitude of many things. And that which exceeds indeed is the great, but that which is deficient is the small. And in a similar manner with respect to the much and the few. We call good therefore that which is itself eligible for its own sake, and not for the sake of another. That which all things desire. that which he who has received intellect and prudence would choose, and that which is effective and preservative, or to which things of this kind are consequent, but that for the sake of which other things subsist is the end. And the end is that for the sake of which other things subsist. But that is good to any individual which with reference to him possesses these definitions of universal good. Hence it is necessary that more goods should be a greater good than one or a few goods, when the one good or the few are co-enumerated. For they transcend, but that which is inherent is exceeded. If also that which is greatest in one genus exceeds that which is greatest in another, the one genus will also exceed the other. And when one genus exceeds the other, that which is greatest in the one will also exceed that which is greatest in the other. Thus for instance, if the greatest man is greater than the greatest woman, then in short men are greater than women. And if men are in short greater than women, the greatest man is greater than the greatest woman. For the excesses of the genera and of the greatest things in the genera subsist analogously. When also this thing is consequent to that, but that is not consequent to this, the latter is a greater good. But one thing is consequent to another either simultaneously, or successively, or potentially. For the use of the consequent is inherent in the use of the antecedent. And to live is, indeed, simultaneously consequent to the being well, but the latter is not simultaneously consequent to the former. And scientific knowledge is posterior to discipline. But it follows potentially that if a man be a sacrilegious person, he may commit a private theft. For he who robs a temple would also steal private property. Of two things also which exceed the same third, that which more exceeds is the greater. For it is necessary that it should exceed the other by that greater excess by which it exceeds the third. Those things likewise are greater which are effective of a greater good. For by this the efficient cause is greater. And in a similar manner, that of which the efficient is greater, is also itself greater. For if that which is salubrious is more eligible than that which is pleasant, and is a greater good, health is also a greater good than pleasure. That likewise, which is more eligible of itself, is a greater good than that which is not eligible of itself. Thus for instance, strength is a greater good than the salubrious, for the latter is not desirable for its own sake, but the former is, which is the characteristic of good. If also one thing is the end, but the other is not, the former is the greater good. For the latter subsists for the sake of another, but the former for the sake of itself. As for instance, to be exercised is for the sake of the good condition of the body. That likewise which is in a greater degree indigent of another, or of other things, is a greater good, for it is more sufficient to itself. But that is in a less degree indigent, which requires fewer things, or such as are more easily procured. When likewise this thing cannot subsist without that, or it is not possible it can be generated without it, but that can subsist without this, then the latter is a greater good than the former, for it is more sufficient to itself, because that which is not indigent of another is more self-sufficient, so that it is evidently a greater good. This is also the case for the same reason if one thing is a principle, but another is not, and if one thing is a cause, but another is not. For without cause and principle it is impossible for a thing to be or to be generated. When likewise two things are principles, that which proceeds from the greater principle is greater, and also when there are two causes, that is the greater which proceeds from the greater cause, and vice versa, when there are two principles, the principle of the greater thing is greater, and when there are two causes, the cause of the greater thing is greater. From what has been said therefore, it is evident that in both ways a thing may appear to be greater. For if this thing is a principle, but that is not, this thing will appear to be greater than that. And also if this thing is not a principle, i.e. if it is the end, but that is a principle, for the end is greater, and is not a principle, as Leodames, when he accused Callistratus, said that he who advised did a greater injury than he who performed the deed, for it would not have been done had it not been advised. But again, accusing Chabrias, he said that he who did the deed acted more unjustly than he who advised it. For it would not have been done unless there had been one who did it. For men give advice to others for the sake of this, viz. That they may act. That which is more rare, also, appears to be a greater good than that which is found in abundance ; as for instance, gold than iron, though it is less useful. For the possession of it is greater because it is obtained with more difficulty. After another manner, however, the plentiful is a greater good than the rare, because the use of it surpasses the use of the rare. For that which is frequently, surpasses that which is rarely found. Whence it is said by Pindar, Water is the best of things. And in short, that which is procured with more difficulty is a greater good than that which is procured with facility, for it is more rare. After another manner, however, that which is procured with facility is a greater good than that which is procured with more difficulty, for it subsists as we wish it should. That also is greater, the contrary to which is greater, and likewise that of which the privation is greater. Virtue likewise is greater than what is not virtue, and vice than what is not vice. For the former are ends, but the latter are not. Those things also are greater, the works of which are more beautiful, or more base. And of those things of which the virtues and the vices are greater, the works also are greater, since such as is the subsistence of causes and principles, such also is the subsistence of events. And such as is the subsistence of events, such also is the subsistence of causes and principles. Those things likewise are greater, the excess of which is more eligible, or more beautiful. Thus, for instance, to see accurately is more eligible than to smell accurately, for the sight is more eligible than the smell. To be a lover of friendship, also, is better than to be a lover of riches, so that to be a lover of friends is more beautiful than to be a lover of wealth. And on the contrary, the excesses of better things are better, and of more beautiful things more beautiful. This is also the case with those things of which the desires are more beautiful or better. For of greater things there are greater appetitions, and the desires of more beautiful and better things are for the same reason better and more beautiful. Those things likewise of which the sciences are more beautiful or more worthy are themselves more beautiful and more worthy. For such as is the subsistence of science, such also is the subsistence of that which is true. But each science is employed about its proper subject, and for the same reasons, the sciences of more worthy and more beautiful things have an analogous subsistence. That likewise, which either all, or many, or most prudent persons, or the most excellent characters have judged, or do judge to be good or greater, necessarily thus subsists, or simply, or so far as they judge according to prudence. This also is common to other things. For every thing is such according to substance, quantity, and quality, as science and prudence assert it to be. This principle, however, we apply to good. For good is defined to be that which every thing that possesses prudence would choose. It is evident, therefore, that that thing is a greater good which prudence says is more good. That likewise which is inherent in better things, either simply, or so far as they are better, is a greater good. As for instance, fortitude than strength. This is also the case with that which a better man would choose, either simply, or so far as he is better. Such, for instance, as to be injured rather than to injure. For this a more just man would choose. That which is more delightful likewise is a greater good, than that which is less delightful. For all beings pursue pleasure, and for the sake of it desire to be delighted. For these are the things by which good and the end are defined. But the more difficult is both that which is less painful, and that which is for a longer time pleasant. That which is more beautiful also is a greater good than that which is less beautiful. For the beautiful is either the delightful, or that which is of itself eligible. Such things also, as men wish to be in a greater degree causes to themselves or their friends, are greater goods. This is likewise the case with things that endure for a longer than with those that endure for a shorter time, and with things that are more than with those that are less stable. For the use of the former exceeds in time, but the latter in the will. For we in a greater degree use that which is stable according to our will. Such things also as follow from co*ordinate and similar cases are greater goods. Thus, if an action which is accomplished with fortitude is better and more eligible than that which is effected by temperance, fortitude also is more eligible than temperance, and to be brave than to be temperate. That likewise which all men choose is a greater good than that which all men do not choose, and that which is chosen by many than that which is chosen by a few. For good was defined to be that which all beings desire, so that what is more the object of desire will be a greater good. That likewise is a greater good which is admitted to be so by those who controvert what good is, or which enemies, or judges, or the skilful acknowledge to be so. For that which enemies admit is just as if all men admitted, and that which the latter admit is equivalent to what is granted by men excelling in power and knowledge. And at one time, indeed, that is a greater good of which all participate, for it is disgraceful not to participate it. But at another time, that of which no one, or of which a few participate, for it is more rare. Things likewise which are more laudable are greater goods, for they are better. And in a similar manner, those things of which the honours are greater, for honour is as it were a certain dignity. This is also the case with those things of which the punishments are greater, and likewise with those things which are greater, than such as are acknowledged or appear to be great. The same things also, when divided into parts, appear to be greater, for the transcendency of many things becomes apparent. Hence, the poet says that Meleager was persuaded by his wife to rise to battle by enumerating the evils which happen from a captured city. She paints the horrors of a conquered town, the heroes slain, the palaces o'erthrown, the matrons ravished, the whole race enslaved. This is also the case with composition and exaggeration, as may be seen in Epicharmus, and for the same reason as in division. For composition shows an abundant excess, and appears to be the principle and cause of great things. Because, however, that which is more difficult and rare is greater, occasions also, and ages, and places, and times, and powers produce great things. For if any one performs a deed beyond his power, and beyond his age, and those that resemble him, or if in this way, or in this place, or at that time, it will have the magnitude of things beautiful, good, and just, and of the contraries of these. Whence also the epigram on him who conquered in the Olympic games. Some time ago so vulgar was my trade, with a rough sack on both my shoulders laid. From Argos to Tegea still I trudged, to sell my fish, till victor here adjudged. And Iphicrates passes an encomium on himself by saying, From whence came these? That, likewise, which is spontaneous, or springs from itself, is greater than that which is adcetitious, for it is more difficult. Whence also the poet says, Self-taught am I. And also the greatest part of a great thing. Thus, for instance, Pericles in a funeral oration says, That youth being taken away from a city is just as if spring were taken away from the year. Those things, likewise, are greater which are useful in a greater necessity, such as things in old age and disease. This is also the case with that of two things which is nearer to the end. That likewise which is good to a certain thing is a greater good than that which being good simply is not good to it. And also the possible than the impossible, for the former is good to a thing itself, but the latter is not. The goods also which are in the end of life are greater than others, for those things are in a greater degree ends which are near to the end. Things likewise which pertain to truth are greater goods than things which pertain to opinion. But the definition of that which pertains to opinion is that which, if it were latent, no one would choose. Whence also it would seem that it is more eligible to be benefited than to benefit ; for the former would be chosen though it should be latent, but to benefit latently does not seem to be a thing that would be chosen. Those things likewise are greater goods which we rather wish to be than to seem to be, for they pertain more to truth. Hence, also, the sophists say that justice is a small thing, because it is more eligible to seem to be than to be just ; but it is not so with health. That also is a greater good which is more useful for many purposes ; as for instance, that which is more useful to life, to living well, to pleasure, and to the performance of beautiful actions. Hence, riches and health appear to the vulgar to be the greatest of things ; for they contain all the above mentioned particulars. That also is a greater good which is more free from molestation, and is attended with pleasure ; for in this case there are more goods than one, so that the good is both pleasure and a privation of pain. That likewise of two things is the greater good, which being added to the same thing renders the whole a greater good. And those things which when present are not latent, are greater goods than those which are latent ; for the former tend to truth. Hence to be rich will be considered as a greater good than to seem to be rich. That also which is lovely is a greater good, and which to some things, indeed, is lovely when possessed alone, but to others when possessed in conjunction with other things. Hence the punishment is not equal to deprive him of an eye who has but one eye, and him that has two eyes ; for the former is deprived of that which is dear to him. And thus we have nearly shown from what forms it is necessary to derive credibility in exhorting and dissuading. CHAPTER 8. The greatest, however, and most powerful of all things, in order to the ability of persuading and counselling well, is to assume all polities, and the manners and legal institutes of each, and to distinguish what is advantageous to them. For all men are persuaded by that which is advantageous, and that is advantageous which preserves the polity. Farther still, the enunciation of him who possesses the supreme power possesses the principal authority. But dominion is divided according to polities ; for as many polities as there are, so many forms also are there of dominion. There are however 4 polities, a democracy, an oligarchy, an aristocracy, and a monarchy ; so that the supreme power, and that which judges, will be either a part or the whole of these. But a democracy, indeed, is a polity in which the magistrates are distributed by lot. An oligarchy is a polity in which the magistracy is distributed to the rich alone, and therefore is distributed according to estates. An aristocracy is a polity in which magistrates are chosen according to their erudition. But by erudition I mean that discipline which is appointed by the law. For those who persevere in legal institutes govern in an aristocracy. Hence it is necessary that these should appear to be the best of men. But a monarchy is, as the name indicates, a polity in which one person has the supreme authority ; and of this polity, that which is conducted according to a certain order is a kingdom, but that which is indefinite is a tyranny. It is also requisite not to be ignorant of the end of each polity ; for those things are chosen in each which pertain to the end. And the end, indeed, of a democracy is liberty, of an oligarchy wealth, of an aristocracy whatever pertains to erudition and legal institutes, and of a tyranny safeguard. It is evident, therefore, that those customs, legal institutes, and things advantageous, which pertain to the end, must be distinguished if the choice of the several polities is directed to this. Since, however, credibility is not only produced through a demonstrative oration, but also through that which is ethical ; for we believe the speaker because he appears to be a person of a certain description, viz. If he appears to be worthy, or benevolent, or both these. This being the case, it is requisite that we should possess a knowledge of the manners of each of the polities ; for it is necessary that the manners of each should be most persuasive with reference to each. But these manners may be obtained through the same things. For manners become apparent from deliberate choice, but deliberate choice is referred to the end. What the particulars therefore are, to which the attention of those who exhort should be directed, as future or present, and from what forms credibility about that which is advantageous must be derived, and farther still, concerning the manners and legal institutes of polities, and through what things and how we may abound with arguments, all these have been unfolded by us as much as is sufficient to the present purpose, for these particulars will be accurately discussed in the Poetics. CHAPTER 9. After these things, let us speak concerning virtue and vice, and the beautiful in conduct and the base. For to these the intention of those who praise and blame is directed. For it will happen that at the same time we speak about these, those things also will become manifest from which our moral character is formed, which is the second thing that produces credibility. For we may be able to gain credit of being virtuous ourselves, and cause another person to do the same from the same things. Since, however, it frequently happens that without being serious, and also seriously, we praise not only man or God, but also inanimate things, and any animal that may occur, this being the case, propositions also respecting these must be assumed after the same manner, so that we must also speak concerning these so far as is requisite for the sake of example. The beautiful in conduct, therefore, is that which being eligible of itself is laudable, or which being good is delightful because it is good. But if the beautiful in conduct is this, it is necessary that virtue should be beautiful, for being good it is laudable. Virtue, however, is indeed a power, as it appears of imparting and preserving good, and a power of procuring many and great benefits, and of imparting all things about all. But the parts of virtue are justice, fortitude, temperance, magnificence, magnanimity, liberality, mildness, prudence, wisdom. It is, however, necessary that those virtues should be the greatest which are most useful to others, since virtue is a beneficent power. Hence, just and brave men are especially honoured, for fortitude is useful in war and justice in peace. The next to these is liberality, for the liberal freely bestow their property, and do not contend about money, of which others are so eminently desirous. But justice indeed is a virtue through which every one legally possesses what is his own, and injustice is that through which a man possesses the property of others, contrary to law. Fortitude is that virtue through which men perform beautiful deeds in dangerous circumstances, in such a manner as the law commands. And those who possess this virtue are subservient to the law. But timidity is the contrary to this. Temperance is a virtue through which men are disposed towards pleasures in such a way as the law commands, but intemperance is the contrary. Liberality is the beneficent use of money, but illiberality is the contrary. Magnanimity is a virtue which is effective of great benefits, but pusillanimity is the contrary. Magnificence is a virtue effective of magnitude in expense, but pusillanimity and indecorous parsimony are the contrary. Prudence is the virtue of the reasoning power, according to which it is possible to give good counsel respecting the above mentioned good and evil pertaining to felicity. And thus we have spoken sufficiently at present of virtue and vice, and the parts of them. With respect to other things, however, it is not difficult to see which among them are beautiful or base. For it is evident that such things as are effective of virtue must necessarily be beautiful, since they pertain to virtue, and also those things which proceed from virtue. But things of this kind are indications and works of virtue. Since, however, the indications, and such things as are the works or passions of virtue, are beautiful, it is necessary that such things as are the works of fortitude, or are indications of it, or are bravely accomplished, should be beautiful. This also must be the case with just things, and with works which are justly performed, but not with the passions of them. For in this alone of the virtues, that which is justly done is not always beautiful. But in being punished, it is more base to be punished justly, than to be punished unjustly. And in a similar manner with respect to the other virtues. Those things also of which the reward is honour are beautiful, and likewise those things of which honour more than riches is the reward. And such eligible things as a man performs not for his own sake. Likewise such things as are simply good, such as what a man performs for his country, neglecting his own interest ; also things which are naturally good, and such things as are good, but not to their possessor. For things which are good to their possessor are performed for his sake alone. This is likewise the case with such things as are more present with the dead than with the living. For those things which are present with a man when living have in a greater degree a subsistence for his sake ; and also with such works as are performed for the sake of other things, for they have less of a subsistence for the sake of him who performs them. This likewise is the case with such deeds as are well performed with respect to others, and not with respect to him who performs them, and also with respect to benefactors, for this is just. The like may be said of benefits conferred on others, for they are not attended with private advantage. This is also the case with the contraries to those things of which we are ashamed. For those who say or do, or are about to commit base actions, are ashamed, as in the verses of Sappho, when Alcaeus said to her, Something I wish to say, but shame prevents. Sappho replied, If good and upright actions you desire, and your tongue meditates no ill to speak, your eyes will never be suffused with shame, but freely you will what is just reveal. This is likewise the case with things about which men fearlessly contend. For men are affected in this manner about things which tend to glory. The virtues also, and the works of things which are naturally more worthy are beautiful ; as for instance the virtues and works of man than those of woman. This is likewise the case with those things which procure more pleasure to others than to their possessor, on which account the just and justice are beautiful. It is also beautiful to take vengeance on enemies rather than to be reconciled to them. For retribution is just, but the just is beautiful, and it is the province of a brave man not to be vanquished. Victory likewise and honour are among the number of things beautiful, for they are eligible, though they should be unattended with advantage, and they evince the transcendency of virtue. Public celebrations also of the memory of any one are beautiful, and the greater they are the more beautiful. This is likewise the case with commemoration of the dead, and also with those things which are attended with honour. Things too which possess a certain excellence, and belong to one person alone are more beautiful, for they are more worthy of being remembered. This is likewise the case with possessions that are unfruitful, for they are more liberal. Things also which are the peculiar property of individuals are more beautiful, and likewise such things as are indications of what is laudable among those with whom we inhabit. Thus for instance in Lacedaemon, it is beautiful to wear long hair, for it is a sign of liberty. For it is not easy for him who wears long hair to do any servile work. It is also beautiful not to exercise any illiberal art, for it is the province of a free man not to live subservient to another person. Things also which are allied to the beautiful are to be assumed, as being the same with them, both with respect to praise and blame. As if, for instance, we should call a cautious and animated person timid and insidious, a stupid a good man, and one who is insensible in the endurance of injuries a mild man. And after this manner we should always proceed from things which are consequent to that which is best, so as to call him who is wrathful and furious simple, and him who is arrogant magnificent and venerable. We may also praise those who err through excess, as if they were virtuous. Thus for instance we may call an audacious a brave man, and a prodigal a liberal man, for they will appear to be so to the multitude. And at the same time a paralogism will be made from cause. For if any one is prepared to encounter danger when there is no necessity for it, he will much more seem to be so prepared when it is beautiful to encounter it. And he who is profuse to any casual persons, will appear to be much more so to his friends. For to benefit all men is the excess of virtue. It is likewise requisite to consider by whom any one is praised. For as Socrates said, it is not difficult to praise the Athenians among the Athenians. It is necessary, however, to speak of that which is honourable among the several nations, as of a thing which actually exists. As for instance among the Scythians or Lacedaemonians, or the philosophers. And in short it is requisite to refer that which is honourable to the beautiful in conduct, since it appears to approximate to it. This is also the case with such things as subsist according to fitness, as if the deeds of a man are worthy of his ancestors, and of the deeds which he has already performed. For to make an addition to the honour already acquired contributes to felicity, and is beautiful. This likewise will be the case, if besides what is becoming, a man conducts himself with a view to what is better and more beautiful, as if being prosperous he is indeed moderate, but in adversity he is magnanimous, or is better and more affable the more dignified his situation in life becomes. And a saying of this kind is that saying of Iphicrates, Some time ago, so vulgar was my trade, with a rough sack on both my shoulders laid. And also that inscription of Simonides, A woman whose father and husband were the brothers of tyrants. But since praise is derived from actions, and the peculiarity of a worthy man is to act from deliberate choice, we must endeavour to show that he who acts, acts from deliberate choice. And for this purpose it is useful to render it apparent that a man has frequently thus acted. Hence also casualties and events which result from fortune must be assumed as pertaining to deliberate choice. For if many and similar things are adduced, it appears to be an indication of virtue and deliberate choice. But praise is an oration exhibiting the magnitude of virtue. It is necessary therefore to evince that actions are things of this kind, viz. That they proceed from great virtue. An encomium however pertains to deeds, but those things which surround him who is praised pertain to credibility, such as nobility and education. For it is likely that a good man will be the offspring of good parents, and that he who is thus educated will be a man of this kind. Hence we celebrate those who act well. But deeds are the indications of habit, since we also praise him that has not acted, if we believe him to be a man of this kind. The predication, however, of beatitude and felicity do not differ from each other. But they are not the same with praise and encomium. But as felicity comprehends virtue, so the predication of felicity comprehends these. Praise, however, and counsel have a common form. For those things which you may propound in giving counsel, these by transposing the diction will become encomiums. When therefore we know what we have to do, and what kind of a person a man ought to be, then it is necessary adducing these as precepts to transpose and convert the diction. Such for instance as that it is not proper a man should conceive magnificently of himself on account of the gifts of fortune, but on account of those things which he possesses from himself. And thus indeed what is said will have the force of a precept, but the following will have the force of praise. He conceived magnificently of himself, not on account of the gifts of fortune, but of those procured by himself. Hence, when you praise, see what it is that you propound, and when you propound, see what it is you praise. The diction, however, will necessarily be opposite, when that which impedes and that which does not impede are transposed. Frequently also, many of those things may be used which have an amplifying power, as whether a man acted alone, or first, or with a few, or whether he were the principal person in the action. For all these are beautiful. Praise likewise is increased from the consideration of times and seasons, for these have nothing in addition to what is fit. This is also the case with the consideration if a man has done a thing rightly, for this will be considered as a great thing, and not originating from fortune, but from himself. It likewise pertains to praise, if those things which excite men to virtue, and cause them to be honoured, were invented and prepared by him whom we praise, and upon whom the first encomium was made. Thus, for instance, it happened to Hippolochus to have the first encomium, and to Harmodius and to Aristogiton to have their statues placed in the forum. The like method also must be observed in amplifying the contrary to praise. When, likewise, you do not find in him whom you praise an abundance of things worthy of applause, compare him with others, which Isocrates did from his custom of writing declamatory orations. But it is requisite to compare him whom you praise with renowned men. For the oration has an amplifying power, and is beautiful if he is found to be better than worthy men. Amplification, however, deservedly falls upon praise ; for it consists in transcendency, and transcendency is among the number of things beautiful. Hence if you cannot compare him with renowned persons, yet it is requisite to compare him with others that are not renowned, since transcendency seems to indicate virtue. In short, of those forms which are common to all orations, amplification indeed is most adapted to the demonstrative genus ; for it assumes actions which are acknowledged, so that it only remains to add to them magnitude and beauty. But examples are most adapted to the deliberative genus, or that which consists in giving counsel. For we form a judgment by predicting future from past events, and enthymemes are most adapted to the judicial genus. For the fact, which is the subject of judicial discussion, especially receives cause and demonstration on account of its obscurity. And thus we have shown from what forms nearly all praise and blame are derived, to what we ought to look in praising and blaming, and from what particulars encomiums and opprobriums are produced. For these things being known, the contraries to these are apparent, since blame consists from the contraries to praise and encomium. CHAPTER 10. In the next place we must speak of accusation and defence, from how many and from what kind of places it is necessary syllogisms should be made. It is necessary, therefore, to assume three things. One, indeed, what the particulars are, and how many in number, for the sake of which men injure others. The second is how they are affected. And the third is, what kind of persons, and in what condition they are, whom they attack. When we have therefore defined what it is to do an injury, we shall speak of what is next in order. Let then to do an injury be to hurt another person voluntarily contrary to law. But law is either peculiar or common. And I call that peculiar, indeed, according to which when committed to writing, men act politically. But common law is such institutes, as though not committed to writing, appear to be acknowledged by all men. Men also act willingly, when they act knowingly and without compulsion. With respect to such things, therefore, as they do willingly, all these are not performed by them with deliberate choice, but all such things as they perform with deliberate choice, they do knowingly. For no one is ignorant of that which he deliberately chooses to do. The causes, however, through which men deliberately choose to injure others, and to do evil contrary to law, are vice and intemperance. For if certain persons have depravity either in one or in many things, with respect to that in which they are depraved, they are also unjust. Thus, for instance, the illiberal man is unjust in money, the intemperate man in the pleasures of the body, the effeminate man in sloth, but the timid man in dangers. For timid men, through fear, desert those that are in the same danger with themselves. But the ambitious man is unjust on account of honour, the hasty man from anger, he who aspires after conquest from victory, the severe man through revenge, the imprudent man because he is deceived about the just and the unjust, and the impudent man through a contempt of renown. In a similar manner, with respect to the rest, each is unjust in that which is the subject of his passion. These things, however, are evident partly from what has been said about the virtues, and partly from what will be said about the passions. It now remains to show for what reason and in what condition men injure each other, and whom they injure. In the first place, therefore, let us explain what we desire, and what we avoid, when we endeavour to do an injury. For it is evident that the accuser must consider how many and which of those things which all men coveting injure their neighbours, are present with his adversary, and how many and which of these things are not present with the defendant. All men, therefore, do all things partly on account of themselves, and partly not. And of those things which they do on account of themselves, some are performed by them from fortune, but others from necessity. And of those things which are performed by them from necessity, some are violently, and others naturally effected. So that all such things as men do not on account of themselves, are partly from fortune, partly from nature, and partly from violence. But such things as they perform on account of themselves, and of which they themselves are the cause, are partly from custom, and partly from appetite. And some indeed are from a rational, but others from an irrational appetite. But the will, indeed, is an appetite of good in conjunction with reason. For no one wishes any thing else than that which he conceives to be good. But the irrational appetites are anger and desire. So that all such things as men do are necessarily performed by them from 7 causes, viz. From fortune, force, nature, custom, reason, anger, and desire. The division, however, of actions according to ages, or habits, or certain other things is superfluous. For it happens that young men are choleric, or prone to indulge desire. They do not perform things of this kind on account of their juvenile age, but on account of anger and desire. Nor yet on account of riches and poverty. But it happens to the poor indeed to covet riches on account of their indigence, and to the rich to desire pleasures that are not necessary through the power which they have of gratifying their desires. These however do not act on account of riches and poverty, but on account of desire. In a similar manner also the just and the unjust, and others who are said to act according to habits, do all things from these causes. For they act either from reason or from passion. But some indeed act from manners and worthy affections, and others from the contraries to these. It happens, however, that things of this kind are consequent to such like habits, and such to others. For immediately, perhaps, worthy opinions and desires concerning pleasures are consequent to the temperate man, on account of his temperance. But the contraries to these are consequent to the intemperate man. Hence divisions of this kind must be omitted. But it must be considered what desires or opinions are usually consequent to certain conditions. For whether a man be white or black, or great or little, nothing follows of things of this kind. But it is of consequence whether he is young or old, just or unjust, and in short, such accidents as cause a difference in the manners of men, are of consequence as to the difference of their desires. Thus for instance, it makes a distinction whether a man be rich or poor, fortunate or unfortunate. We shall, however, speak of these things hereafter. But now let us speak of the rest. Those things then proceed from fortune to which the cause is indefinite, and which are not produced for the sake of any thing, and which have neither a perpetual, nor a frequent, nor an orderly subsistence. This, however, is evident from the definition of fortune. But those things are produced by nature, of which the cause is in themselves, and is orderly. For they happen after the same manner, either always or for the most part. For with respect to preternatural things, it is not necessary to consider accurately whether they are produced from a certain nature, or from some other cause. Fortune, also, may seem to be the cause of such like things. But those things are effected by force, which are done by the agents themselves, contrary to their desire or reason. Those things are effected by custom, which are done in consequence of having been frequently done. And those things are effected through reasoning, which are done with a view to advantage, as ranking among the above mentioned goods, or as being an end, or as referring to the end, when they are performed on account of utility. For the intemperate also perform some things that are advantageous, yet not because they are advantageous, but for the sake of pleasure. And some men through anger and rage perform things which pertain to revenge. Revenge, however, and punishment differ. For punishment is inflicted for the sake of him that suffers, but revenge is for the sake of the agent, that he may satisfy his desire of vengeance. In what we shall hereafter say, therefore, about the passions, it will be evident what the objects are with which anger is conversant. Such things, however, as appear to be pleasant are performed on account of desire. But both that which is done from use, and that which is done from custom are delightful. For many things which are not naturally pleasant, when rendered familiar through custom, are done with delight. Hence, in short, all such things as men do on account of themselves are either good or apparently good, are either pleasing or apparently pleasing. Since, however, such things as men perform on account of themselves, they perform willingly. But such things as they do not perform on account of themselves are done by them not willingly. Hence all such things as they perform willingly will either be good or apparently good, will either be pleasant or apparently pleasant. For I consider the liberation from evils, or from apparent evils, or the assumption of a less instead of a greater evil, in the number of good things. For in a certain respect these are eligible. And in a similar manner, the liberation from things painful, or apparently painful, or the assumption of less, instead of more painful things, rank among things which are pleasant. End of chapter 10 of book 1. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 11 of book 1 of Rhetoric. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Rhetoric by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. Chapter 11 of book 1. We must assume, therefore, how many and what things are useful and pleasant. Concerning what is useful, therefore, or advantageous, we have already spoken in the discussion of things pertaining to counsel. Let us, therefore, now speak of what is delightful. But it is requisite to think that rhetorical definitions are sufficient, if, about the object which they define, they are neither obscure nor inaccurate. Let it therefore be supposed by us, that pleasure is a certain motion of the soul, and a sudden and sensible disposition of the soul in a state conformable to nature. But that pain is the contrary. Hence, if pleasure is a thing of this kind, it is evident that the pleasant is that which is effective of the above mentioned disposition. But that which is corruptive, or is effective of a contrary disposition, is painful. It necessarily follows, therefore, that it is pleasant to accede to that which is according to nature, as being that which has a frequency of subsistence, and especially when those things which take place according to nature have assumed their own nature. Those things also are pleasant which are done from custom. For that to which we are accustomed becomes now as it were natural, since custom is something similar to nature. For that which is frequently is near to that which is always done. But nature pertains to that which always, and custom to that which frequently takes place. That likewise is pleasant which is not violent, for violence is preternatural. Hence also necessities are painful, and it is rightly said, painful is every necessary work. Sedulity likewise, study, and strenuous endeavour are painful, (for these things are necessary and violent), unless we are accustomed to them. But thus custom renders them pleasant, and the contraries to these are pleasant. Hence indolence, cessation from labour, freedom from care, mirth, recreation, and sleep are in the number of pleasant things, for no one of these is attended with necessity. Every thing likewise which we desire is pleasant, for desire is the appetite of that which is pleasant. Of desires, however, some are irrational, but others are attended with reason. But I call those irrational through which we do not desire things because we are rationally of opinion that they are proper for us. And desires of this kind are such as are said to be inherent in us naturally, as are those which exist through the body. Such for instance as the desire of food, thirst, and hunger, and also the desire of every kind of food. This is likewise the case with the desires of gustable substances, of venereal pleasures, and in short of tangible objects, and of what pertains to the smell of fragrance, to the hearing and the sight. But the desires attended with reason are such as are the result of persuasion. For men desire to behold and possess many things from report and persuasion. Since, however, the being delighted consists in the sensible perception of a certain passion, but the phantasy or imagination is a certain debile sense, and both to him who remembers and him who hopes, a certain imagination is consequent of that which he remembers or hopes. If this be the case, it is evident that pleasures are present with those that have strong memories and hopes, since sensible perception is also present with them. Hence it is necessary that all pleasant things must either consist in the sensible perception of what is present, or in the remembrance of what is past, or in the hope of what is future. For present things are the objects of sensible perception, but past things are remembered, and future events are the subjects of hope. Things, therefore, which are preserved in the memory are pleasant, not only such as were then delightful when they were present, but some also which were then not delightful, if afterwards they are attended with the beautiful and the good. Whence also it is said by Euripides, "'Tis pleasant, when from danger free, to recollect past misery." And also by Eumaeus in the Odyssey, book 15, "For he who much has suffered, much will know, and pleased remembrance builds delight in woe." But the cause of this is, that it is also delightful not to be in possession of evil. With respect, however, to such things as pertain to hope, those which when present appear greatly to delight or benefit, or at least to benefit without pain, and in short, such things as afford delight when present, of these the hope and the remembrance are for the most part delectable. Hence also it is pleasant to be enraged, as Homer in Iliad 18 says of anger, "Far sweeter to the soul than honey to the taste." For no one is enraged with a circumstance which it appears impossible to revenge, nor are men at all enraged, or they are enraged in a less degree with those that are far superior to them in power. A certain pleasure likewise is consequent to most desires. For men rejoice with a certain pleasure, either from remembering what they have obtained, or from the hope of what they may obtain. Thus, for instance, those that in fevers are afflicted with thirst, are delighted with remembering how they have drunk, and with the hope that they shall again drink. Those also who are in love are always delighted with some circumstance pertaining to the beloved object, when they converse, or write, and in short, in all their actions. For in every thing of this kind, by recollection they fancy that they have a sensible perception, as it were, of the object of their love. The beginning itself, likewise, of love is produced in all persons, when they are not only delighted with the beloved object when present, but also with the recollection of it when absent. Hence, also, when they are afflicted from the absence of the object of their love, a certain pleasure is ingenerated in their grief and lamentation. For the pain which they feel arises from the beloved object not being present, but the pleasure from the remembrance and perception in a certain respect of this object, and of what he did, and what kind of a person he was. Hence also the poet says of Achilles in Iliad 23, "Thus having said, he raised in every one an ardent wish his sorrows to bemoan." Revenge likewise is pleasant. For that of which the frustration is painful, the obtaining is pleasant. But those who are enraged are pained in a transcendent degree, if they cannot take revenge, but they are delighted with the hope of vengeance. To conquer also is pleasant, not only to those who are lovers of victory, but to all men. For there is an imagination of transcendency in vanquishing, of which all men possess the desire, either more or less ardently. Since, however, it is pleasant to conquer, those sports also must be delightful which relate to war, to playing on the pipe, and to verbal contests, for in these victory is frequently obtained. This is likewise the case with the games of dice, tennis, tables, &c. And in a similar manner with serious games. For some of these become pleasant from custom, but others are immediately pleasant, such for instance as every kind of hunting. For where there is contention, there also there is victory. Hence, the pleading of causes and contentious disputes are pleasant to those that are accustomed to and are able to engage in them. Honour likewise and reputation are among the number of things most pleasant, because every one imagines that he is a man of this kind, and that he is a worthy person, and more so when others assert this of him, whom he considers as persons of veracity. Such are neighbours, rather than those that live at a distance, friends, acquaintances, and fellow citizens, rather than foreigners. Such as are now in being, rather than such as are yet to be born. The prudent rather than the imprudent, and the many rather than the few. For it is more likely that the above*mentioned persons should speak the truth, than those of a contrary description. For with respect to such things as a man very much despises, as children or wild beasts, no one pays any attention to the honour or opinion of these, for the sake of the opinion itself; but if he does it, it is for the sake of something else. A friend, likewise, is among the number of delightful things. For friendly love is delectable, since no one is a lover of wine who is not pleased with wine. To be beloved also is delightful, for this causes the person beloved to imagine that he is a good man, which is desired by all men that are endued with sense. But to be beloved is for a man to be dear to another person, himself on account of himself. To be admired also by others is pleasant on account of being honoured, as the consequence of being admired. To be flattered likewise, and the flatterer himself are pleasant, for a flatterer is an apparent admirer, and an apparent friend. To do the same things frequently likewise is delightful, for what is customary is pleasing. Change also is pleasing, for it is pleasant to return to a natural condition which is affected by mutation. For to remain always in the same state too much increases habit, and produces satiety. Whence it is said by Euripides in his Orestes, Sweet is the change of all things. For on this account, things which are performed through intervals of time are pleasant, and the sight of our acquaintance is pleasing after some time has elapsed. For this is a mutation from the present time, and likewise that is rare which takes place through an interval of time. To learn also and to admire are for the most part delectable. For in admiration there is a desire of learning something, so that what is admirable is the object of desire. But in learning there is a transition into a condition according to nature. To benefit likewise and to be benefited are among the number of things delectable. For to be benefited is to obtain the objects of desire. But to benefit is to possess and transcend, both which are desirable. Because however it is pleasant to have the power of benefiting, hence men are delighted in correcting the miscarriages of their neighbours, and in completing what is deficient. Since also to learn and to admire are delectable, those things must necessarily be pleasant which consist in imitation, such as painting, sculpture, and poetry, and whatever is well imitated, though that of which it is the imitation should not be pleasing. For in this case, we are not delighted with the imitation, but with the reasoning by which we know what that is which is imitated. So that it happens that we learn something. A variety likewise of unexpected accidents, and narrow escapes from danger are delectable. For all these are admirable. And because that which is according to nature is pleasant, but things which are allied are naturally conjoined with each other, hence all things that are allied and similar are for the most part delightful, as man with man, horse with horse, and the young with the young. Hence also the proverb, sameness of age is delighted with sameness of age, and always like to like. And beast knows beast, and always the blackbird to the blackbird, and others of the like kind. Since however that which is similar and allied to any thing is delightful to it, but every man is especially thus affected towards himself, it necessarily follows that all men are lovers of themselves more or less. For such things as similitude and alliance are especially present with a man towards himself. But because all men are lovers of themselves, hence those things which are their own must necessarily be delightful to all men, such as their works and their orations. Hence for the most part they love their flatterers, and those that love them. They are ambitious, and love their children, for children are their own works. It is likewise pleasant to give completion to things which are deficient. For it now becomes our own work, and because it is most pleasant to govern, it is likewise delightful to seem to be wise. For to be wise is a thing of a ruling nature. But wisdom is the science of many and admirable things. Farther still, since men are for the most part ambitious, it necessarily follows that they are delighted to rule over and reprove their neighbours. It is likewise delectable to a man to be conversant with that in which he thinks he particularly excels. As Euripides also says, To this he eagerly applies himself, bestowing the greatest part of every day upon it, in order that he may even surpass himself." In like manner, because all recreation and relaxation is pleasant, and laughter also is among the number of things that are delectable, it necessarily follows that ridiculous things are pleasant, as well ridiculous men, as ridiculous speeches and works. Ridiculous things, however, are separately discussed by us in the treatise on poetry. And thus much concerning things which are delectable. But things which are painful will be manifest from the contraries to these. Such therefore are the particulars for the sake of which men act unjustly. CHAPTER 12. Let us now consider what the condition is of men that do an injury, and who those are whom they injure. They are therefore, then indeed, prepared to do an injury, when they fancy the thing is possible to be done, and it is possible to be done by them, whether they can do it latently, or so as not to suffer punishment, though it should not be done latently. Or when they think that they may suffer punishment, indeed, but that the loss which they shall sustain by it will be less than the gain which will accrue to themselves, or to those who are the objects of their care. With respect, therefore, to what appears possible to be effected, and what not, this will be afterwards explained. For these things are common to all the parts of rhetoric. These men, however, fancy themselves especially able to do an injury with impunity, who are able both to speak and act, and who are skilled in a multitude of forensic contests. Those also fancy they can escape with impunity who have a great number of friends, and especially, indeed, if they imagine themselves to be powerful in what we have mentioned, or if they are not, if their friends, or assistants, or accomplices are persons of this description. For through these they may be able to effect their purpose latently, and without suffering punishment. This will also be the case, if they are the friends of those that are injured, or of the judges. For friends are careless of injuries, and are reconciled before prosecution. The judges also are willing to gratify their friends, and either entirely acquit them, or inflict a small punishment. But those are adapted to be concealed who have a disposition contrary to the alleged crimes. As for instance, a feeble man when accused of striking another, and a poor and deformed man when accused of adultery. This is also the case if the crime is committed very openly, and in the eyes of all men, because in short, no one would think it to be true. Or if the crimes are so great and so many as not to have been committed by any one person before. For men are not aware of such injuries, since all men shun those that are accustomed to act ill, in the same manner as they shun diseases, but no one avoids him that has not yet been afflicted with disease. Those likewise think they shall be concealed, who injure those who have none, or those who have many enemies. For if they injure the former, they fancy they shall be concealed, because they are not suspected. But if they injure the latter, that they shall be concealed, because it seems incredible that they would attack those who are aware of them, and because they might urge in their defence that they did not make the attempt, because they were certain they should find resistance. The like may be said of those who are provided with the means of concealment, or of some place or mode of escape which is at hand, and also of such who, if they cannot conceal themselves, can put off the cause by delay of justice, or by corrupting the judges. This too may be said of those who, if they are amerced, delay or buy off the payment, or who through poverty have nothing to lose, and of those whose gains are apparent, or great, or near, but their punishments either small or unapparent, or at a distance. Likewise where the punishment is not equal to the profit, as appears to be the case in a tyranny, and also with those that gain by the injury, but are only disgraced by the punishment. And also with those to whom the contrary happens, that the injuries procure them a certain praise, as if it should happen, as it did to Zeno, that a man in avenging an injury at the same time revenges an injury done to his father or mother. But the punishments are either a fine or banishment, or something of this kind. For both these do an injury, whether it be done this way or that, though they are not the same persons, but contrary in their manners. Those likewise are audacious in committing injuries, who have frequently either been concealed or not been punished. This is likewise the case with those who have frequently failed in their attempts. For in things of this kind, in the same manner as in warlike concerns, there are some who are still prepared to renew the fight. And also with those to whom the delightful is immediately present, but the painful follows afterwards, or gain is immediate, but punishment posterior. For the intemperate are persons of this description, but there is intemperance with respect to all such things as are the objects of desire. Those likewise confidently do an injury to whom on the contrary the painful is immediately present, or punishment, but the delightful and the advantageous are present afterwards and later. For the continent and those who are more prudent pursue things of this kind. This is also the case with those who may seem to have acted from fortune or necessity, from nature or from custom, and in short, who have erred, but have not done any injury. The like too may be said of those who have been able to obtain an equitable decision, and of such as are in want. But men are in want in a twofold respect, either as being in want of necessaries, as is the case with the poor, or as being in want of superfluities, as is the case with the rich. Those also are prone to do injuries who are renowned, and also those who are very infamous. The former indeed, because it will not be supposed that they have done an injury, and the latter because they will not become at all more infamous by doing the injury. Under these circumstances, therefore, they attempt to act unjustly. CHAPTER 13. Men, therefore, injure those who possess things of which they are in want, whether they pertain to the necessaries, or to the superfluities of life, or to the enjoyment of pleasures. They also injure those that live at a distance, and those that live near them. For the plunder of the latter is rapid, and the punishment attending the injury done to the former is slow, as was the case with those who plundered the Carthaginians. Men likewise injure the unwary, and those who are not on their guard, but are credulous, for it is easy to deceive all these. They also injure the indolent, for it is the province of a diligent man to avenge the injuries he has received. And likewise the bashful, for these do not contend about gain. They also injure those that have been injured by many, and who do not avenge the injuries they have received, as being according to the proverb, the Mysian prey. Likewise those whom they have never, and those whom they have frequently injured. For both these are incautious, the former indeed, as having never been injured, and the latter because they expect to be injured no more. And those who are or may easily be scandalized. For persons of this description neither deliberately choose to avenge an injury, being afraid of the judges, nor are able to persuade others that they have been injured. Among the number of which are those who are hated and injured. Likewise, men injure those against whom there is a pretext, either because they themselves, or their ancestors, or friends have acted ill, or would have acted ill, either to themselves, or to their ancestors, or to those that are under their protection. For, as the proverb says, depravity only wants a pretence. Men also injure both their enemies and friends, for to injure the one is easy, and the other pleasant. Likewise, those who are without friends, and who are not skilful in speaking or acting. For these either do not endeavour to revenge the injury they have received, or they become reconciled, or they finally effect nothing. Also those who derive no advantage in waiting for judgment and recompense, such as foreigners and handicraft tradesmen. For these are satisfied with a small recompense for the injuries they may have received. And such men easily cease from prosecution. Men likewise injure those who have already done many injuries to others, or who have done such injuries as they now suffer. For it seems to be something near to the not doing an injury when any one suffers an injury, as he is accustomed to do to others. I say for instance, as if a man should chastise him who acted insolently towards others. They also injure those who have acted ill, or who have wished to do so, or have this wish at present, or intend to do an injury hereafter. For it is attended both with the pleasant and the beautiful, and this appears to be near to not acting unjustly. Men likewise injure those, in injuring whom they gratify their friends, or those whom they admire, or love, or their masters, or in short, those with whom they live, and from whom they expect to obtain some good, and also those whom they have falsely accused, and their friendship with whom is dissolved. For things of this kind appear to be near to the doing no injury, as was the case between Callippus and Dion. They likewise injured those who, unless they were injured by them, would be oppressed by others, as if with these there was no longer any place for consultation. As Anicedemus is reported to have written to Gelo, when Calabria would have been depopulated by him, that he anticipated him, as if he intended to have done the same thing himself. Also those to whom, if they have injured them, they may do many things justly by way of satisfaction. As Jason of Thessaly said, it is necessary to act unjustly in some things, in order that we may be able to do many just things. Men likewise act unjustly in those things in which all or many persons are accustomed to act injuriously, for they fancy they shall obtain pardon for thus acting. Also in those things which can easily be concealed. But things of this kind are such as are easily consumed, such as esculent substances, or which are easily changed, either in their figure, or colour, or temperament, or which may easily be concealed in many places. But things of this kind are such as are portable, and which may be concealed in small places, and which also resemble many things which he that did the injury possessed before. Men likewise commit injuries in those things which those who are injured are ashamed to disclose, such as insolent and indecent behaviour towards the wife of a man, or towards himself, or his children. They also injure others in those things which show the prosecutor to be a contentious person. But things of this kind are such as are of small consequence, and for which pardon is granted. And thus we have nearly shown how men are capacitated when they do an injury, in what things they act unjustly, what kind of men they injure, and on what account. CHAPTER 14. Let us now distinguish between all unjust and just deeds, first beginning from hence. Just and unjust deeds, therefore, are divided with reference to two laws, and with reference to the persons to whom they relate in two ways. But I call law either proper or common. And the proper, indeed, is that which the several cities and nations have established among themselves. And of this law, one part is not written, but the other part is written. But common law is that which is according to nature. For there is something which is just, and something which is unjust in common naturally, and which all men prophetically pronounce to be so, though they have no communion nor compact with each other. And this the Antigone of Sophocles appears to imitate, when she asserts that it is just to bury Polynices, though forbidden to do so by Creon the king, because this is naturally just. Nor could I ever think a mortal's law of power or strength sufficient to abrogate the unwritten law divine, immutable, eternal, not like these of yesterday, but made ere time began. And as Empedocles says, with respect to not slaying that which is animated, for this is not indeed just to some persons, but not just to others. But a fixed law in all men's breasts, where'er heaven's light immense shines through, wide ruling air. And this is also confirmed by Alcidamas in his Messeniac oration. The persons, however, to whom the just and the unjust are referred, are distinguished in a twofold respect. For what ought, and what ought not to be done is either referred to the community, or to one individual of the community. Hence, also, with respect to unjust and just deeds, it is possible to act justly and unjustly in two ways, viz. Towards one definite person, or towards the community. For he who commits adultery, or strikes a man, injures some definite person, but he who does not fight for his country, injures the community. Since therefore all unjust deeds receive a twofold division, and some have a reference to the community, but others to different private persons, after repeating what it is to be injured, we shall explain the rest. To be injured, therefore, is to suffer unjustly, by those who act voluntarily, For we have before defined the injuring another person to be a voluntary deed. Since, however, he who is injured is necessarily hurt, and is hurt unwillingly, what hurts are, indeed, is evident from what has been before said. For good and evil have been already essentially distinguished, and voluntary deeds are such as men perform knowingly. Hence it is necessary that all crimes should either be committed against the community or against an individual, and this either by one who is ignorant, or by one who is unwillingly, or by one who acts willingly and knowingly. And of these crimes, some are the result of deliberate choice, but others are the effect of passion. Concerning the crimes, therefore, which are produced from anger, we shall speak when we discuss the passions. And we have already shown what are the objects of deliberate choice, and how men are disposed with respect to them. Since, however, frequently men who confess that they have done a thing of which they are accused, either deny the name by which the accuser calls the deed and inscribes the accusation, or deny the thing which is signified by the inscription, as for instance, that the thing was taken indeed, but not stolen, and that such a one gave the first blow, but did not act insolently, and associated with the woman indeed, but did not commit adultery with her, or that he committed a theft, but not sacrilege (for he took nothing consecrated to divinity), or that he broke up land, but not belonging to the public, or that he discoursed with the enemy, but did not betray his country. On these accounts, it will be requisite to define what theft, insolent conduct, and adultery are, in order that if we wish to show these offences were committed or not, we may be able to declare what is just. Every thing, however, of this kind pertains to the question whether the thing is unjust and wicked, or is not unjust. For depravity and acting unjustly consist in deliberate choice, but appellations of this kind pre-signify deliberate choice. As for instance, insolent conduct and theft. For it does not follow that he who strikes another acts entirely insolently towards him, but then only if he strikes him for the sake of insulting him, as for instance with a view to disgrace him, or to please himself. Nor does it entirely follow that if a man receives any thing latently, that he has stolen it, but if he takes it away with a view to the detriment of him from whom he takes it, and of his own advantage. The like also takes place in other things, in the same manner as in these. Since, however, there are two species of just and unjust things, for some indeed are written, but others are not committed to writing, of those indeed which are proclaimed by the laws we have already spoken. But of those which are not committed to writing, these are two species. And of these, some indeed consist in the excess of virtue and vice, in which are disgrace and praise, ignominy and honour and gifts. Such for instance as to be grateful to a benefactor, to benefit him who benefits, and to be ready to give assistance to friends, and other things of the like kind. But others are a supplement to the proper and written law. For the equitable appears to be just, and the equitable is that which is just, besides what is enjoined in the written law. This however happens partly against the will, and partly with the will of the legislators. Against their will indeed, when the crime is latent, but with their will when they are unable to define the thing. And it is necessary, indeed, to assert universally that the thing does not thus subsist always, but for the most part. Legislators also omit certain things willingly, which it is not easy to determine on account of their infinity. As for instance, when they ordain a punishment for striking a man with iron, they omit to determine the quantity and the quality of the iron. For life would not be sufficient to enumerate things of this kind. If, therefore, any thing is indefinite, but it is requisite to make a law concerning it, the legislator must necessarily promulgate the law simply. Hence, if a man having a ring on his finger lifts up his hand against, or strikes another person, according to the written law, indeed he is guilty, and acts unjustly, but in reality he does not act unjustly by striking him with his ring, and this is the equitable. If then what we have said be equity, it is evident what kind of things are equitable and not equitable, and also what kind of men are not equitable. For those things are equitable in which it is necessary to grant pardon. It is likewise equitable not to estimate errors and injuries as deserving equal punishment, nor errors and misfortunes. But misfortunes are such things as happen contrary to expectation, and not from depravity. Errors are such things as do not happen contrary to expectation, and are not from depravity. But injuries are such things as are not effected contrary to expectation, but proceed from depravity. For what proceeds from desire emanates from depravity. It is likewise equitable to pardon human frailties. Also not to direct our attentions to the law, but the legislator. And not to look to the action, but to the deliberate intention of him who did it. Nor to a part of a thing, but the whole. Nor to consider what kind of a person a man is now, but what he always was, or for the most part. It is also the province of an equitable man rather to remember the good than the evil which he has received from another, and to be more mindful of the good which he has received than of the good which he has done. Also to endure the being injured patiently, and to be more willing that a controversy should be decided by words than by deeds. He is likewise more desirous that a thing should be decided by arbitration than by the suffrages of judges. For an arbitrator looks to the equitable, but a judge looks to the law. And recourse is had to an arbitrator for the sake of this, viz. That the equitable may prevail. And thus much concerning the equitable. CHAPTER 15. Those injuries, however, are greater, which proceed from greater injustice. Hence, also, sometimes the least injuries are attended with the greatest injustice. Thus, for instance, Callistratus accused Melanopus for having defrauded the builders of the temple of 3 sacred vessels of an inconsiderable value. But the contrary takes place in justice. These, however, are the greatest injuries, because they transcend in power. For he who stole these 3 sacred vessels would have committed any other unjust act. Sometimes, therefore, the injury is thus greater, but sometimes it is judged to be greater from the harm that ensues. That injury also is considered to be greater to which no punishment is equal, but every punishment is less than it deserves. And likewise that for which there is no remedy, because it is difficult and impossible to apply such a remedy. Also that for which the sufferer can obtain no recompense, for the evil is incurable, since justice and punishments are the remedies of injuries. Likewise, if the sufferer and he who is injured cannot endure the attendant ignominy, for in this case he who did the injury deserves to be punished in a still greater degree. Thus Sophocles, when pleading for Euctemon, because he who had been used insolently slew himself, said, that he who had done the injury ought not to be punished in a less degree than he had punished himself who had been injured. The injury likewise is greater which a man does alone, or the first of all men, or with a few associates. The injury also is considered as greater which is often committed, and also that for the prevention of which laws and punishments have been explored. Thus in Argos those are punished on whose account some new law is established, or a prison is built. The injury likewise is greater which is more brutal, and also that which is more premeditated. Likewise, that which excites in the hearer of it terror rather than pity, and rhetorical formula, indeed are of this kind, viz. That a man has subverted or transgressed many just things, such as oaths, pledges of faith, and conjugal vows, for this is an exuberance of many injuries. And also that a man has committed an injury there where those that act unjustly are punished, as is the case with false witnesses. For where will not he do an injury who commits one in a court of justice? Likewise, that a man has done an injury which is attended with the greatest shame, and that he has injured him by whom he has been benefited. For such a one multiplies injuries, because he acts ill, and likewise does not act well. Also, the injury is greater which a man does against the unwritten laws. For it is the province of a better man to be just, not from necessity, but voluntarily. Written laws therefore are observed from necessity, but this is not the case with unwritten laws. But after another manner the injury is greater which is committed against the written laws. For he who acts unjustly in those things in which he may be terrified by punishment, will much more act unjustly in those things for which no punishment is ordained. And thus much concerning a greater and a less injury. CHAPTER 16. It follows in the next place that we should discuss what are called inartificial credibilities. For these are peculiar to forensic orations, but they are few in number, viz. The laws, witnesses, compacts, examinations, and an oath. In the first place, therefore, let us speak about laws, how they are to be used, both by him that exhorts, and him who dissuades, by him who accuses, and him who defends. For it is evident, that if the written law indeed is contrary to the affair, the common law must be used, and equity, as being more just. And it is also evident that the best decision will be given when the written laws are not entirely used. The equitable likewise always remains and never changes. And this too is the case with common law. For it is according to nature, but written laws are frequently changed. Hence also it is said in the Antigone of Sophocles, (for Antigone says as an apology that she acted contrary to the law of Creon, but not contrary to the unwritten law), quote, "Nor could I ever think a mortal's law of power or strength sufficient to abrogate the unwritten law divine, immutable, eternal, not like these, of yesterday, but made ere time began. Shall man persuade me then to violate heaven's great commands, and make the gods my foes?" It is likewise evident that the just is something true and advantageous, but not that which seems to be so. So that what is written is not law, for it does not perform the work of law. It may likewise be said that a judge is like an assayer of silver and gold, for it is his province to distinguish what is truly just from what is adulterate. And also that it is the business of a better man rather to use unwritten than written laws, and to abide by their decision. It must likewise be considered whether the law in force is contrary to a law which is approved, or is itself contrary to itself. And when the one law commands all contracts to be firmly observed, and the other forbids any contracts to be made contrary to law. It must also be considered whether the law is ambiguous, so that it may be distorted, and then it must be seen to what part the just is to be adapted, or the advantageous, and afterwards the law is to be used. If also the things for which the law was established no longer remain, but the law itself remains, this we must endeavour to render manifest. And thus the law must be opposed by showing that things being changed, the law also is to be changed and abrogated. But if the written law is adapted to the occasion or the fact, then it must be said, as the result of the best decision, that the law was established, not for the sake of judging contrary to law, but in order that he may not be perjured who may happen to be ignorant what the law says. It must likewise be asserted that no one chooses that which is simply good, but that which is good to himself, and that it makes no difference whether laws are not established, or are not used. Likewise, that in other acts it is of no advantage to dispute against the masters of them. Thus for instance, it is not expedient for one who is sick to dispute against the prescriptions of the physician. For the error of the physician is not so injurious as it is to be accustomed to disobey a ruler. To endeavour likewise to become wiser than the laws is that which is forbidden in celebrated laws. And thus much concerning laws. With respect to witnesses, however, there are two kinds, for some are ancient, but others modern. And of the latter, some are partakers of danger, but others are exempt from it. But I call ancient witnesses the poets and other illustrious persons whose judgments and opinions are manifest. Thus the Athenians made use of Homer as a witness about Salamis, the Tenedians of Periander the Corinthian against the Sigians, and Cleophon made use of the elegies of Solon against Critias, in order that he might show that the family of Critias was formerly contumacious. For otherwise Solon would never have said, quote, "Bid Critias with his yellow locks his father's will obey." Such, therefore, are the witnesses about things that are past. But with respect to future events, those who interpret oracles are witnesses. As for instance, Themistocles, when he said that the wooden wall, mentioned by the oracle, signified that the Athenians must betake themselves to their ships. Proverbs also are witnesses. Thus, if some one should deliberate whether he should form a friendship with an old man, the proverb testifies what he is to do, which says, never confer a benefit on an old man. Thus, also, for him who deliberates whether he shall slay the children whose parents he has likewise slain, there is this proverb, he is a fool who having slain the father, leaves the children. Modern or recent witnesses, however, who have no share in the danger, are such as being illustrious have given a decision in a court of justice. For the judgments of these men are useful in the confirmation of what is doubtful. Thus Eubulus, in a court of justice, employed against Chares, what Plato had said against Archibius, that it was common in the city for men to acknowledge themselves to be depraved. Those also are recent witnesses who partake of the danger of being punished if they appear to have given false evidence. Persons therefore of this description are alone witnesses in things of this kind, viz. Whether the thing has been done or not, and whether it is or not, but they are not witnesses concerning the quality of the thing, as whether it is just or unjust, advantageous or disadvantageous. Remote witnesses, however, are the most worthy of belief in things of this kind, but the ancients are most worthy of belief, for they cannot be corrupted. The credibility, however, derived from witnesses is to be employed as follows. When indeed there are no witnesses, it is necessary to judge from probabilities, and this it is to employ the best decision. Probabilities also cannot be corrupted by money, and they are not condemned for giving a false testimony. But he who has witnesses ought to say to him that has not, that witnesses may be tried and punished, but probabilities cannot. It may also be added, that there would be no occasion for witnesses, if arguments from probabilities were sufficient. Testimonies, however, are either concerning ourselves, or concerning our opponents. And some indeed are concerning the thing itself, but others concerning the manners of persons. Hence it is manifest that we can never be in want of useful testimony. For if the testimony does not relate to the thing, it will either be favourable to the defendant, or adverse to the plaintiff. But the testimony respecting manners will either evince our probity, or the depravity of our opponent. Other particulars, however, respecting a witness, whether he be a friend, or an enemy, or neither, whether he be a man of reputation, or an infamous character, or neither, and whatever other differences there may be of the like kind, must be derived from the same places from which enthymemes are derived. With respect to compacts, an oration is so far useful as it increases or diminishes their authority, or so far as it renders them credible or unworthy of belief. For it is favourable to the speaker to show that the compacts possess credibility and authority, but the contrary is favourable to the opponent. The same arguments therefore are to be employed in showing that compacts are worthy or unworthy of belief, as we have employed in the affair of witnesses. For such as those persons are, who have subscribed and signed the compacts with respect to being worthy or unworthy of belief, such also are the compacts. When, however, it is acknowledged by the litigants that compacts were made, if this acknowledgment is appropriate, the authority of the compacts is to be increased. For a compact is a private law, and is of a partial nature. And compacts indeed do not give authority to the law, but the laws give authority to legal compacts. And in short, the law itself is a certain compact, so that he who disbelieves in and subverts a contract, subverts the laws. Farther still, many contracts and voluntary transactions are affected by compacts, so that if compacts lose their authority, the intercourse of men with each other must be subverted. Other things also, which are adapted to the confirmation of compacts, the orator will perceive by himself. But if the compacts are adverse to the cause, and favourable to the opponents, in the first place, those are adapted to the purpose which some one may urge to invalidate the force of the contrary law. For it is absurd that we should think laws are not to be obeyed, which have not been established rightly but by fraud, and that we should not think it necessary to observe compacts which have been rightly made. In the next place it must be said, that a judge is a dispensator of what is just, and therefore that his attention is not to be directed to the observance of the compacts, but to that which is more just. And the just indeed is not to be perverted either by fraud or by necessity, for it has a natural subsistence. But compacts are made both by persons who are deceived, and those who are compelled. In addition to these things, also, it is requisite to consider whether the compact is contrary to any written or common law, and to things just or beautiful, and besides this, whether it is contrary to any posterior or prior contracts. For either the posterior contracts are binding, but the prior have no authority, or the prior right, but the posterior fallacious. And thus this contrariety of compacts may be employed with advantage. Again, it will be expedient to see whether the compacts are in any way adverse to the judges, and to direct the attention to other things of the like kind. For these things may in a similar manner be easily perceived. Examinations also and torments are certain testimonies, and they seem to possess credibility, because a certain necessity is present with them. There is no difficulty, therefore, in perceiving what relates to these things, and in narrating what is contingent to them, as also in discussing those particulars, which if they are adapted to our purpose, we may amplify by asserting that these alone are true testimonies. But if they are against us, and favourable to our opponent, then the evidence may be invalidated by speaking against the whole genus of examinations and torments. For men through compulsion no less assert what is false than what is true, since they endure in order that they may not speak the truth, and readily assert what is false, in order that they may be more swiftly liberated from pain. For collateral confirmation also, it is requisite that examples should be adduced, with which the judges are acquainted. With respect to oaths, however, there is a fourfold consideration. For we either give and take an oath, or we do neither. Or we do the one, but not the other. And of these, either an oath is given, but not taken, or it is taken, but not given. Again, either we have sworn before, and are accused by our opponent of perjury, or the opponent swears, and is accused of perjury. He, therefore, who does not offer an oath to his opponent may say that men are easily perjured, and that his opponent, if he should take an oath, would not restore the money. But if he did not take an oath, he should think the judges would condemn him. He may also add, that as the affair is dangerous, it is better to commit it to the judges, for he believes in them, but not in his opponent. He likewise, who does not take the oath which is offered him, may say, that he does not take it because he is unwilling to swear for money, and that if he was a bad man he would take an oath, for it is better to be depraved for the sake of something, than for the sake of nothing. For by taking an oath he will obtain money, but otherwise not. His not taking an oath, therefore, will be the effect of virtue, and will not be the consequence of the fear of perjury. The saying of Xenophanes, likewise, may be adapted to this affair, that the challenge is not equal of an impious against a pious man, but is just, as if a strong man should call upon a weak man to fight with him. He also who takes an oath may say that he takes it because he confides in himself, but not in his opponent. And by inverting the assertion of Xenophanes, he may say that the challenge is equal if an impious man offers, but a pious man takes an oath. And that it is a dreadful thing he should not be willing to swear respecting those things for which he thinks he is right, and the judges should pass sentence on those that take an oath. But if he offers an oath, he may say that it is pious to be willing to commit the affair to the gods, and that there is no occasion for his opponent to require any other judges, since the judgment of the cause is committed to him through an oath. He may likewise say that it is absurd that his opponent should not be willing to swear concerning those things about which he requires others, i.e. the judges, to swear. Since, however, the manner in which we ought to speak according to each of these four modes is evident, it is likewise evident how we ought to speak according to these modes when combined. As for instance, if a man is willing indeed to take, but not to give an oath, or if he gives, but is unwilling to take it, or if he is willing both to give and take it, or is willing to do neither. For a combination must necessarily be made from the above mentioned modes, so that arguments also must necessarily be composed from them. If, however, any one has before taken an oath, and which is contrary to the present oath, it must be said that there is no perjury. For to do an injury is a voluntary thing, but things which are done by violence and fraud are involuntary. Hence, therefore, it must be inferred that injury is committed in the mind, and not in the mouth. But if the opponent has before sworn, and is now unwilling to abide by his oath, it must be said that he subverts all things who does not adhere to what he has sworn. For on this account also judges that have taken an oath use the laws. And it may likewise be said in the way of amplification. Shall we rejoice indeed that you judges should abide in the decision which you have made after taking an oath, and shall not we abide in the oaths which we have taken? And such other things as may be said for the purpose of amplification. And thus much concerning inartificial credibility. End of chapter 16 of book 1. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of book 2 of Rhetoric. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Rhetoric by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. Chapter 1 of book 2. Such, therefore, are the particulars from which it is requisite to exhort and dissuade, to blame and praise, to accuse and defend. And such likewise are the opinions and propositions which are useful in procuring credibility in these. For concerning these, and from these, enthymemes about each genus of orations are peculiarly derived. Since, however, the rhetorical art is for the sake of judgment (for the auditors of orations judge of consultations, and justice is judgment), it is necessary that the orator should not only direct his attention to the oration, so as to consider how it may be demonstrative and credible, but he should also show himself to be worthy of belief, and dispose his auditor to become a judge. For it is of great consequence in procuring belief, especially indeed in counsels, and afterwards in judgments, that the speaker should appear to be properly qualified, and that he should be well affected towards the auditors. And besides this, if the auditors also are properly disposed. That the speaker, therefore, should appear to be properly qualified, is more useful in counsels than in judgments. But for the hearer to be well disposed, is more useful in judgments. For the same things do not appear to those that love and hate, nor to those that are irascible, and those that are mild, but either they appear entirely different, or different in magnitude. For to the friend, he concerning whom he forms the judgment, will not appear to have acted unjustly, or will appear to have acted so in a small degree. But to him who hates, the contrary will take place. And to him who desires, and is in good hope of possessing what he desires, if that which is to come is pleasant, it also appears that it will be, and that it will be good. But to him who has no desire, and no expectation of a thing, the contrary will take place. There are three causes, therefore, through which men become worthy of belief. For so many are the things through which we believe, besides demonstrations. And these are prudence, virtue, and benevolence. For men are false in what they say, or in the counsels they give, either on account of all these, or on account of some one of these. For either they do not think rightly through imprudence, or they do not speak what appears to be true, in consequence of their depravity. Or they are prudent and worthy, but not benevolent. Hence it happens that those do not give the best counsels who know how to give them. And these are the only things through which they fail. It is necessary, therefore, that he who appears to possess all these should be considered by his auditors as worthy of belief. Whence, therefore, men may appear to be prudent and worthy, must be derived from the divisions of the virtues. For from the same things through which a man renders himself prudent and worthy, he may also cause another to become so. Concerning benevolence, however, and friendship, we must now speak, in discussing what pertains to the passions. But the passions are those things, on account of which, men being changed, differ in their judgments, and to which pleasure and pain are consequent. The passions, therefore, are such as anger, pity, fear, and other things of this kind, and the contraries to these. It is necessary, however, to give a threefold division to the particulars about each. I say, for instance, about anger, we should consider how men are disposed when they are angry, what the things are at which they are accustomed to be angry, and what the quality is of the things which are the subjects of their anger. For if we only possess a knowledge of one or two, but not of all these, it will be impossible to excite anger in the auditors, and in a similar manner in the other passions. As therefore, in what has been before said, we have delivered appropriate propositions, we shall likewise do the same in considering the passions, and divide them after the same manner. CHAPTER 2. Let anger, therefore, be the appetite in man of apparent revenge, in conjunction with pain, in consequence of a seeming neglect or contempt of himself, or of some one belonging to him. If, therefore, anger is this, it is necessary that he who is angry should always be angry with some particular person, as for instance with Cleon, but not with man, and that he is angry because Cleon has done, or intended to do something to himself, or to some one belonging to him. It is also necessary that a certain pleasure arising from the hope of revenge should be consequent to all anger. For it is pleasant for a man to fancy that he shall obtain the object of his desire. But no one aspires after those things which appear to him to be impossible. He who is angry, however, aspires after things which it is possible for him to obtain. Hence it is well said by Achilles concerning anger that, anger increases in the mortal breast, sweeter than trickling honey to the taste. For a certain pleasure is consequent to anger both on this account, and because the thoughts of those who are angry are entirely employed on revenge. The phantasy, therefore, or imagination, which is then ingenerated in the soul, produces pleasure, in the same manner as the imagination which is ingenerated in dreams. Since, however, neglect is the energy of opinion about that which appears to deserve no regard, (for we conceive that both good and evil, and what contributes to these, are worthy of attention, but such things as are nothing, or very trifling, we conceive to be of no worth whatever), hence there are three species of neglect, viz. Contempt, insolence, and contumely. For that which men despise, they neglect, since they despise that which they conceive to be of no worth. And those things which are of no worth they neglect. He also who insults another person appears to despise him. For insult is an impediment to the will of another person. Not that he who offers the insult may derive a certain advantage himself, but that he may prevent the person insulted from deriving it. Since, therefore, he does not expect to derive any advantage himself, he neglects the other person ; for it is evident that he does not apprehend any injury will accrue to himself from the insult, since if he did, he would be afraid, and would not neglect the person he insults, nor any advantage to the person insulted, which deserves to be mentioned ; for if he did, he would be anxious to make him his friend. He also who acts contumeliously towards another neglects him ; for contumely is to injure and pain another person in those things in which shame befals the sufferer, and this not that any thing else may be done to him than what is done, but that he may receive pleasure from the act. For those who return an injury do not act contumeliously, but take revenge. The cause, however, of pleasure to those that calumniate is this, that they fancy they excel in a greater degree by acting ill. Hence, young men, and those that are rich, are contumelious ; for they fancy that they thus acquire a superiority to others. But ignominy pertains to contumely, and he who disgraces another neglects him. For that which is of no worth has no honour either of evil or good. Hence Achilles when angry says, The affront my honour stains, while he my valour's guerdon thus detains. And disgraced, dishonoured, like the vilest slave. As being enraged on account of these things, men also think it fit that they should be greatly honoured by those who are inferior to them in birth, in power, in virtue, and in short, in that in which they very much excel another person. As for instance, the rich man excels the poor man in money. The rhetorician excels in speaking him who is unable to speak, the governor him who is governed, and he who fancies himself worthy to command, him who deserves to be commanded. Hence it is said, Great is the wrath of Jove descended kings. And For though we deem the short*lived fury past, 'tis sure the mighty will revenge at last. For men are indignant on account of their transcendency. Men, likewise, think that they ought to be greatly honoured by those by whom any one should think they ought to be benefited ; but these are such as they have benefited, or do benefit, either they themselves, or some one belonging to them, or such as they do wish, or have wished to benefit. It is now, therefore, manifest from these things how men are disposed when they are angry, and with whom, and from what causes they are angry. For they are angry, indeed, when they are aggrieved. For he who is aggrieved desires something, whether he is aggrieved by any opposition directly made against him, as when a man is prevented from drinking that is thirsty, or if an opposition is not directly made against him, yet it appears to be made indirectly, or if any one acts contrary to him, or does not co^operate with him, or if any thing else disturbs him. Thus disposed, from all these circumstances he is angry. Hence the sick, the poor, those that are in love, those that are thirsty, and in short, those that desire any thing, and do not act rightly, are disposed to be angry, and are easily provoked, and especially with those that neglect their present condition. Thus, for instance, the sick are angry with those that neglect them in things pertaining to their disease, the poor with those that neglect them in things pertaining to their poverty, warriors with those that neglect them in warlike affairs, and lovers with those that neglect them in amatory concerns, and in a similar manner in other things. For each is prepared to exercise his anger against those that neglect them, by the inherent passion. Farther still, men are likewise disposed to be angry when things happen contrary to their expectation. For that which is very much contrary to opinion is more grievous, just as what is very much contrary to opinion produces delight, if that which is wished for is accomplished. Hence also seasons and times, and dispositions and ages render it apparent what kind of persons are easily disposed to anger, and when, and where; and that when they are most in these circumstances, they are most easily excited to anger. Men likewise are angry with those that laugh at, deride, and mock them, for by so acting they insult them. They are also angry with those that offend them in such things as are indications of contumely. But it is necessary that these should be things of such a kind as are not directed to any other end, and are of no advantage to those that do them, for they appear to be done solely through contumely. Men also are angry with those that defame and despise things to which they are most devoted. Thus, for instance, those that are ambitious of excelling in philosophy are angry with those who speak contemptuously of philosophy. Those who pay great attention to the form and beauty of the body are angry with those that despise it, and in a similar manner in other things. This also is much more the case, if they suspect that they either do not at all possess these things, or do not firmly possess them, or do not appear to do so. But when they fancy they very much excel in those things for which they are reviled, they pay no attention to the scoffs of others. Men are likewise angry with their friends, more than with those that are not their friends. For they think it is more proper that they should be benefited by them than not. They are also angry with those who have been accustomed to honour, or pay attention to them, if they no longer associate with them as formerly, for they fancy that by so acting they are despised by them. They are likewise angry with those that do not return the kindness which they have received, nor make an equal recompense, and also with those who act contrary to them, if they are their inferiors. For all such things appear to be attended with contempt, the one indeed as of inferiors, but the other as by inferiors. They are also angry in a greater degree, if they are despised by men of no account. For anger was supposed by us to arise from undeserved neglect or contempt. But it is fit that inferiors should not despise their superiors. Men likewise are angry with their friends, if they do not speak or act well, and still more so, if they do the contraries of these. Also, if they are not sensible of their wants, as was the case with the Plexippus of Antipho, when he was angry with Meleager. For it is a sign of neglect not to be sensible of the wants of a friend, since those things are not concealed from us to which we pay attention. They are likewise angry with those that rejoice in their misfortunes, and in short with those who are not at all concerned when they are in adversity. For this is an indication either of hostility or neglect. Also with those who pay no attention to them when they are aggrieved, on which account they are angry with those who are the messengers of evil, and likewise with those who willingly hear or see their maladies. For in this case such persons resemble either those who neglect them, or their enemies. For friends condole with their friends in their afflictions, and all men grieve on surveying their own maladies. They are likewise angry with 5 kinds of persons, by whom they are neglected, with those with whom they stand in competition for honour, with those they admire, with those by whom they wish to be admired, with those whom they reverence, and with those by whom they are reverenced. For if they are neglected by any of these, they are in a greater degree angry. They are also angry with those who despise them, by injuring their parents, children, wives, and such as are in subjection to them, and whom it would be disgraceful in them not to assist. Likewise with those that are ungrateful. For neglect or contempt from these is unbecoming. They are also angry with such as employ irony and dissimulation towards those who are seriously employed, for irony pertains to contempt. Likewise with those that benefit others, but not themselves. For this also indicates contempt, not to think a man deserving of that which all other persons are thought to deserve. Forgetfulness also is productive of anger, as for instance of names, though it is but a trifling thing. For forgetfulness seems to be an indication of neglect, since oblivion is produced from negligence, and negligence is inattention. And thus we have shown who the persons are by whom anger is excited, how they are disposed, and from what causes others are angry with them. It is likewise evident that an orator ought to frame his auditors to such a temper as they are in when they are angry, and show that the opponents are guilty of those things which excite anger, and that they are such persons as men are accustomed to be angry with. Chapter 3. Since, however, the being angry is contrary to the being placable, and anger is contrary to placability, the disposition of those that are placable must be considered, who those persons are to whom they conduct themselves with placability, and through what causes they become so. Let placability then be a remission and suppression of anger. If, therefore, men are angry with those that neglect them, but neglect is a voluntary thing, it is evident that they will be placable to those who do none of these things, or do them unwillingly, or appear not to have done them voluntarily. They will likewise be placable to those who wish to have done the contrary to what they have done, and also to those who are such towards themselves as they are towards others, for no one appears to neglect himself. Likewise to those who acknowledge their faults and repent of them, for considering the pain which they feel as a punishment for what they have done, they cease to be angry. But this is evident from what takes place in punishing servants. For we punish in a greater degree such of them as deny the fault, and contradict us, but we cease to be angry with such of them as acknowledge they are punished justly. The cause, however, of this is that it is impudence to deny what is manifest, and impudence is neglect and contempt. We feel no shame, therefore, towards those whom we very much despise. Men are placable likewise to those who humble themselves towards them, and do not contradict them, for thus they appear to acknowledge that they are inferior to them. But those that are inferior are afraid, and no one who is afraid is negligent. But that anger ceases towards those who humble themselves is evident from dogs who do not bite those that prostrate themselves. Men also are placable to those that act seriously when they are acting seriously themselves. For thus they appear to be thought by them worthy of attention, and not to be despised. Likewise to those who, if they have injured them in any respect, are afterwards more grateful to them. Also to those that beg and entreat, for such persons are more humble. And to those that are neither contumelious, nor scoffers, nor neglectful either of any person, or at least not of the worthy, or of such as they themselves are. And in short, men become placable from causes contrary to those which excite to anger. They are likewise placable to those whom they fear and reverence. For so long as they are thus disposed towards them, they are not angry with them. For it is impossible at one and the same time to be angry with and afraid of a man. With those also who have done any thing through anger, they are either not angry, or they are angry in a less degree. For such persons do not appear to have acted from neglect, since no one who is angry is neglectful. For neglect is unattended with pain, but anger is accompanied with pain. They are likewise placable to those that revere them, because reverence is contrary to contempt. It is also evident that men are placable when they are in a disposition contrary to anger, as when they are in sport, when they are laughing, when they are at a festival, when they are successful, when they perform any business happily, when they are full, and in short, when they are without pain, experience a pleasure unattended with indolence, and are in good hope. They are likewise placable to those by whom they have not been molested for a long time, and through whom they have not been excited to recent anger, for time appeases anger. Vengeance also, formerly inflicted on another person, has the power of appeasing a greater anger conceived against some one. Hence, Philocrates answered well, when a certain person said, the people being enraged, why do you not defend yourself? He replied, not yet. But when will you? When I see another person condemned. For men become placable when they have consumed their anger upon another person, as it happened to Ergophilus, whom the people absolved, though they were more enraged against him than against Callisthenes, whom the day before they had condemned to death. Men also are placable towards those whom they have convicted, and likewise when they see those that are angry suffering a greater evil from their anger than they occasion to others. For they conceive that such a one is punished for his anger. Also if they think that they themselves have acted unjustly and suffer justly, for anger is not excited against that which is just, since in this case they do not any longer fancy that they suffer undeservedly. But anger was said by us to be this, viz. To arise from a conception of unmerited contempt. Hence it is necessary that offenders should first be punished by words, for slaves also, when thus punished, are less indignant. Those likewise are placable who conceive that persons on whom they inflict punishment will not perceive that they are punished by them. For anger is excited against individuals, as is evident from its definition. Hence Ulysses, in his speech to Polyphemus, rightly calls himself Ulysses the subverter of cities, as if he could not have avenged the injuries of Polyphemus, unless he made him sensible who it was that inflicted the vengeance, and for what it was inflicted. It follows, therefore, that we are not angry with those that are not sensible, nor any longer with those that are dead, because we fancy they have suffered the extremity of evils, and will not be pained by, or sensible of our revenge, which is the object of desire of those that are angry. Hence it is well said by the poet respecting Hector, who wished that the anger of Achilles towards him might cease when he was dead. On the deaf earth his rage was spent in vain. It is evident, therefore, that those who wish to render others placable must derive their arguments from these places. For those whose anger is to be appeased must be rendered such persons as we have described. But those persons with whom others are angry must be shown by the orator to be such as are to be feared, or that they are worthy of reverence, or that they have deserved well of them, or that they injured them unwillingly, or that they are very much grieved for what they have done. CHAPTER 4. Let us now show who those persons are that are the objects of love and hatred, and why they are so, defining for this purpose what friendship is, and friendly love. Let, therefore, friendly love be defined to be the wish that such things as are conceived to be good may fall to the lot of some one for his own sake, and not for the sake of him who forms the wish, and also the endeavour of him who forms the wish to procure such goods to the utmost of his power. But he is a friend who loves and is reciprocally beloved, and those persons conceive themselves to be friends, who think they are thus disposed towards each other. These things, therefore, being supposed, it is necessary that a friend should be one who reciprocally rejoices in the good which befalls another person, and is naturally pained when that person is aggrieved. And this not on account of any thing else, but on account of the person himself. For all men rejoice when they obtain the object of their wishes, but are aggrieved if the contrary takes place. So that pains and pleasures are an indication of good and bad wishes. Those likewise are friends to each other, to whom the same things are good and evil. And also those who are friends and enemies to the same persons and things. For these must necessarily wish the same things, so that he who wishes the same things to another as to himself appears to be a friend to that person. Men also love those that have either benefited them, or those that are under their care, or if their kindness to them has been great, or has been cheerfully exerted, or seasonably, and for their own sake, and also such as they think are willing to benefit others. They likewise love the friends of their friends, and those that love the same person that they love, and who are beloved by those who are beloved by them, who are likewise enemies to those to whom they are enemies, and who hate those whom they hate, and are hated by those who are hated by them. For the same thing appears to be good to all these, and to themselves, so that they wish the same good to them as to themselves, which was the definition of a friend. Farther still, men love those who are beneficent to them in pecuniary affairs, and in those things which regard their safety. Hence, they honour liberal, brave, and just men, and they consider those to be such who do not live on the property of others. But men of this description are those that live by their own labour, and among these are those that live by agriculture, and of others, especially manual artificers. They also love those that are temperate, because they are not unjust. And for the same reason they love those that lead a quiet life, unmolested by business. We likewise love those to whom we wish to be friends, if they appear to wish to be our friends. But men of this description are such as are good according to virtue, and are celebrated either by all men, or by the best of men, or by those who are admired by us, or by those who admire us. Farther still, men love those who are agreeable companions, and with whom they can pass the day pleasantly. But men of this description are such as are ingenuous, who do not reprove the faults of others, and are not studious of contention nor morose, for all such persons are pugnacious. And those that are pugnacious appear to wish things contrary to the wishes of friends. They likewise love those that have elegant manners, and who can give and take a jest, for in both these men strive to be facetious, as well those that are able to bear raillery, as those that are able to rail elegantly themselves. They also love those who praise the good things which they enjoy, and especially such among these as they are fearful should not be present to themselves. Likewise, those who are neat in their appearance, in their dress, and in every thing pertaining to the whole of their life. And those who neither reprobate the faults committed by others, nor benefits conferred on them. For both are attended with defamation. They likewise love those that neither remember injuries, nor are observers of the faults of others, but are easily reconciled. For such as they think they are towards others, they also think they will be towards themselves. They likewise love those that are not addicted to slander, and who know no evil, but only good, either of their neighbours or them. For a good man acts in this manner. Also those that do not resist them when they are angry, or seriously employed, for such like persons are pugnacious. Likewise those that are seriously disposed towards them, as for instance such as admire them, consider them to be worthy, are delighted with them, and are especially thus affected in things in which they themselves particularly wish to be admired, or to appear to be worthy or pleasant persons. Men also love those that resemble themselves, and are engaged in the same pursuits, provided they are no impediment to them, and their subsistence is not derived from the same profession. For thus what Hesiod says will take place, viz. That the potter envies the potter. They likewise love those who desire things of which it is at the same time possible for them to be partakers. For if not, the same thing which we have just noticed will thus happen. They also love those towards whom they are so disposed, as not to be ashamed of things which are base only according to opinion, and towards whom they are ashamed of things which are in reality base. And likewise those by whom they are ambitious to be honoured, or by whom they wish to be emulated, and not to be envied. For these they either love, or wish to be their friends. They likewise love those with whom they co-operate in the acquisition of some good, lest greater evil should hereafter befall themselves. And also those who similarly love their friends when absent and present, on which account all men love those who are thus disposed towards the dead. And in short, they love those who very much love their friends, and do not forsake them. For among the number of good men, they especially love those who are good in what relates to friendship. They likewise love those who do not act with dissimulation towards them. But men of this description are such as are not ashamed to speak of their own defects. For we have already observed that towards friends we should be ashamed of things which relate to opinion, i.e. which are base in opinion only, and not in reality. If, therefore, he who is ashamed has not friendly love, he who is not ashamed will resemble one who has friendly love. Men, likewise, love those who are not the objects of fear, and in whom they can confide. For no one loves him of whom he is afraid. But the species of friendship are fellowship, familiarity, alliance, and things of the like kind. Beneficence also exerted towards another person is productive of friendship, as also are acting beneficently when it is not required, and not divulging favours when they are bestowed. For thus beneficence will appear to have been exerted for the sake of the friend, and not on any other account. CHAPTER 5. With respect to enmity, however, and hatred, it is evident that they must necessarily be surveyed from contraries. But the things which produce enmity are anger, injury either in word or deed, and calumny. Anger, therefore, arises from what pertains to ourselves. But enmity may exist independent of what has reference to ourselves. For if we conceive a man to be a person of a certain description, we hate him. And anger, indeed, is always exerted towards particular persons, as for instance towards Callias or Socrates. But hatred is also exerted towards genera themselves. For every man hates a thief and a sycophant. And anger, indeed, may be cured by time, but hatred is incurable. The former also desires to give pain, but the latter is more desirous to do harm. For he who is angry wishes that he with whom he is angry may be sensible of pain. But with him who hates, this is of no consequence. All painful things, however, are objects of sensation, but those things which are especially evils, viz. Injustice and folly, are in the smallest degree objects of sensation. For the presence of vice is attended with no pain, and anger, indeed, is accompanied with pain, but hatred is not. For he who is angry is pained, but he who hates feels no pain. And the angry man, indeed, pities the subject of his anger, if many evils befall him, but he who hates feels no commiseration for the object of his hatred. For the former wishes that he with whom he is angry may reciprocally suffer what he feels, but the latter wishes that the object of his hatred may no longer exist. From these things, therefore, it is evident that it is possible for an orator to show who those are that are really enemies and friends, and to make those to be such who are not so. He may also dissolve the arguments by which his opponents endeavour to show that some persons are mutually friends or enemies, and that when it is dubious whether a thing was done from anger or from enmity, he may persuade the adoption of that part which some one may have deliberately chosen. CHAPTER 6. What kind of things are the objects of fear, and how those that are terrified are affected, will be evident from what follows. Let fear, therefore, be a certain pain or perturbation arising from the imagination of some future evil, which is either of a destructive nature, or attended with molestation. For not all evils are the objects of fear. Such for instance as injustice or slowness, but such as are capable of producing great molestation or destruction, and these when they are not remote, but seem to be near, so as to be imminent. For things which are very remote are not the objects of fear, since all men know that they shall die, yet because death is not near, they pay no attention to it. If, however, fear is this, it is necessary that such things should be terrible as appear to possess a great power of destroying, or are productive of such harm as is attended with great molestation. Hence, also, the indications of things of this kind are terrible, for the object of fear seems to be near. For danger is this, viz. The approximation of that which is terrible. Things of this kind, however, are the enmity and anger of those who are able to effect something, for it is evident that they are both willing and able, so that they are near to acting what their enmity and anger may suggest. Injustice also, when it possesses power, is the object of fear. For the unjust man is unjust from deliberate choice. Virtue likewise, when insulted, and possessing power, is to be feared. For it is evident that vengeance, when it is insulted, is always the object of its deliberate choice. But now it possesses power. The fear also of those who are able to effect something is the object of terror. For such a one must necessarily be in preparation for that which he dreads. Since, however, the multitude are depraved, are vanquished by gain, and are timid in dangers, to be in the power of another person is a thing for the most part to be feared. Hence, those who have been eye-witnesses of any dreadful deed that has been perpetrated are to be feared, lest they should divulge it, or desert him by whom it was committed. Those, likewise, who are able to do an injury, are always to be feared by those who are capable of being injured. For men for the most part act unjustly when they are able. Those also are to be feared who either have suffered an injury, or think that they have, for they always watch for an opportunity of retaliating. Those too are to be dreaded who would do an injury if they had the power, for they are afraid of retaliation, and it was supposed that a thing of this kind is the object of dread. Those likewise are to be feared who are competitors for the same things, and which both cannot at one and the same time possess. For between men of this description there is always hostility. Those also who are objects of dread to more powerful men are to be feared by us, for they are more able to injure us than they are to injure the more powerful. For the same reason, those persons are to be feared who are dreaded by men more powerful than themselves, and also those who have destroyed men superior to themselves in power, and those who have attacked men inferior to themselves. For either they are now to be dreaded, or when their power is increased. Among those that have been injured likewise, and among enemies and opponents, such as are to be dreaded are not those that are hasty and choleric, and who speak their mind freely, but those that are mild, who dissemble, and are crafty. For what they are machinating is obscure, or nearly so, and hence their designs are never manifest, because they are remote from observation. With respect however to every thing that is dreadful, such things are more to be feared, the errors pertaining to which cannot be corrected, but it is either wholly impossible to correct them, or they cannot be corrected by those that have committed them, but by their adversaries. Those things also are to be feared for which there is no help, or in which assistance cannot easily be obtained. And in short, those things are to be feared, which when they do or shall happen to others, are lamentable in their consequences. With respect to things which are to be feared, and which are dreaded by men, these, as I may say, are nearly the greatest. Let us now show the manner in which men are affected when they are afraid. If, therefore, fear is attended with the expectation of suffering some destructive evil, it is evident that no one is afraid who thinks that he shall not suffer any evil, and that no one dreads those things which he does not think he shall suffer, or those persons through whom he does not imagine he shall suffer. Nor then, when he does not suspect any evil to be imminent. Hence, it is necessary that those persons should be afraid who imagine they shall suffer some evil, and from such persons, and in such things, and at such a time. Neither, however, those who are in very prosperous circumstances, and appear to be so to themselves, imagine they shall suffer any evil, (on which account such men are insolent, neglectful, and audacious, and riches, strength, a multitude of friends, and power produce such men), nor those who think that they have now suffered dreadfully, and whose hopes with respect to futurity are extinct, as is the case with those who are led to capital punishment. But it is necessary, where there is fear, that there should be some hope of safety, and of escaping the evils which occasion their anxiety, of which this is an indication that fear makes men disposed to receive counsel, though no one consults about things that are hopeless. Hence, when it is necessary that the orator should excite fear in his auditors, he must show them that they are such persons as may suffer many evils, because others greater than them have suffered them. He must also show that men similar to themselves suffer or have suffered many evils, from those through whom they did not expect to suffer, and that they have suffered these evils, and then when they did not imagine they should. CHAPTER 7. Since, however, with respect to fear, it is evident what it is, and it is also evident what the objects of terror are, and how men are affected when they are afraid, it is likewise manifest from these things what confidence is, what the kind of things are in which men confide, and how confident men are disposed. For confidence is contrary to fear, and that which is the object of confidence to that which is the object of dread. Hence, confidence is a hope attended with imagination, that those things which may be salutary to us are near at hand, but that those things which are the objects of our dread, either do not exist, or are remote. But the things which are effective of confidence are, events of a dreadful nature, if they are remote, and such as may be confided in if they are near. Evils also which are imminent, if they may be corrected, produce confidence. And this is likewise the case when many or great auxiliaries, or both these, against evils are present. Confidence also is produced when there are neither any persons who have been injured by us, nor who have injured us, and when either, in short, we have no antagonists, or they have no power, or if they have power, they are our friends, or have received benefits from, or have conferred benefits on us. Confidence likewise is produced when those to whom the same things are advantageous as are beneficial to us are many, or superior to us, or both these. Those, however, that are confident in dangers are such as think they can accomplish with rectitude many things, without suffering any evil, or who, if they frequently fall into great dangers, escape from them. For men become void of perturbation in dangers in a twofold respect, either because they have not experienced them before, or because they have auxiliaries through which they may escape from them. For thus in dangers at sea, those who are unexperienced in its storms are confident they shall escape them, and also those who have assistance in themselves from their experience. Confidence likewise is produced when there is nothing to be feared from either our equals or inferiors, and those to whom we imagine ourselves to be superior. But we imagine ourselves to be superior to those whom we have either themselves vanquished, or those that are superior to or resemble them. Men also are confident if they think those things are present with them in a greater number, and in a greater degree, for which those who excel others are the objects of dread. And these are an abundance of riches, strength of body, of friends, of country, of warlike apparatus, and either of all, or of the greatest of these. They are likewise confident if they have injured either no one, or not many, or not such as are the objects of fear. And in short, if they are well disposed with reference to what pertains to the gods, both as to other things, and to what is indicated by signs and oracles. For anger is attended with confidence, and not to injure, but to be injured is effective of anger. But divinity is conceived to give assistance to those that are injured. Men also are confident when either having first attacked others, they neither do nor are likely to suffer any evil, or think that in so doing they have acted rightly. And thus much concerning things which are the objects of fear and confidence. CHAPTER 8. What kinds of things, however, those are which are the objects of shame, and also those for which men are not ashamed, and towards what persons they are ashamed, and how they are disposed when under the influence of this passion, will be evident from what follows. But let shame be a certain pain and perturbation with respect to evils, either present, or past, or future, which apparently lead to infamy. And let want of shame, or impudence, be a certain contempt and impassivity with respect to these very same things. If, therefore, shame is that which we have defined it to be, a man must necessarily be ashamed of evils of such a kind as appear to him to be base, or to those whom he regards. But things of this kind are such deeds as proceed from vice. Such for instance as for a soldier to throw away his shield in battle, or fly. for this proceeds from timidity. It is likewise base to deny a deposit, for this is the effect of injustice, and also to lie with women with whom it is not lawful to lie, or where it is not proper, or when it is not proper, for this proceeds from intemperance. It is likewise base to seek after gain from minute, or disgraceful, or impossible things, as from the poor or the dead. Whence also the proverb, to take away from the dead, for this proceeds from a desire of base gain, and from illiberality. It is also base for a man not to assist others with money when he is able, or to assist in a less degree than he is able. Likewise for a man to receive pecuniary assistance from one less rich than himself is base. And for him to take up money at interest, and yet seem to beg and yet seem to demand and yet seem to beg, to praise a thing, so as that he may appear to beg it, and though repulsed, to persist no less in begging it. For all these are indications of illiberality. It is likewise base to praise a man to his face, for this is a sign of flattery. Also to praise above measure what is good, but extenuate what is evil. To condole immoderately with one who is afflicted, and every thing else of a similar kind. For these are indications of flattery. It is also base not to endure labours which more elderly or delicate men, or those that have greater authority, or in short, those that are more imbecile endure, for all these are indications of effeminacy. To be benefited likewise by another, and that frequently is base, and also to reprobate the benefits conferred on another. For all these are indications of pusillanimity and an abject mind. It is also base for a man to speak of himself, and to promise great things of himself, and likewise to attribute to himself the deeds of others, for this is a sign of arrogance. In a similar manner, in each of the other ethical vices, works, and indications, the like may be found, for they are base and shameful. In addition to these things also, it is shameful not to participate of those beautiful things of which all men, or all those that resemble each other, or most men participate. But by men that resemble each other I mean those of the same nation, city, and age, and who are allied to each other, and in short, those that are of an equal condition, for it is now base not to partake of these things, as for instance of such a portion of erudition, and of other things in a similar manner. But all these are more shameful when they are seen to happen to any one from himself, for thus they proceed in a greater degree from vice, when a man is the cause to himself of past, present, or future evils. Men likewise are ashamed of such things as lead to infamy and disgrace, if they suffer, or have suffered, or are to suffer them. And these are such things as pertain to the ministrant services, either of the body, or of base works, among the numbers of which is having the body abused. Things also are shameful which pertain to intemperance, whether voluntary or involuntary. But things which pertain to violence are involuntary. For the endurance of such things unattended with revenge proceeds from sloth and timidity. These therefore, and the like, are the things of which men are ashamed. Since, however, shame is an imagination with respect to ignominy and shame, on account of ignominy itself, and not on account of the evils which attend it, but no one pays any attention to opinion except on account of those who form the opinion, men must necessarily feel shame in the presence of those whom they regard when they have acted wrong. But they regard those who admire them, and those whom they admire, those by whom they wish to be admired, and with whom they contend for honours, and whose opinion they do not despise. They wish, therefore, to be admired by, and they admire those who are in possession of some good which is honourable, or from whom they very much wish to obtain something which it is in their power to give them, as for instance is the case with lovers. Men, however, contend for honours with those that resemble themselves, but they pay attention to prudent men, as to persons of veracity, and men of this kind are such as are more elderly, and the erudite. Men also are ashamed of what is before their eyes, and is done openly, whence the proverb, that shame is in the eyes. On this account they are more ashamed before those that are always present with them, and who pay attention to them, because both these are before their eyes. They are likewise ashamed before those who are not obnoxious to the same crimes as themselves. For it is evident that the opinion of the latter are contrary to those of the former. Before those also they are ashamed, who are not disposed to pardon such as appear to act wrong. For that which a man does himself, he is said not to be indignant with in his neighbours, so that it is evident he will be indignant with crimes which he does not commit himself. They are likewise ashamed before those who divulge to many persons any thing they have done amiss. For there is no difference between the not appearing to have done wrong, and the not divulging it. But those divulge the faults of others, who have been injured by them, because they observe their conduct, and also those who are given to defamation (for if they defame those who have not acted wrong, much more will they defame those that have). Those also divulge what they see or hear, who are attentive to the faults of others, such as those that deride, and comic poets, for in a certain respect they are given to defamation, and are babblers. Men likewise are ashamed before those by whom they have never been repulsed, but have obtained what they wished, for they are disposed towards them, as towards persons whom they admire. Hence also they feel shame before those who have for the first time asked any thing of them, as not having yet done any thing by which they might lose their good opinion. Of this kind likewise are such as recently wish to be friends, for they have perceived qualities of the most excellent nature in us. Hence the answer of Euripides to the Syracusans was well, when they desired his friendship. Among those likewise who were formerly known to us we feel shame before such of them as are not conscious of any crime we may have committed. Men also are not only ashamed of disgraceful things, but of the indications of such things. Thus for instance, they are not only ashamed of the act of venery, but likewise of the indications of it. And not only when they do base things, but when they speak of them. In a similar manner also, they are not only ashamed before the above mentioned persons, but before those who may divulge their actions to them, such as the servants and friends of these. In short, men are not ashamed before those whose opinion with respect to veracity is despised by many persons, for no one is ashamed before children and brutes. Nor are men ashamed of the same things before persons that they know, and those who are unknown to them. But before those whom they know they are ashamed of such things as are base in reality, and before those that are unknown, of such things as are legally base. Men, likewise, when they are ashamed, are affected in the following manner. In the first place, when they are present with persons of such a description as we have shown those to be before whom they are ashamed. But these were such as are either admired by them, or who admire them, or by whom they wish to be admired, or from whom they are in want of something advantageous, which they will not obtain if they are without renown. Men also are ashamed when they are seen by such persons as these. As Cydias, the orator, said respecting the division of the lands in Samos. For he desired the Athenians to suppose that they were surrounded by the Greeks in a circle, not only as hearers, but as spectators of their decrees. And they are likewise ashamed, if such persons are near them, or are likely to be spectators of their actions. Hence, those that are unfortunate are unwilling to be seen by those that emulate them, for emulators are admirers. Men also are ashamed when they have any thing which disgraces the actions and affairs either of themselves, or their ancestors, or of certain other persons, with whom they have any alliance. And in short, they are ashamed before those of whom they are themselves ashamed. But these are such persons as the above mentioned, and those who are referred to them, of whom they have been the preceptors or counsellors. They are likewise ashamed if there are other persons resembling themselves, with whom they contend for honorary distinctions. For from shame they both do and omit to do things on account of men of this description. Men also feel more ashamed when they are about to be seen, and converse openly with those who are conscious of their actions. Hence Antipho the poet, when he was led to punishment by the command of Dionysius, on seeing those who were to be executed with him, having their faces covered as they passed through the gates of the prison, said, "Why do you cover your faces? Will any one of these see you tomorrow?" And thus much concerning shame. But with respect to imprudence, it is evident that we shall abound with what is to be said about it from contraries. CHAPTER 9. Those, however, to whom men are grateful, and in what they are grateful, or how they are affected when they are so, will be evident, when we have defined what a favour or kindness is. Let a favour, therefore, be that according to which he who possesses a thing is said to confer a favour on him who is in want of it, not that he may receive any thing from him, nor that any advantage may accrue to the giver, but that he who is in want may be benefited. But a favour is great when it is conferred, either on one who is very much in want of it, or the favour itself consists of things which are great and difficult to obtain, or is bestowed opportunely, or when he who bestows it is the only one, or the first that bestows it, or who especially bestows it. Wants, however, are appetites or desires, and of these particularly such as are accompanied with pain when the desired object is not obtained. But of this kind are such desires as love, and also those which take place in the maladies of the body, and in dangers. For he who is in danger desires, and likewise he who is in pain. Hence, those who relieve men that are in poverty or in exile, though the relief be but small, yet on account of the magnitude of the want, and the seasonableness of the relief, they confer a favour, as was the case with him who gave a mat to a poor exile in the Lyceum. It is necessary, therefore, that he who confers a favour must especially confer it in the above mentioned circumstances, but if not in these, in such as are equal or greater. Hence, since it is evident when and in what things a favour is to be conferred, and how those are affected that bestow a favour, it is likewise manifest that from hence arguments must be derived for the purpose of showing that others are or have been in such like pain and want, and that those who relieved them in such want relieved them by supplying what was mentioned. It is likewise manifest whence it may be shown that a favour has not been conferred, and that no gratitude is due, either by evincing that it is or has been conferred for the sake of those that bestowed it, and that is not a favour, or it may be shown that it was conferred casually, or by compulsion, or that a kindness was returned, but not conferred, whether knowingly or not. For in both ways one thing is given for another, so that neither in this way will it be a favour. What we have said likewise must be considered in all the categories. For it is a favour, either because this particular thing is given, or so much, or a thing of such a quality, or at such a time, or in such a place. But the signs that a favour has not been conferred are if less has been done than at another time, and if the same, or equal, or greater things have been conferred on enemies ; for it is evident in this case that these things have not been bestowed for our sakes. Or if things of a vile nature have been bestowed knowingly ; for no one will acknowledge that he is in want of vile things. And thus much concerning conferring, and not conferring a favour. End of Chapter 9 of Book 1. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 10 of Book 2 of Rhetoric. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Rhetoric by Aristotle, translated by Thomas Taylor. Chapter 10 of Book 2. Let us now show what pity is, how men that commiserate others are affected, and what things and persons are the objects of pity. But let pity be a certain pain arising from an apparent destructive and dolorific evil which befalls some one undeservedly, and which he who feels this pain, or some one belonging to him, may expect to suffer, and this when the evil is seen to be near. For it is evident that he who will commiserate another person must necessarily be one who will think that either himself, or some one belonging to him, may suffer a certain evil, and such an evil as we have mentioned in the definition of pity, or an evil similar or allied to it. Hence, neither do those who consider themselves as utterly lost feel pity (for they do not think they shall suffer any thing further than what they have suffered), nor those who fancy themselves exceedingly happy, for they insult those that are in calamity. For if they fancy that every kind of good is present with them, it is evident that they must also fancy they cannot suffer any evil, since a security from evil is among the number of goods. Those, however, who are compassionate are such as think they may suffer, and such as have suffered evils, and have escaped them. Likewise elderly men, on account of their prudence and experience, those that are feeble, and those that are more timid. Also those that are erudite, for they accurately consider the mutability of human affairs. And those that have parents, or children, or wives, for they consider their evils to be their own. Those likewise are compassionate who are not overpowered with anger or confidence. For those that are pay no attention to futurity, and also those who are not insolently disposed. For those that are do not think they shall suffer any evil, but those are compassionate who exist between these. Nor again are those compassionate who are very timid, for those who are terrified feel no pity, because they are occupied with their own passion. Those likewise are compassionate who think that there are some worthy persons. For he who thinks that no one is worthy, will fancy that all men deserve to suffer evil. And in short, a man is compassionate when he is so disposed as to remember that such like evils have happened either to him, or to those belonging to him. And thus we have shown how those who compassionate others are affected. What the things are, however, which they compassionate is evident from the definition. For all such painful and lamentable circumstances as are of a destructive nature are subjects of commiseration. And likewise such evils as fortune is the cause of, if they are great. But evils which are lamentable and destructive are death, stripes, and maladies of the body, old age, disease, and the want of nutriment. And the evils of which fortune is the cause are, the privation of friends, a paucity of friends, on which account also it is lamentable to be torn from friends and familiars, deformity of body, imbecility, and mutilation. It is also a subject of commiseration for some evil to happen there, where it was fit some good should have been done. and for a thing of this kind to happen frequently. Likewise for some good to be present, when no advantage can be derived from it, as was the case with the gifts which were sent to Diopithus from the king of Persia, for they were sent to him when he was dead. It is also a subject of commiseration when no good happens to any one, or if it does happen, it cannot be enjoyed. These, therefore, and things of this kind are subjects of commiseration. But men compassionate those they are well acquainted with, unless they are very much allied to them. For towards these, when they are about to suffer any evil, they are affected in the same manner as towards themselves. Hence Amasis, when his son was led to death, did not, as they say, weep, but he wept when he saw his friend beg. For this, indeed, was an object of commiseration, but the former was a dreadful circumstance. For that which is dreadful is different from that which is commiserable, and has the power of expelling pity. It is also frequently useful to the contrary indignation. Men, likewise, feel compassion for their familiars when some evil is near them. They also commiserate those who are similar to themselves in age, in manners, in habits, in dignities, and in birth. For in all these it is more apparent that they may suffer the like evils. For in short, it is here also necessary to assume that men feel pity for the evils of others, if they are such as they are fearful may befall themselves. Since, however, calamities which appear to be near are the subjects of compassion, but such as happened 10,000 years ago, or which will happen 10,000 years hence, as they are neither the objects of expectation nor remembrance, are either not at all the subjects of compassion, or not in a similar degree. Hence, those things which are represented by the same gestures, voices, and apparel, and in short by the same action, as those who were in some calamity adopted, are necessarily more pitiable. For they cause the evil which we commiserate to appear nearer, placing it before our eyes, either as that which will be, or which has been. Calamities likewise, which have recently happened, or which will shortly happen, are for the same reason more pitiable. Signs also, and the actions which have been employed by miserable men are pitiable, such as the garments which they have worn, and other things of the like kind. The species likewise, and whatever else is of a similar nature, of those in calamity, as for instance, of those who are dying, are subjects of commiseration, and especially of those who in such circumstances are worthy men. For all these things, because they seem near, produce greater commiseration, because he who suffers appears not to deserve these evils, and because the calamity is before our eyes. Chapter 11. To pity, however, that passion is especially opposed, which they call indignation. For to the pain arising from adverse circumstances, in which some one is undeservedly involved, the pain is after a certain manner opposed, which arises from the same manners, on account of the prosperity which some one unworthily obtains. And both these passions are the offspring of worthy manners. For it is necessary to condole and compassionate those who are undeservedly unfortunate in their affairs, and to be indignant with those who are undeservedly prosperous. For that which happens to any one contrary to his desert is unjust. Hence also we attribute indignation to the gods. Envy likewise may appear to be after the same manner opposed to pity, as being proximate to, and the same with indignation. It is however different from it. For envy also is a turbulent pain arising from the prosperity of another person, but is not a pain arising from undeserved prosperity, but from the prosperity of one who is equal and similar to him who is envious. Both these passions, however, agree in this, that each is pained for the prosperity of another, because he is prosperous, and not because any evil arises from thence to the subject of these passions. For if this were not the case, one of these passions would no longer be envy, and the other indignation, but each would be fear, if pain and perturbation were produced, because some evil would befall the subject of these passions from the prosperity of another. It is, however, evident that contrary passions are consequent to these perturbations. For he who is pained on account of the unmerited prosperity of others will rejoice, or at least will be without pain, on account of the contraries to these, viz. Those who are deservedly unfortunate. Thus, for instance, no worthy person will be pained when parricides and murderers are punished ; for it is necessary to rejoice in the misfortunes of such persons. After the same manner, also, it is proper to rejoice in the prosperity of those who are deservedly fortunate. For both these are just, and cause a worthy man to rejoice, since it is necessary he should hope the same prosperity will also befall him which befell one who resembles him. And all these passions belong to the same manners. But the contraries to these belong to contrary manners. For it is the same person who rejoices in the evils of another, and who is envious, since he who is pained at that which befalls, and is present with some one, must necessarily rejoice at the privation and destruction of that thing. Hence all these passions are impediments to pity, but they differ from the above mentioned causes, so that all of them are similarly useful for the prevention of pity. In the first place, therefore, let us speak concerning indignation, and show with what persons, and on account of what circumstances we are indignant, and how those who are indignant are affected. And afterwards, let us speak concerning the other passions. But from what has been said, it is evident with what persons men are indignant. For if to be indignant is to be pained on account of some one who appears to be undeservedly prosperous, in the first place it is evident that we cannot be indignant on account of every good. For if a man is just, or brave, or has any virtue, no one can be indignant with him, nor are those the objects of pity who are contrary to these. But men are indignant at riches and power and things of this kind, of which, in short, good men are worthy. Nor are men indignant with those who possess any thing which is naturally good, such as nobility, beauty, and the like. Since, however, that which is ancient appears to be something proximate to what is naturally possessed, it necessarily follows that men are more indignant with those who possess the same good, if they have recently possessed it, and on account of this are in prosperous circumstances. For those who have recently become rich are the cause of greater molestation to others than those whose wealth is ancient, and by descent. In a similar manner, also, rulers, powerful men, those who have numerous friends, and an excellent progeny, and whatever else is of the like kind, occasion greater molestation to others. And this is also the case if any other good befalls them on account of these things. For we are more indignant with those who are recently rich when they become rulers through their riches, than with those who have been for a long time in possession of wealth, and in a similar manner in other things. The cause, however, of this is, that those who have for a long time possessed wealth appear to possess what is their own, and this is not the case with those who have recently become rich. For that which appears to have always been possessed appears to be truly possessed, so that persons of the latter description do not seem to possess what is their own, because, likewise, any casual person is not worthy of every good, but there is a certain analogy and fitness (since, for instance, the beauty of arms is not adapted to a just, but to a brave man, and illustrious marriages are not adapted to those who have recently become rich, but to those of noble birth). Hence, if a man is a worthy character, and does not obtain that which is adapted to him, so far as he is worthy, we are indignant. We are likewise indignant when an inferior contends with his superior, and especially when he contends with him in that in which he is inferior. On this account it is said by Homer, Hence did Cebriones in combat shun To engage the valiant son of Telamon, For his presuming pride offended Jove, That with a better man he durst his courage prove. And we are also indignant if he contends with him in any thing else, and not only in that in which he is inferior. as if, for instance, a musician should contend with a just man ; for justice is a thing more excellent than music. From these things, therefore, it is evident what are the objects of indignation, and why they are so ; for they are these, and things of a like nature. But men are disposed to be indignant, if being worthy to obtain the greatest goods, they do not obtain them. For it is not just to think those persons worthy to obtain a similar good, who are not similarly worthy. And when men of this description become the possessors of similar good, worthy men are indignant. In the second place, good and worthy men are prone to be indignant, for they judge well, and hate what is unjust. Those likewise are indignant who are ambitious, and who aspire after certain actions, and especially when they are ambitious about those things which others obtain that are unworthy to obtain them. And in short, those who think themselves deserving of that good, which other persons think them not to deserve, are indignant with such persons, and especially when they obtain this good. Hence men of a servile disposition, bad men, and those who are not ambitious, are not prone to indignation ; for there is nothing of this kind, of which they think themselves worthy. From these things, however, it is manifest what kind of persons those are for whose misfortunes and evils, or the frustration of their wishes, we ought to rejoice, or feel no pain. For from what has been said, the opposites are apparent. Hence, unless the oration so prepares the judges when their compassion is solicited, as to convince them that those who implore their pity are unworthy to receive it, and that those who do not implore it are worthy to receive it, it is impossible to excite pity in the judges. CHAPTER XII. It is likewise evident what the things and persons are which occasion envy, and how those are affected that are envious, if envy is a certain pain arising from apparent prosperity in the above mentioned goods, when it happens to persons of a similar condition, not because this prosperity does not befall him who is envious, but because it falls to the lot of those who are the objects of envy. For those that envy are such as to whom certain persons are similar, or appear to be so ; I mean who are similar in birth, in alliance, in habit, in reputation, and external abundance. Men likewise envy who want but little of possessing every good. Hence, those who perform great actions and are prosperous are envious, for they fancy that whatever accedes to others is taken from themselves. Those also are envious that are remarkably honoured for a certain thing, and especially when they are honoured for wisdom, or felicity. Likewise, those who are ambitious are more envious than those who are unambitious. Those also are envious who wish to seem to be wise, but are not so in reality ; for they are ambitious of the honour which is attendant on wisdom. And in short, those are envious who are lovers of renown in any pursuit ; for in this pursuit they are envious. The pusillanimous also are envious, for all things appear to them to be great. Hence, therefore, it is evident what the goods are which are the objects of envy. For envy is excited by those actions through which men pursue glory, contend for honour, and aspire after the good opinion of others. And nearly in all such things as are the effects of good fortune there is envy. But this is especially the case in those things which men either desire themselves, or fancy they ought to possess, or in those things in the possession of which they are a little superior, or a little inferior to others. It is likewise evident who the persons are that are the objects of envy. For this was at the same time shown from what has been said about those who are envious. For men envy those who are near to them in time, in place, in age, and in renown. Whence it is said, That which is kindred knows how to envy." Men also envy those with whom they contend for honour. For they contend for honour with the persons above mentioned. But no one contends with those who lived 10,000 years ago, or with those who will exist 10,000 years hence, or with those who are dead, nor yet with those who dwell at the pillars of Hercules, nor with those to whom in their own opinion, or in the opinion of others, they are far inferior. Nor in like manner do they contend with those to whom they are much superior. Since, however, men contend for honour with their antagonists and rivals, and in short, with those who aspire after the same things, it is necessary that they should especially envy those persons. Hence it is said by Hesiod, the potter envies the potter. Those also who have scarcely obtained, or who have not at all obtained a thing, envy those who have rapidly obtained it. Men likewise envy those who, by obtaining or acting rightly in any thing, are a disgrace to them. But these are near and similar. For it is evident in this case that those who envy did not obtain the good which those whom they envy obtained, through their own fault. So that this being painful produces envy. They also envy those who either have possessed these things, or who have obtained what it is fit for them to possess, or which they once possessed, and on this account the more elderly envy the younger. Those likewise who have spent much on the same thing, envy those who have spent little on it. It is also evident what the things and persons are in which men of this description rejoice, and in what manner they are affected. For as those who are not thus affected are pained, so those who are so affected are delighted with contrary circumstances, i.e. they rejoice when they possess the good, which those are deprived of who resemble themselves. Hence, if the orator disposes the judges to be affected in the same manner as those who are envious, and if he shows that those who implore pity, or desire to obtain a certain good, are such as we have said those are who are envied, it is evident that they will not obtain pity from their masters. CHAPTER 13. It is likewise from hence evident how they are affected, who are emulous, and of what kind of things and persons they are emulous. For emulation is a certain pain, arising from the apparent presence of honourable goods, and which he who emulates may possess, as falling to the lot of those who naturally resemble him. So that he who is emulous is not pained that these goods are possessed by another, but that they are not possessed by himself. Hence emulation is equitable, and is possessed by equitable men. But envy is a depraved thing, and is possessed by depraved men. For he who emulates prepares himself through emulation for the attainment of good. But he who envies endeavours through envy that his neighbour may not obtain some good. It is necessary, therefore, that those should be emulous who think themselves deserving of the good which they do not possess. For no one thinks himself deserving of things which appear impossible to be obtained. Hence, young men, and those who are magnanimous, are emulous. Those likewise are emulous who possess such goods as deserve to be possessed by illustrious men. For these are riches, numerous friends, dominion, and the like. For as they think it fit that they should be worthy men, they emulate the worthy who possess similar goods. Men also emulate those whom others think deserving of good, and likewise those whose ancestors, or kindred, or domestics, or nation, or city are famous, are in these things emulous. For they think them to be appropriate to themselves, and that they are worthy of these. If, however, honourable goods are the subjects of emulation, it is necessary that the virtues should be things of this kind, and likewise such things as are useful and beneficial to others. For benefactors and good men are honoured. Those goods also, which are enjoyed by those who are proximate to us, are the subjects of emulation, such as riches and beauty, which are enjoyed more than health. It is evident, therefore, who those persons are that are the subjects of emulation. For those who possess these and such like things are emulated. But these are the above mentioned particulars, such as fortitude, wisdom, and dominion. For rulers have the power of benefiting many. Generals likewise, rhetoricians, and all who are able to effect things of this kind are objects of emulation. This also is the case with those whom many wish to resemble, or of whom many wish to be the familiars or friends, or whom many admire, or whom they themselves admire. And likewise with those whose praises and encomiums are celebrated by poets, or the writers of orations. Men, however, despise those who are deprived of these goods, and who are defiled with the contrary vices. For contempt is contrary to emulation, and emulating to despising. But it is necessary that those who are so affected as to emulate certain persons, or be emulated, should despise those who have the evils opposite to the goods which produce emulation. Hence, they frequently despise such as are fortunate when fortune is present with them without honourable goods. And thus we have shown through what particulars the passions are ingenerated and dissolved, from which credibility is derived. Chapter 14. In the next place, let us show what the manners of men are according to their passions, habits, ages, and fortunes. And the passions indeed I denominate anger, desire, and the like, concerning which we have spoken before. But habits are the virtues and vices, and of these also we have spoken before, and have also shown what the objects are which every one deliberately chooses, and what the actions which he performs. The ages are youth, the acme of life, and old age. But I call fortune, nobility, wealth, power, and the contraries to these, and in short, prosperous and adverse fortune. Young men therefore are prone to desire, and prepared to accomplish what they desire. Of all the desires pertaining to the body likewise, they are especially addicted to venereal pleasures, and are intemperate in these. But they are mutable, and rapidly become fastidious in their desires. They also desire vehemently, and quickly cease to desire. For their wishes are acute, and not great, so that they resemble the hunger and thirst of those that are sick. For they are likewise prone to anger, are precipitately angry, are prepared to follow the impulse of passion, and are vanquished by anger. For in consequence of their ambition, they cannot endure to be neglected, but are indignant if they conceive that they are injured. And they are indeed ambitious, but they are more desirous of victory. For youth aspires after transcendency, but victory is a certain transcendency. They are also more desirous of both these, i.e. honour and victory, than of riches. But they are in the smallest degree anxious about wealth, because they have not yet experienced the want of it. As it is said in an apothegm of Poetics on Amphiaraus. Young men likewise are not malevolent, but ingenuous, because they have not yet beheld much depravity. They are also credulous, because they have not yet been deceived in many things. And they are full of good hope. For in the same manner as men are heated who are intoxicated with wine, so young men are naturally hot, and at the same time they are full of good hope, because they have not yet been frequently frustrated of their wishes. They also live for the most part from hope. For hope indeed is of the future, but memory of the past. But with young men the future is long, and the past short. For in the morning of life they do not think that they should remember anything, but hope all things. They are likewise easily deceived, for the cause already assigned. For they easily hope. They are also more brave, for they are irascible, and full of good hope, of which the former causes them to be fearless, and the latter confident. For no one who is angry is afraid, and to hope for some good produces confidence. They are likewise bashful, for they do not as yet apprehend other things to be beautiful in conduct than those in which they were instructed by law alone. And they are magnanimous, for they are not yet rendered abject by life, but are unexperienced in its necessities. And magnanimity consists in a man believing himself to deserve great things. And this is the province of one who entertains good hope. They likewise prefer beautiful to profitable conduct, for they live more from moral precepts than from reasoning. But reasoning is directed to that which is profitable, and virtue to that which is beautiful. Youth also is a lover of friends and associates more than the other ages, because it rejoices in society, and does not yet judge of any thing by its utility, so that neither does it seek for advantage in friendship. Youth likewise err in every thing in a greater degree and more vehemently, contrary to the precept of Chilo. For they do all things too much, since they love and hate too much, and in a similar manner with respect to every thing else. For they fancy and strenuously contend that they know all things, and this is the reason why they exceed in all their actions. They also injure others from insolence, and not malevolently. And they are compassionate, because they apprehend all men to be worthy and better than they are. For by their own innocence they measure others, so that they are of opinion they suffer undeservedly. They are likewise addicted to laughter, on which account also they are facetious, for facetiousness is learned contumely. Such therefore are the manners of youth. Chapter 15. Elderly men, however, and those who have lost the vigour of age, are nearly, for the most part, endued with manners contrary to those of youth. For because they have lived many years, have been deceived in many things, and have erred, and because the greater part of human affairs is bad, hence they do not firmly assert any thing, and estimate all things less than is proper. They likewise opine, but know nothing, and being involved in doubt, they always add perhaps, and it may be. And in this manner they speak on every subject, but they assert nothing stably. They are also ill-natured, for ill nature consists in putting the worst construction on every thing. Farther still, they are suspicious from their incredulity, but they are incredulous from their experience. On this account, likewise, they neither love nor hate vehemently, but according to the precept of bias, they love as if they should some time or other hate, and they hate as if they should some time or other love. They are also pusillanimous, because they have become abject through length of years, for they desire nothing great or illustrious, but those things only which are necessary to the support of life. They are likewise illiberal, for one of the necessaries of life is property. But at the same time, from experience, they know how difficult the acquisition of wealth is, and how easily it is lost. They are also timid, and are afraid of every thing beforehand. For they are affected in a manner contrary to youth, since they are frigid, but youth is hot, so that old age prepares the way for timidity, for fear is a certain refrigeration. They are likewise lovers of life, and especially at the close of life, because desire is directed to that which is absent, and that which is wanted is especially the object of desire. They are also lovers of themselves more than is proper, for this also is a certain pusillanimity, and they live with a view to what is advantageous, and not with a view to what is beautiful in conduct, more than is proper, because they are lovers of themselves. For what is advantageous is good to an individual, but that which is beautiful in conduct is simply good. They are likewise more impudent than modest, for because they do not similarly pay attention to the beautiful in conduct and the advantageous, they neglect the opinion of others, as to their own actions. They are also despondent on account of their experience of human affairs, for the greater part of human concerns are bad, and therefore most of them tend to a worse condition, and also on account of their timidity. And they live more from memory than from hope, for the remainder of their life is but little, but that which is past is much. And hope indeed is of the future, but memory is of the past. This likewise is the cause of their garrulity, for they dwell on the narration of past events, because they are delighted with the recollection of them. Their anger also is sharp, but imbecile, and their desires partly fail, and partly are weak, so that they are neither prone to desire, nor disposed to act according to its impulse, but they act with a view to gain. Hence those who are so far advanced in age appear to be temperate, for their desires become remiss, and they are subservient to gain. They likewise live more from reasoning than from manners, for reasoning is directed to that which is advantageous, but manners are directed to virtue. They injure others also from malevolence, and not from insolence. Old men likewise are compassionate as well as young men, but not from the same cause. For young men are compassionate from philanthropy, but old men from imbecility. For they fancy that all evils are near them, and this was the definition of a compassionate man. Hence also they are querulous, and are neither facetious nor lovers of laughter. For the querulous disposition is contrary to that which is addicted to laughter. Such, therefore, are the manners of young and elderly men. Hence, too, since every one willingly admits orations adapted to his manners, and which exhibit similar manners in the orator, it is not immanifest what the manners are which an orator ought to express in his oration, so that they may be readily heard by the young or the old. Chapter 16. With respect to those, however, who are in the acme of life, it is evident that their manners will be between those of youth and old men, so as to take away the excess of each. And they are neither very confident, for audacity is a thing of such a kind as confidence, nor very timid, but are disposed in a becoming manner with respect to both these. Nor do they confide in all men, nor disbelieve all men, but are more disposed to judge according to truth. And neither do they alone live with a view to what is beautiful in conduct, nor with a view to what is advantageous, but with a view to both. Nor are they inclined to parsimony, nor yet to luxury, but to that mode of life which is appropriate and fit. They are also disposed in a similar manner with respect to anger and desire, and they are temperate in conjunction with fortitude, and brave in conjunction with temperance. For these virtues are distributed in the young and the old, since young men indeed are brave and intemperate, but elderly men temperate and timid. In short, the advantages which are distributed among the young and the old subsist in conjunction in those who are in the acme of life. But such things as exceed, or are deficient in the young and the old, of these, that which is moderate and fit, is possessed by men in the vigour of their age. But the body indeed is in its acme from 30 to 35 years of age, but the soul about the 49th year. And thus much concerning the manners of youth, and old age, and those who are in the acme of life. Chapter 17. Let us in the next place speak concerning the goods derived from fortune, through which it happens that the manners of men become such as they are. The manners, therefore, of nobility are indeed such as render him who possesses it more ambitious. For all men, when any good is present with them, are accustomed to accumulate it. But nobility is a certain dignity of ancestors. But it is peculiar to those of noble birth to despise those who resemble their ancestors, i.e. who have recently obtained those goods which their ancestors formerly possessed. Because remote renown is more honourable than that which is recently obtained, and is attended with greater glory. A man, however, is noble from the virtue of lineage, but he is generous through not degenerating from the nature of his ancestors, which for the most part is not the case with men of noble birth, since many of them are abject. For there is a fertility in the progenies of men, in the same manner as in the productions of the earth. And sometimes if the stock is good, illustrious men are for a time produced, but afterwards there is again a remission of fecundity. The progeny also, which possessed an excellent disposition degenerates into more insane manners, as was the case with the offspring of Alcibiades and the elder Dionysius. But progeny of a stable disposition degenerate into stupidity and sloth, as was the case with the descendants of Cimon, Pericles, and Socrates. CHAPTER 18. But the manners which are consequent to wealth may be easily seen by all men. For rich men are insolent and proud, and these manners they derive from the possession of wealth, since they are affected in the same manner as if they possessed every good. For wealth is, as it were, the test by which the worth of other things is estimated, on which account it appears that all things may be purchased by it. Rich men also are luxurious and boastful, luxurious indeed from their delicate mode of living, and the ostentation of their felicity. But they are boastful and of barbarous manners, because all men are accustomed to dwell upon that which is beloved and admired by them, and because they fancy that others are emulous of that which is the object of their emulation. At the same time, however, they are deservedly thus affected, for many are in want of the riches which they possess. Whence, also, that saying of Simonides respecting wise and rich men, in answer to the wife of King Hiero, who asked him whether it was better to become a rich than a wise man. For he replied, that it was better to be a rich man, because wise men, said he, are seen waiting at the doors of the rich. They are also thus affected because they fancy themselves worthy to govern. For they fancy they possess those things for the sake of which government is thought worthy of being obtained. And in short, the manners of the rich are the manners of one who is stupidly happy. The manners of the wealthy, however, who have recently become rich, differ from the manners of those who have derived their wealth from their ancestors in this, that the former have all vices in a greater degree, and with more depravity. For wealth recently acquired is as it were a certain inerudition of riches. Rich men also injure others, not from malevolence, but partly from insolence, and partly from intemperance, as when from the former they strike others, and from the latter commit adultery. CHAPTER 19. Thus, too, most of the manners pertaining to power are nearly evident. For power has partly the same, and partly better manners than wealth. For men in power are as to their manners more ambitious and more virile than rich men, because they aspire after those employments which they are capable of performing through their power. They are likewise more diligent, as being compelled to direct their attention to things pertaining to power. They are also more venerable than severe, for dignity renders them more conspicuous, on which account they are moderate in their conduct. But venerableness is a mild and decorous gravity, and if they act unjustly, it is not in small affairs, but in things of great consequence. Prosperity, likewise, as to its parts, has the manners of the above-mentioned characters, viz. Of the noble, the rich, and the powerful. For those prosperities which appear to be the greatest tend to these. And farther still, prosperity prepares us to abound in a good offspring, and in the goods pertaining to the body. Powerful men, therefore, are more proud and inconsiderate on account of their prosperity. Among the manners, however, which are attendant on good fortune, there is one which is most excellent, and it is this, that the fortunate are lovers of divinity, and are well disposed towards a divine nature. For they believe in it in a becoming manner, in consequence of the goods proceeding from fortune. And thus much concerning the manners of men according to age and fortune. For the manners which are contrary to the before mentioned are evident from contrary fortunes, viz. From the fortunes of the poor, the unfortunate, and the powerless. CHAPTER 20. The use, however, of persuasive orations pertains to judgment. For we no longer require arguments about things which we know, and of which we have formed a judgment. And though it be but one person alone whom the orator endeavours to exhort or dissuade, as is the case with those who admonish or persuade, yet that one person is a judge. For he whom it is necessary to persuade is, in short, a judge. And the like takes place whether the oration is directed against the litigant, or against the hypothesis. For it is necessary that an oration should be employed, and that the contrary arguments should be subverted, against which, as against a litigant, the oration is made. A similar method must also be adopted in demonstrative orations. For in these the speech is directed to the spectators as to judges. In short, he alone is, simply speaking, a judge who, in political contests, judges the subjects of investigation. For in such contests, the manner in which things of a dubious nature subsist, is investigated, and also those which are the subjects of consultation. Concerning the manners of politics, however, we have already spoken in what we have said about deliberative affairs, so that it is there explained in what manner and through what particulars we may produce ethical orations. But since about every kind of oration there is a certain different end, and about all of them opinions and propositions are assumed, from which those who consult, demonstrate, and dispute derive credibility, and farther still, since we have also discussed those particulars from which it is possible to compose ethical orations, it remains that we should discuss such things as are common. For it is necessary that all rhetoricians in orations of every kind should employ what pertains to the possible and impossible, and should endeavour to show that some things will be, and that others have been. The consideration likewise of magnitude is common to all orations. For all orations, whether they persuade or dissuade, whether they praise or blame, accuse or defend, employ diminution and amplification. But these things being determined, let us endeavour to discuss in common what pertains to enthymemes and examples, in order that, by adding what remains, we may bring to an end what we proposed from the first. Of things however which are common, amplification is most adapted to demonstrative orations, as we have before observed. But that which has been done is more adapted to judicial orations, (for judgment is employed about these), and the possible and what will be done are most adapted to deliberative orations. In the first place, therefore, let us speak concerning things possible and impossible. If then it is possible for one contrary to be, or to be effected, it would seem to be possible that the other contrary also may be. Thus for instance, if it is possible that a man may be restored to health, it is also possible that he may be diseased. For there is the same power of contraries so far as they are contraries. And if one similar is possible, another similar likewise is possible. And if that which is more difficult is possible, that also which is more easy is possible. If, likewise, it is possible for a thing to be rendered good or beautiful, it is possible in short for that thing to be produced. For it is more difficult for a beautiful house than for a house simply to exist. That also of which the beginning is possible, the end is possible. For nothing is effected, nor begins to be effected, of things which are impossible. Thus for instance, it will never begin to be possible, nor will it ever be possible, that the diagonal of a square should be commensurable with the side of the square. That of which the end, likewise, is possible, the beginning is possible. For all things are produced from the beginning or principle. If that also which is a posterior in essence, or in generation, is possible to be effected, this is likewise the case with that which is prior. As, if it is possible for a man, it is also possible for a child to be generated, for the latter is prior to the former. And if it is possible for a child to be generated, it is likewise possible for a man. For a child is the beginning, but man is the end of this generation. Those things also, of which the love or desire is from nature, are possible. For no one for the most part loves or desires things impossible. And it is possible for those things to be and to be effected of which there are sciences and arts. Those things likewise are possible, the principle of the generation of which is in those things which we can compel, or persuade. And these are things than which we are more powerful, or of which we are the masters or friends. And of those things of which the parts are possible, the whole is possible. And of those things of which the whole, the parts also are, for the most part, possible. For it is possible for the ornaments of the head and a garment to be made. It is also possible for apparel to be made. And if apparel, it is likewise possible for the ornaments of the head, and a garment to be made. If likewise the whole genus is among the number of things possible to be effected, this is also the case with the species. And if with the species, likewise with the genus. Thus for instance, if it is possible for a ship, it is also possible for a three-banked galley to be constructed. And if a three-banked galley, a ship likewise may be constructed. And if one of those things which are naturally related to each other is possible, the other also is possible, as if the double is possible. This is also the case with the half, and if the half, the double also. If likewise it is possible for any thing to be effected without art or preparation, it is much more possible for it to be effected through art and diligent attention. Whence also it is said by Agatho, Some things by fortune may effected be, and some by art we do, and from necessity. And if a thing may be effected by worse, or inferior, or more imprudent persons, it may also be much more effected by persons of a contrary description. As likewise Isocrates said, that it would be a dreadful thing, if Euthymus should have learnt that, which he himself was unable to discover. But with respect to things impossible, it is evident that they may be obtained from the contraries to the above mentioned particulars. Whether a thing, however, has been done, or has not been done, must be considered from what follows. For in the first place, if that has been done, which is less naturally adapted to have been done, that will have been effected, which is more naturally adapted to have been done. And if that which was wont to be done afterwards has been done, that also has been done, which was usually done before. As if a man has forgotten anything, he has once learnt that which he has forgotten. And if a man is able and willing to do a thing, he has done it. For all men act when they are willing and able, since there is no impediment to their acting. Farther still, if a man is willing to do a thing, and nothing external impedes him, he does it. And if he is able to effect anything, and is angry, he effects it. And this is likewise the case if he is able, and is under the influence of desire. For men for the most part do those things which they desire, and are able to effect. Depraved men indeed from intemperance, but worthy men because they desire what is equitable. If also any one intended to do a thing, it is probable that he did it. And if such things are done as are naturally adapted to be done prior to a certain thing, or for the sake of it, that thing has been done. Thus, if it has lightened, it has also thundered. And if any one has endeavoured to do a certain thing, he has also done it. And if such things as are naturally adapted to have been done afterwards, or if that for the sake of which they are done has been effected, that also which is done prior to them, and for the sake of which they are done, has been effected. Thus, if it has thundered, it has lightened. And if a thing has been done, there has likewise been an endeavour to do it. With respect, however, to all these things, some of them are from necessity, but others for the most part subsist after this manner. And as to that which has not been done, it is evident that it may be shown not to have been done from places contrary to the before mentioned. Evidence, likewise, with respect to what will be done may be derived from the same things. For that which it is in the power and will of any one to do, will be done. This is also the case with things which any one is impelled to do from desire and anger, and reasoning in conjunction with power. Hence, if any one is impelled, or meditates to do a thing, it will be done, since for the most part things which are intended to be done are effected, rather than those which are not. If, also, those things are done which ought to have been done first, that likewise will be done, which ought to have been done afterwards. Thus, because before it rains the clouds ought to be collected, if the clouds are collected, it is probable it will rain. And if a thing has been done which is for the sake of something else, it is probable that the thing will be done for the sake of which the other was done. As if the foundation is laid, it is probable the house will be built. With respect, however, to the magnitude and parvitude of things, the greater and the less, and in short, things which are great and small, these will be evident to us from what has been said before. For in the discussion of the deliberative genus, we have spoken concerning the magnitude of what is good, and in short concerning the greater and the less. Hence, since in every oration the proposed end is good, as for instance the useful, the beautiful, and the just, it is evident that through these amplifications must be assumed in all orations. But besides these, to investigate anything concerning magnitude simply and excess is a vain discussion. For particulars are more useful in the composition of orations than universals, and thus much concerning the possible and impossible, and whether a thing has been done, or has not been done, and will be, or will not be. And further still, concerning the greatness and littleness of things. Chapter 21. It now remains to speak about the credibility which is common to all orations, since we have already spoken about the credibility which is peculiar. But there are two kinds of the credibility which is common, viz. Example and enthymeme. For a sentence is a part of an enthymeme. In the first place, therefore, let us speak concerning example. For example is similar to induction, but induction is a principle. But of examples there are two species. For one species indeed of example is to speak of things that are past, but the other is, when we ourselves feign something similar for the purpose of showing that which we wish to show. And of this, one species is a parable, but the other fables, like those of Aesop and the Africans. Example, however, is indeed a thing of the following kind, as if some one should say, that it is necessary to make preparations against the Persian king, and not suffer him to subjugate Egypt. For prior to him, Darius could not pass over the Hellespont till he had captured Egypt. But when he had captured it, he passed into Greece. And again, Xerxes did not attack Greece till he had captured Egypt. But when he had captured it, he passed over into Greece. So that this king of Persia also, if he should take Egypt, will pass into Greece. Hence he must not be suffered to do this. But a parable is a Socratic similitude, as if some one should say, that it is not proper magistrates should be chosen by lot. For this is just as if some one should choose athletae by lot, so as not to select those who are able to contend, but those on whom the lot falls. Or as if some one should choose by lot from a number of sailors him who ought to be the pilot of a ship, as if it were proper that he should be chosen on whom the lot falls, and not he who is skilled in steering a ship. But a fable is such as that of Stesichorus against Phalaris, and of Aesop for a certain demagogue. For when the Himerians had chosen Phalaris for their general with absolute authority, and were about to give him a guard for his body, Stesichorus, after other things which he had said, addressed this fable to them, That a horse once had sole possession of a meadow, but that a stag coming into it, and destroying the pasture, the horse, wishing to be revenged of the stag, asked a man if he should be able in conjunction with him to punish the stag. But the man answered, that he should be able if he would suffer himself to be bridled, and let him get on his back, armed with darts. The horse, therefore, having consented, the man, having got on his back, instead of taking vengeance on the stag, made the horse his slave. In like manner, he said, do you Himerians take care, lest, wishing to be revenged of your enemies, you suffer the same thing as the horse. For now you have received a bridle, in having chosen a general with absolute authority. But if you allow him a guard, and suffer him to get on your backs, you will immediately be enslaved by Phalaris. But Aesop, when pleading in Samos for a demagogue who was in danger of losing his life, said, That a fox in passing over a river fell into a whirlpool, and, not being able to get out of it, was for a long time in a miserable condition, and many canine flies adhered to his skin. But a hedgehog, wandering along, as soon as he saw him, commiserating his condition, asked him whether he should drive away the canine flies from him. The fox, however, would not give his permission, and being asked by the hedgehog why he would not, replied, because these indeed are now full of me, and draw but little blood. But if you drive these away, others will come who are hungry, and will drink up the rest of my blood. Thus, O men of Samos, said he, this man will no longer hurt you, for he is rich. But if you put him to death, other persons who are poor will succeed him, and by thieving the public property will consume your wealth. Fables, however, are adapted to popular harangues, and they have this good, that it is difficult to find things which have been similarly transacted, but it is easy to find fables. For it is necessary that he who is able to perceive similitude in things should compose fables in the same manner as parables, which it is easy to do from philosophy. It is easy, therefore, to introduce fables. But examples derived from history are more useful for the purpose of consultation, for future, for the most part, resembles past events. But it is necessary that the orator should use examples as demonstrations when he has not enthymemes, for credibility is obtained through these. And when he has enthymemes, he should use them as testimonies, and should employ examples in the epilogues of the enthymemes. For examples, when they are proposed by themselves, ought to be similar to inductions. But induction is not adapted to rhetorical compositions, except in a few instances. And examples, when adduced in confirmation of conclusions, are equivalent to testimonies. But a witness is everywhere adapted to persuade. Hence he who introduces examples prior to enthymemes must necessarily adduce many examples. But one example is sufficient for the purpose of confirming what has been proved by enthymemes. For a credible witness, though but one, is useful. And thus we have shown how many species there are of examples, and how and when they are to be used. End of chapter 21 of book 2. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 22 of Book 2 of Rhetoric. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Rhetoric by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. Chapter 22 of Book 2. With respect to nomology, or the doctrine of a sentence, when we have shown what a sentence is, it will then especially become evident about what kind of things, and when, and to what persons it is fit to employ sentences in orations. But a sentence is an enunciation, yet not about particulars, such as what kind of person Iphicrates was, but about that which is universal. Yet it is not about all universals, such for instance as that a right is contrary to a curved line, but it is about those universals with which actions are conversant, and those things which in acting are eligible or to be avoided. Hence, because enthymemes are nearly syllogisms about things of this kind, if the syllogism is taken away, the conclusions and the principles of the enthymemes are sentences. Thus for instance, what Medea in Euripides says is a sentence, viz. It does not become a man of a sound mind to educate his children so as to render them transcendently wise. This, therefore, is a sentence. But the cause being added, and the why, the whole is an enthymeme. As for instance, in the words of Medea, For besides the indolence which they thus acquire, they excite the baneful envy of their fellow citizens. And also, There is no man who is in all respects happy. And, There is not any man who is free, is a sentence, but the following words being added, it becomes an enthymeme, viz. For he is either the slave of wealth, or of fortune. If, therefore, a sentence is what we have said it is, there are necessarily four species of a sentence. For it will either subsist in conjunction with an epilogue, or without an epilogue. Those sentences therefore require demonstration which assert any thing paradoxical, or dubious, but those that assert nothing paradoxical are without an epilogue. But of these, it is necessary that some indeed, in consequence of being previously known, should require no epilogue, such as for instance, Health, as it appears to us, is the best of things to man, for thus it appears to the many. But other sentences as soon as they are spoken become manifest to those that consider them, such as, There is no lover who does not always love. Of sentences, however, which are with an epilogue, some indeed are the parts of an enthymeme, as, It does not become a man of a sound mind, but others are enthymematic, yet are not a part of an enthymeme, which also are especially approved. These are sentences in which the cause of what is said is apparent, as in the following, Being immortal, do not retain an immortal anger. For to say, It is not proper to retain anger always, is a sentence, but the addition, Being immortal, asserts the why, or the cause. Similar to this also is the sentence, It is fit that mortals should be wise in mortal, and not in immortal concerns. From what has been said, therefore, it is manifest how many species there are of a sentence, and to what kind of things each is adapted. For in things of a dubious or paradoxical nature, a sentence is not to be used without an epilogue, but either an epilogue being added, the sentence must be used as a conclusion, as if any one should say, I indeed, since it is neither proper to be envious, nor to be indolent, assert that erudition is not requisite. Or, this being previously said, the former assertions must be subjoined. But in things which are not paradoxical indeed, yet are immanifest, the why or cause must be more concisely added. And to things of this kind, laconic apothegms and enigmas are adapted. As if some one should say what Stesichorus said among the Locrians, That it is not proper to behave insolently, lest the grasshoppers should sing on the ground. A sententious mode of speaking, however, is adapted to him who is more advanced in age. But what he sententiously says, must be about things in which he is skilled. Hence it is unbecoming for one who is not so advanced in age to speak sententiously in the same manner as it is for him to mythologize. But for a man to speak sententiously about things in which he is unskilled is foolish and inerudite, of which this is a sufficient indication, that rustics are especially sententious, and easily show that they are so. To assert, however, universally that which is not universally true, is especially adapted to lamentation and amplification. And in this case, such sentences must be adduced either at the beginning, or when you demonstrate. But it is requisite to employ sentences which are generally known and common, if they are useful for the purpose. For in consequence of being common, as being acknowledged by all men, they appear to be true. Thus he who exhorts soldiers to encounter danger, though they have not sacrificed, may employ what Hector says to Polydamas, Without a sign his sword the brave man draws, and asks no omen but his country's cause. And when those are exhorted to fight who are inferior to their opponents in force, it may be said, In battle Mars to either side inclines. When any one likewise is exhorted to destroy the children of enemies, though they have done no injury, he may say, He is a fool, who having destroyed the father, spares the children. Farther still, some proverbs are also sentences, such as the proverb, An Attic stranger. Sentences likewise are to be sometimes adduced, contrary to those which are generally received. But I mean by those that are generally received, such as, Know thyself, and Nothing too much. And sentences contrary to these are to be adduced, when either the manners will from thence seem to be better, or when the thing is spoken pathetically. But a thing is spoken pathetically, if some one being enraged should say, It is false that a man ought to know himself, for this man, if he had known himself, would never have solicited the command of the army. And the manners will appear to be better, if it is said, That it is not proper, according to the assertion of Bias, to love as if intending hereafter to hate, but rather to hate as if intending hereafter to love. It is necessary, however, to render the choice manifest by the diction, but if not to subjoin the cause. Thus for instance, we may either thus speak, That it is necessary to love, not as they say, but as if always intending to love, for the other, i.e. he who loves as if intending hereafter to hate, loves like a treacherous person. Or thus, What is generally asserted does not please me, for a true friend ought to love as one who will love always. Nor does that saying please me, nothing too much, for it is necessary to hate vehemently bad men. But these sentences afford great assistance to orations, one cause of which arises from the arrogance of the hearers. For they are delighted if any one speaking universally happens to adduce opinions which they have formed about some particular things. My meaning, however, will be manifest from what follows, and at the same time it will be evident how these sentences are to be investigated. For a sentence is, as we have said, a universal enunciation, but the auditors are delighted when that is universally asserted which they have preconceived partially. Thus, for instance, if any one happens to have had bad neighbours or children, he will adopt the sentence, That nothing is more troublesome than vicinity, and That nothing is more stupid than the procreation of children. Hence it is necessary to conjecture what the opinion of the audience will be about particulars, and afterwards to adduce universal sentences conformable to their opinion. And this is one use which speaking sententiously ought to possess. But there is another use of it which is superior to this. For it causes orations to become ethical, and those orations are ethical in which the deliberate intention of the speaker is manifest. All sentences, however, effect this because he who employs the sentence speaks universally about things which are the objects of deliberate choice. Hence, if the sentences are good, they cause the speaker to appear to be one who possesses worthy manners. And thus much concerning a sentence, what it is, how many species there are of it, how sentences are to be employed, and what advantages they possess. Chapter 23. Let us now speak concerning enthymemes universally, after what manner they are to be investigated, and in the next place let us show what are the places of enthymemes. For there is a different species of each of these. That an enthymeme therefore is a certain syllogism, and how it is a syllogism we have before shown, and also in what it differs from dialectic syllogisms. For neither ought things remote to be collected, nor are all things to be collectively assumed, since the former will be obscure from their length, and the latter will be nugatory, through speaking of things which are obvious. For this is the reason why the unlearned are more capable of producing persuasion among the crowd than the learned, since, as the poets say, The unlearned speak more elegantly to a mob. For the unlearned speak of things common and universal, which are adapted to the comprehension of the multitude, but the learned speak of things which they know, and which are near. Hence rhetorical enthymemes must not be composed from every thing which is probable, but from things of a definite nature, such as are those things which appear probable to the judges, or which the judges admit. Nor is it requisite that these things should be approved by all the auditors, but it is sufficient if they are approved by the greater part of them. It is likewise requisite not only to collect from things which are necessary, but also from things which have a frequency of subsistence. In the first place, therefore, it is necessary to assume that concerning the thing of which it is requisite to speak and syllogize, whether by employing a political or any other syllogism, concerning this it is necessary to possess all or some of the things which are inherent in it. For if we possess none of them, no conclusion can be made from nothing. I say for instance, how can we advise the Athenians to engage in war or not, unless we know what their power is, whether naval or land, or both, how great it is, what their revenue is, who are their friends and enemies, and farther still, what wars they have waged, and how they were carried on, and other things of the like kind. How likewise could we praise them if we were not acquainted with the naval battle at Salamis, or the battle at Marathon, or the deeds which they performed for the Heraclidae, or any thing else of the like kind? For all men praise others from beautiful transactions which exist, or appear to exist. In a similar manner also, in blaming the Athenians, we must direct our attention to the contraries to these things, considering what particular of a contrary kind pertains to them, or appears to pertain to them, such as that they enslaved the Greeks, and subdued those who fought with them against the barbarian, and behaved most intrepidly, viz. The Aegineta and Potidata, and other things of the like kind, and whatever other crime may be laid to their charge. Thus too, both those who accuse, and those who defend, accuse and defend, by directing their attention to inherent particulars. But it makes no difference whether we speak of the Athenians or the Lacedaemonians, of God or man. For he who advises Achilles, who praises or blames, accuses or defends him, must assume things which are inherent, or appear to be inherent, that from these he may in praising or blaming show whether any thing beautiful in conduct or base is inherent, in accusing or defending may show whether any thing just or unjust is inherent, and in advising whether anything advantageous or detrimental is present. The like method must also be adopted in every other thing. Thus for instance, in investigating whether justice is good or not, our attention must be directed to what is inherent in justice or in good. Hence, since it appears that this method is adopted by all men, whether they syllogize more accurately or remissly, for their assumptions are not derived from all things, but from such as are inherent in each particular, and through reasoning, since it is evident that it is otherwise impossible to prove what they wish to prove, this being the case, it is obvious, as we have shown in the Topics, that about each question in things contingent, and the time best adapted to them, it is necessary to have, in the first place, things of a more select nature. The investigation, likewise, must be made after the same manner in things of an unexpected nature, so that our attention must not be directed to the indefinite, but to things inherent, which are the subject of the oration. Of the things inherent, likewise, the greater part, and those which are nearest the subject, must be included in the oration. For by how much the greater the number of things inherent is which the orator possesses, by so much more easily will he prove that which he wishes to prove, and by how much more proximate the particulars are which he details, by so much the more appropriate will they be, and less common. But I call common things indeed such as to praise Achilles, because he is a man, and because he is among the number of demigods, and because he fought against Troy. For these particulars belong also to many others, so that praise of this kind no less pertains to Achilles than to Diomed. Things peculiar, however, are such as happen to no other person than Achilles, such as to have slain Hector, the bravest of the Trojans, and Cygnus, who being invulnerable prevented the Greeks from descending from their ships to the land, and that being very young he entered into the army, though he was not bound by an oath to fight against the Trojans. These and other things of the like kind are peculiar to Achilles. This therefore is one place of selection, and is the first topical place. CHAPTER 24. Let us now speak of the elements of enthymemes. But I call the same thing the element and place of an enthymeme. Let us however first speak of those things which it is necessary in the first place to discuss. For there are two species of enthymemes, and the first species contains ostensive enthymemes, which show that a thing is or is not, but the other species is adapted to confutation. They differ also in the same manner as in dialectics an elenchus and syllogism differ. But an ostensive enthymeme is when the conclusion is collected from things acknowledged, and the enthymeme adapted to confutation is when things not acknowledged are collected in the conclusion. Nearly therefore places have been delivered by us about each of the useful and necessary species, for propositions respecting each have been selected. Hence we have shown from what places it is requisite to derive enthymemes about good or evil, the beautiful or the base, the just or the unjust, and in a similar manner places have been assigned by us concerning manners, passions, and habits. Again, therefore, it remains, that after another manner we should assume universally concerning all the three genera of orations, indicating which of them are adapted to confutation, and are ostensive, and what are the places of apparent enthymemes, but which are not enthymemes in reality, since neither are they syllogisms. But these things being rendered manifest, we shall discuss solutions and objections, and show whence it is requisite to adduce these against enthymemes. One place therefore of ostensive enthymemes is from contraries, for it is necessary to consider whether one contrary is inherent in another, subverting indeed if it be not inherent, but confirming if it is inherent. For instance, we may thus show that to act temperately is good, for to act intemperately is noxious, or as in the Messenic oration of Alcidamas. For if war is the cause of the present evils, it is necessary to correct those evils with peace. For as a certain tragic poet argues in Greek Sceneries, if it is not just to fall into anger with those who have done evil willingly, neither is it fit if any one has acted beneficently from compulsion to be grateful to him. But if to speak falsely is, among mortals, calculated to persuade, it is requisite to think that on the contrary many things are true, which are considered by mortals as incredible. Another place is from similar cases, for it is necessary that they should be similarly inherent, or not inherent. Thus from this place it may be shown that not every thing which is just is good. For if every thing just were eligible and good, every thing which is justly done would be eligible and good. But now to die justly is not eligible. Another place is from relatives. For if some one has acted well or justly, another has suffered well or justly. And if to command is just, it is also just to obey the command. As the publican Diomedon said about the tributes, For, said he to the people, it is not disgraceful in you to sell the tributes, neither is it disgraceful in us to buy them. And if one man deservedly and justly suffers a loss, he who caused him to suffer it acted well and justly. And if he who caused another to suffer a loss acted well and justly, he who sustained the loss sustained it well and justly. In this place, however, it is possible to paralogize. For if a man died justly, he suffered justly, but perhaps not by you. Hence it is necessary to consider separately whether he who suffered deserved to suffer, and whether he who did the thing deserved to do it, and thus to infer what is adapted and appropriate. For sometimes a thing of this kind is dissonant, and nothing impedes, as in the Alcmaeon of Theodectes, Did never any mortal hate thy mother? To which the answer is, Distinctly this must be considered. Alphesiba also inquiring, How therefore have the judges condemned thee? Alcmaeon answered, Of death deserving she was judged, but I, 'twas said, could not have slain my mother. Thus likewise on the trial of Demosthenes, and those who slew Nicanor, because they were judged to have slain him justly, it appeared that he was justly put to death. In like manner, when a certain person was slain at Thebes, it was inquired in the court of justice whether he had been unjustly slain, as if it were not unjust to slay him who deserved to die. Another place is from the more and the less, such as if even the gods do not know all things, much less do men. For the meaning of this is, if the more is not inherent in that in which it ought to be more inherent, it is evident that neither will it be inherent in that in which the less is inherent. But this place, that he will strike his neighbour who strikes his father, depends on this, that if the less is inherent, the more also will be inherent. And this place is useful for both purposes, viz. Whether it be requisite to show that a thing is inherent, or is not. Farther still, if a thing is inherent, neither more nor less. Whence it is said in a certain tragedy, Is thy father to be pitied, because he has lost a son? And is not Aeneas to be equally commiserated, who has lost his son Meleager, one of the most illustrious of the Greeks? And that if Theseus did not act unjustly in ravaging Helen, neither did Paris. And if the Tyndarida, i.e. Castor and Pollux, did not act unjustly in ravishing the daughters of Leucippus, neither did Paris. Likewise, if Hector did not act unjustly in slaying Patroclus, neither did Paris in slaying Achilles. And if other artists are not vile men, neither are philosophers. And if generals are not vile, because they are frequently conquered, neither are sophists. And that if a private person ought to be careful of your renown, you also ought to be careful of the renown of the Greeks. Another place consists in the consideration of time, as is exemplified in what Iphicrates says in his oration against Harmodius. For said he, If before I had done the thing, I had demanded a statue in case I did it, you would have granted it to me. And will you not grant it, now I have done the thing? You would not, therefore, when expecting a benefit, promise a reward, and refuse it, when you have received the benefit. And again, for the purpose of persuading that the Thebans ought to permit Philip to pass through their land into Attica, it may be said, That if he had made this request before he sent you assistance against the Phacences, you would have permitted it. It is absurd, therefore, that because he then neglected to ask permission, and trusted you would grant it, that you should now deny it to him." Another place is taken from things said and reported on the speaker. And this mode is eminently useful, and was employed in the tragedy of Teucrus by Iphicrates against Aristophon, when he inquired of him whether he would have betrayed the ships for money. And when Aristophon denied that he would, Iphicrates afterwards said, You therefore, being Aristophon, would not have betrayed them, and should I, being Iphicrates, have betrayed them? It is necessary, however, that he who is opposed should appear to have acted more unjustly than the opponent. For if not, it would seem to be ridiculous, if any one had said this against Aristides, accusing who was in every respect worthy of belief, and which ought to have been said against an accuser, who did not deserve to be credited. For in short, the plaintiff ought to be considered as better than the defendant. He therefore who opposes another should always reprobate this. And universally, that which is said is absurd, when any one who reproves others in things which he himself does, or would have done if he could, or who persuades others to do those things which he himself does not do, nor would have done. Another place is derived from definition, such for instance as, That which is demoniacal is nothing else than either God or the work of God. But whoever thinks that it is the work of God, must necessarily think that there are gods. And as Iphicrates said against a certain person named Harmodius, He who is the best of men is most generous or noble. For there was nothing generous in Harmodius and Aristogiton till they had accomplished some generous undertaking. He added that he was more allied to, i.e. he more resembled the ancient Harmodius. For my works, said he, are more allied to the works of Harmodius and Aristogiton than thine. And as in the oration concerning Paris, All men will confess that those who are intemperate are not satisfied with the enjoyment of one body. Hence Socrates said that he would not go to Archelaus, king of Macedonia, For it is disgraceful, said he, For him who has received a benefit, not to be able to recompense him from whom he received it, just as it is disgraceful in him who has been used ill, not to return the ill treatment. For all these, defining and assuming what a thing is, syllogize about the things which are the subjects of their speech. Another place is derived from multiplicity of diction, as in the Topics, an argument is derived from that which has a rectitude of subsistence, being multifariously predicated. Another place is derived from division, as if all men act unjustly for the sake of three things. For they act unjustly either for the sake of this, viz. Utility, or for the sake of this, viz. Pleasure, or for the sake of this, viz. Because they are enraged. But for the sake of two of these they could not do the injury, and the opponents themselves confess they did not do it for the sake of the third. Another place is from induction, as from the oration inscribed Peparthia, in which it is said, That women everywhere determine truly about the birth of children. For this is evident from what happened at Athens, since when Mantius the rhetorician was dubious about his son, his doubts were dissolved by the mother of the child. This likewise happened at Thebes. For when Ismenes and Stilbo contended which of them was the father of Thessalicus, Dodonus demonstrated that he was the son of Ismenes, and on this account Thessalicus was considered as the offspring of Ismenes. And again, from the law of Theodectes, if no one would commit his horses to the care of those who do not pay a proper attention to the horses of others, nor his ships to those who destroy the ships of others, and if the like takes place in all things, we ought not to commit our safety to those who have badly attended to the safety of others. And as Alcidamas says, That all men honour the wise, For the Parians honour Archilochus, though he blasphemed them ; and the Chians honour Homer, though he was not their fellow citizen ; and the Mitylenans Sappho, though she was a woman. The Lacedaemonians also, though they were in the smallest degree philologists, made Chilo one of their senators. The Italians likewise honoured Pythagoras. And the Lampsaceni buried Anaxagoras, though he was a stranger, and honour him even now. Again, the Athenians by using the laws of Solon were happy, and the Lacedaemonians by using those of Lycurgus. The city of the Thebans also, as soon as philosophers were their governors, became happy. Another place is derived from the judgment made about the same, or a similar, or a contrary thing. And this indeed is especially the case if it is the judgment of all men, and always, but if not, if it is the judgment of most men, or of all, or the greater part of wise men, or of good men, or if it is the decision of those who are judges, or of those whom the judges approve, or of those against whom there is no judgment to be given, as of princes, or of those whose judgment it is not becoming to oppose, such as the gods, a father, or preceptors. But of this place there are many examples, and one is what Autocles said against Mixidemides, If it were well indeed for the venerable goddesses, the Furies, to plead their cause in the Areopagus, can it be improper for Mixidemides to do so?" Another is what Sappho said, That to die is an evil, for the gods have judged it to be so, since otherwise they themselves would die." Another is what Aristippus said against Plato, asserting something as he thought too positively. But our associate, said he, meaning Socrates, affirms no such thing." Another example is that of Agesipolis, who at Delphi inquired of the god Apollo, having prior to this consulted the oracle of Jupiter Olympus, Whether the son was of the same opinion as the father?" As if it were shameful for a son to dissent from his father. Another is that of Isocrates concerning Helen, who shows that she was a worthy character, because Theseus judged her to be so ; and who also says the same thing of Paris, because the goddesses preferred his judgment to that of other men. He likewise asserts that Evagoras was a worthy character, Because Conon, when his affairs were adverse, leaving every one else, came to Evagoras." Another place is from the enumeration of parts, as in the Topics, where it is inquired, What kind of motion the soul is," for it is either this, or that, viz. It must either be the motion which is a change in quality, or relation, or argumentation, or generation. An example of this place is from Theodectes, in his oration in defence of Socrates when he was accused by the judges, What temple has Socrates violated? And what gods has he not reverenced among those whose honours are legally established by the city?" Another place is from consequent good or evil. For since in most things it happens that some good and evil are consequent to them, we may employ consequent good for the purpose of persuading, praising, and defending, but consequent evils for the purpose of dissuading, blaming, and accusing. Thus for instance, we may blame literary pursuits, because envy is consequent to erudition, which is an evil ; and we may also praise them, because they are attended with wisdom, which is a good. Hence, in the former case, we may say that it is not proper to acquire erudition, because it is not proper to be envied ; but in the latter, that it is proper to acquire erudition, for it is requisite to be wise. In this place the art of the rhetorician Callippus consists ; to which he added what pertains to the possible, and other things, of which we have already spoken. Another place is, when about two things, and those opposed to each other, it is requisite either to exhort or dissuade, and to use the before mentioned place in both ways. but it differs from that place in this, that there casual things are opposed, but here contraries only. Thus for instance, a certain priest would not suffer his son to speak in public, For if, said he, you speak what is just, men will hate you, but if what is unjust, the gods. It is necessary, however, on the other hand, to speak in public. For if you speak what is just, the gods will love you, but if what is unjust, men will love you. This, however, is the same thing with the saying of buying oil and salt. And this argument may be retorted, when to each of two contraries good and evil are consequent, each being contrary to each. Another place is, because the same things are not praised openly and secretly, but just and beautiful things are especially praised openly, and privately men are more inclined to praise what is advantageous. One of these, therefore, we must endeavour to collect, for this place is the most principal of paradoxes. Another place is derived from analogy, and was used by Iphicrates. For when the Athenians wished to compel his younger son, because he was large, to engage in public service, Iphicrates said, That if great boys were to be considered as men, little men should be decreed to be boys. And Theodex in the law said, You have made mercenaries, such as Strabuses and Charidemus, citizens on account of their probity, but you have not made exiles of those among the mercenaries who have acted nefariously. Another place is, when, in consequence of the same thing following from two things, it is shown that the things from which it happens to follow are the same. As when Xenophanes said, That those were similarly impious who assert that the gods were generated, and those who assert that they die. For in both ways it happens that at a certain time the gods do not exist. And in short, that which happens from each is always to be assumed as the same. This place was also used by some one in the defence of Socrates, for he said, You are about to pass sentence, not on Socrates, but on his pursuit, whether it be requisite to philosophize. And it may be said, That to give earth and water is to become slaves, and that to participate of common peace is to do what is commanded to be done. But whichever of these is useful must be assumed. Another place is derived from this, that the same men do not always choose the same thing in a posterior or prior time, but conversely, as in this enthymeme, If when we were exiles we fought, in order that we might return, shall we, having returned, fly in order that we may not fight? For at one time the Athenians chose to fight, that they might return to their country, and at another time they were unwilling to leave their country, lest they should be obliged to fight. Another place is, when we affirm any thing to have been done on account of some cause, through which it might have been done, though it was not in reality done through it, as if one man should give something to another, in order that by afterwards taking it away, he may give him pain. Hence also it is said in a certain tragedy, The demon gives great prosperity to many, yet not with a benevolent intention, but in order that they may receive more conspicuous calamities. And in the Meleager of Antiphon, who, that he might praise Meleager, says, There was a concourse of people from all Greece, not for the purpose of killing the boar, but that they might be witnesses of the valour of Meleager. Another example is from the Ajax of Theodex, in which it is said, That Diomed preferred Ulysses as his associate in the nocturnal adventure, not for the purpose of honouring him, but that he might have one to attend him who was his inferior. For it is possible he might have thus acted with this view. Another place is common both to litigants and counsellors, and consists in considering whatever pertains to exhortation and dissuasion, and for the sake of which things are done and avoided. For these are such as ought to be done when they are present. For instance, it must be considered whether a thing is possible and easy to be effected, and whether it is beneficial, either to a man himself, or to his friends, or whether it is noxious and pernicious to his enemies, or is at least attended with greater emolument than loss. And exhortations are to be derived from these places, and dehortations from the contraries. From the same places also accusations and defences may be derived. Defence, indeed, from those which pertain to dissuasion, but accusation from those which pertain to exhortation. And in this place the whole art of Pamphilus and Callippus consists. Another place is derived from things which appear indeed to be done, but are incredible, because they would not be credited unless they were, or nearly were in existence, and this in an eminent degree. For whatever is done is apprehended to be done, either because it has been truly done, or is of itself credible and probable. If therefore a thing is incredible and not probable, it will be true that it has been done. For it does not appear to have been done in consequence of being probable and credible. Thus Androcles Pythius accusing the law said, the multitude being tumultuous whilst he was speaking, The laws require a law to correct them. For fishes also require salt, though it may seem neither probable nor credible that animals nourished in salt should require salt. And olives require oil, though it may seem incredible that those things from which oil is produced should be in want of oil. Chapter 25. Another place which is adapted to confutation is derived from considering things which are not assented to, viz. From considering if any thing is not admitted from all times, actions, and speeches. And this indeed may be done separately in the person of the opponent, as, He says that he loves you Athenians, and yet he has conspired with the 30 tyrants against his country. And separately, as to the person himself, as, He says indeed that I am litigious, but he cannot show that I ever sued any man. It may also be done separately, both as to the person himself and his opponent, as, And this man indeed never lent any money, but I have ransomed many of you. Another place is useful with respect to men and things that have been calumniated, but which do not appear to have deserved it. And this consists in assigning the cause of the paradox. For there is something which gave rise to the appearance. Thus for instance, a certain woman was calumniated with reference to her son, for in consequence of embracing him, it seemed as if she had connexion with the lad. But the cause of her embracing him being assigned, the calumny was dissolved. Thus too in the Ajax of Theodex, Ulysses says against Ajax, that though he is braver than Ajax, yet he does not seem to be so. Another place is derived from cause, which if it exists, the effect also exists, but if it is not, neither does the effect exist. For cause, and that of which it is the cause, subsist together, and nothing is without a cause. Thus Ledimus, in defending himself, when Thrasybulus accusing him said, That his name has been branded with infamy on a pillar in the Acropolis, but the inscription had been erased by the 30 tyrants, replied, That this was not possible, for if it had taken place, the 30 tyrants would have placed more confidence in him, in consequence of his hatred to the people having been inscribed on a pillar. Another place is from considering whether it was or is possible to advise, or do, or have done a thing better than it was advised to be, or is, or was done. For it is evident that if it does not thus subsist, it was not done, since no one willingly and knowingly deliberately chooses what is bad. This place, however, is false ; for frequently it becomes afterwards evident how it was possible to have acted better, though this was before immanifest. Another place is derived from considering when something is intended to be done, contrary to what has been done. Thus Xenophanes, when the Eleans asked him, " Whether they should sacrifice to Leucothea and lament her, or not," advised them, "If they thought her a goddess, not to lament her, but if a mortal, not to sacrifice to her." Another place is derived from accusing or defending errors. Thus for instance in the Meta of the poet Carcinus, some persons accuse her of having slain her children because they no longer appear (for Meta erred in sending away her sons), but she defends herself by saying, That if she had intended to commit murder, she would not have slain her children, but Jason ; for in not slaying Jason, she would have acted wrong, even if she had done the other thing, [i. e. slain her children.] This place, however, and species of enthymeme formed the whole prior rhetorical art of Theodorus. Another place is derived from name ; as Sophocles of a certain woman named Cydro, " 'Tis clear thou iron art, and bear'st the name." Thus also it is usual to celebrate the gods from the signification of their names. Conon likewise called Thrasybulus audacious, and Herodicus said of Thrasymachus, " Thou art always Thrasymachus, [i. e. bold in fight." He also said of Polus, "You are always Polus, [i. e. a colt." Herodicus likewise said of Draco the legislator, "That his laws were not the laws of a man, but of a dragon, for they were severe." Another example is derived from what Hecuba says in the Troades of Euripides when speaking of Venus, And the name of the goddess, [i. e. Aphrodite,] is rightly derived from Aphrosoun, [i. e. folly." And as Choeremon the comic poet says, Pentheus was so denominated from future calamity." Those enthymemes, however, which are adapted to confutation are more approved than those that are ostensive, because the former are short collections of contraries, but parallels are more obvious to the hearer. Of all syllogisms, however, as well those that are adapted to confutation, as those that are ostensive, those especially excite perturbation in the auditors, which manifest themselves as soon as they begin to be enunciated, yet not because their meaning is superficial. For the auditors are at the same time delighted that they foresaw from the beginning what would follow. This likewise is the case with those syllogisms which are understood as soon as they are completely enunciated. CHAPTER XXVI. Since, however, it is possible that one thing may be a syllogism and another not, but only appear to be so, it is likewise necessary with respect to an enthymeme that this should be, and that should not be, but should only appear to be an enthymeme, since an enthymeme also is a certain syllogism. But there are places of apparent enthymemes, one indeed in the diction, and of this, one part, as in dialectics, is, when though nothing is syllogistically concluded, yet at the last it is inferred. It is not therefore this, or that, or it necessarily is this, or that. What also is said in enthymemes contortly and oppositely appears to be an enthymeme, though it is not so in reality. For such a diction is the receptacle of enthymeme. And a thing of this kind appears to be from the figure of the diction. For the purpose, however, of speaking syllogistically in the diction, it is useful to produce the heads of many syllogisms, as, These he saved, others he avenged, but he liberated the Greeks. For each of these is demonstrated from others. but from the conjunction of these something appears to be effected. Another place of apparent enthymemes is derived from equivocation ; as, if some one should say, That a mouse is a worthy animal, for the mysteries are the most honourable of all initiatory rites. Or if some one making an encomium on a dog, should also comprehend in his encomium the celestial dog, or the god Pan, because Pindar says, O blessed, whom the Olympiad gods call the all various dog of the great goddess. Or if it should be said, That it is most dishonourable there should be no dog, so that it is evident that a dog is honourable. And to say, That Hermes is the most communicative of all the gods, for he alone is called common Hermes. Likewise to say, That Logos (speech) is most worthy, because good men are worthy not of riches, but of Logos speech. For to be worthy of Logos is most simply predicated. Another place consists in speaking things which are separated conjunctively, or things which are conjoined disjunctively. For since each of these modes of speaking appears to be the same, though frequently it is not the same, it is requisite to adopt whichever of these is more useful. The first example of this place is that of Euthydemus. To know, being in Sicily, that there is a 3-banked galley in the Piraeus. Another example is, That he who knows the elements of a verse knows the verse, for a verse is the same thing, as the elements from which it is composed. Another example of this place is, That since twice so much of a thing is noxious, neither can the half of that quantity be said to be salubrious. For it is absurd if two things are good, that one of them should be bad. Thus, therefore, this place is useful for the purpose of confutation. But it is ostensive as follows, For one good is not two evils. In short, this place is paralogistic. Again, another example is that of Polycrates respecting Thrasybulus, That he deposed the 30 tyrants, for this is conjunctive. Or what is said in the Orestes of Theodex, for it is from division, or is disjunctive, viz. It is just that she who killed her husband should die, and it is also just that a son should revenge his father. It is just, therefore, that the mother Clytemnestra should be slain by the son Orestes. For if these sentences are conjoined, the conclusion perhaps will no longer be just. In this sophism, likewise, there is a fallacy of defect ; for it is not expressed by whom it is just that the mother should be slain. Another place consists in confirming or confuting by exaggeration. And this is when a man, not showing that he has done a certain deed, amplifies the thing. For thus he causes it to appear either that he has not done the deed when he who defends the cause amplifies, or that he did it when the accuser was enraged. Hence, it is not an enthymeme ; for the hearer falsely collects that he has or has not done the deed, the thing not being demonstrated. Another place is derived from a sign ; for this also is unsyllogistic. As if some one should say, Lovers are advantageous to cities, for the love of Harmodius and Aristogiton deposed the tyrant Hipparchus. And likewise if some one should say, That Dionysius was a thief, for he was a depraved character. For this is unsyllogistic, since not every depraved character is a thief, but every thief is a depraved character. Another place is derived from that which is accidental, as in what Polycrates said of the mice, That they aided the city by gnawing the bowstrings of the enemy. Or if some one should say that to be invited to supper is a most honourable thing. For Achilles, in consequence of not being invited, was enraged against the Greeks in Tenedos. But he, as being despised, was angry, and this happened because he was not invited. Another place is derived from that which is consequent, as for instance in what is said of Paris, That he was magnanimous, for despising an association with the multitude, he dwelt in Mount Ida by himself. For because magnanimous men are lovers of solitude, Paris also may appear to be magnanimous. And since a certain person decorates himself and wanders by night, he is an adulterer, because adulterers also are men of this kind. In a similar manner, it may be proved that mendicants and exiles are happy, because mendicants sing and dance in temples, and because it is permitted exiles to dwell where they please. For because these things are present with those that appear to be happy, those also to whom these things are present may seem to be happy. There is here, however, a difference in the mode, on which account this example falls into defect, i.e. it is a fallacy of defect. Another place is derived from that which is causeless as if it were a cause, as when that which is done together with another thing, or after it, is assumed as if it had been done for the sake of it. And this place is especially used by politicians, as by Demades, who said, that the administration of Demosthenes was the cause of all evils, since war happened after it. Another place is derived from a deficiency in the time when, and the manner in which a thing is done. Such for instance as this, that Paris justly ravished Helen, for the choice was given to Helen of marrying whom she pleased. For perhaps this choice was not given to her always, but at first, and the authority of her father over her extended so far as to this. Or as if some one should say, that to strike freemen is insolence, for it is not entirely so, but when he who strikes was not provoked. Farther still, another place is when in litigious disputes an apparent syllogism is produced from that which is simply, and that which is not simply. As in dialectics it is shown that non-being is being, for non-being is non-being. And it is also shown that what is unknown is the object of science, for the unknown is the object of science, because it is unknown, i.e. because it is known that it is unknown. Thus also in orations there is an apparent enthymeme from that which is not simply probable, but is a certain probable thing. This probability, however, does not take place universally, as Agatho also says, perhaps some one may say that this is probable, that many things which are not probable happen to mortals. For that which is unlikely happens. Hence, what is unlikely is likely. But if this be the case, that which is not probable is probable. This, however, is not simply true, but as in contentious arguments a fallacy is produced, when a limitation restraining to a part, to a place, to a time, or signifying relation, is not added. So here, that which is improbable is not simply probable, but is a certain probability. But the art of Corax is composed from this place. For whether the person be not obnoxious to the crime, as he who is weak escapes an action for an assault, for it is not likely that he committed an assault, or whether he be obnoxious, as being a strong man, he has the same defence, unless a certain probability is apparent. And the like takes place in other things. For a man must necessarily be obnoxious to the crime or not. Both therefore appear to be probable, and the one is indeed probable in reality, but the other not simply, but in the way we have shown. And this it is, to make the inferior argument to be superior. Hence men were justly indignant with what Protagoras professed to accomplish. For what he announced is false, and not true, but is apparently probable, and exists in no art, but in the rhetorical and contentious. and thus much concerning enthymemes, both the true and the apparent. CHAPTER XXVII. It now follows that we should speak concerning the solutions of enthymemes. But it is possible to dissolve them by contrary reasoning, or by introducing an objection. With respect to contrary reasoning, therefore, it is evident that it may be effected from the same places. For syllogisms are composed from things that are probable, but many probable things appear to be contrary to each other. But objections are introduced in the same manner as in the Topics, in 4 ways, for they are introduced either from the same, or from the similar, or from the contrary, or from the judgment and authority of others. By an objection, however, being introduced from the same, I mean as if for instance the enthymeme should be concerning love, that it is a worthy thing, an objection may be made to it in a twofold respect. For either it may be said universally that all indigence is evil, or partially that it would not be proverbially said conus love, unless there was also base love. But an objection is introduced from the contrary, when if the enthymeme should be, that a good man benefits all his friends, it may be objected, that neither does a bad man act ill towards all his friends. An objection also is introduced from similars, when the enthymeme is, that those who receive an injury always hate the authors of it. For it may be objected, that neither do those who are benefited always love their benefactor. And objections which are introduced from the judgments of illustrious men are as if the enthymeme were, that it is requisite to pardon those who are intoxicated, for they err ignorantly. The objection is, that Pittacus therefore does not deserve to be praised, for he should not have legally established greater punishments for intoxication, if he who is intoxicated errs through ignorance. Enthymemes, however, are derived from 4 things, and these 4 are the probable, example, tecmerion, i.e. a necessary sign, and a sign, not necessary. But those enthymemes which are collected from things that exist for the most part, or appear to exist, are derived from probabilities. Those which are derived from the similar, either from one or many similar things, (when the orator, assuming what is universal, syllogistically collects what is particular), exist through example. But those which exist through what is necessary and real are through tecmerion. And those that exist through what is universal or particular, whether it really is or not, are through signs which are not necessary. But a probable thing is that which does not exist always, but for the most part. Hence it is manifest that enthymemes of this kind may always be dissolved, if an objection is introduced. The solution, however, is sometimes apparent, and not always true. For he who objects does not dissolve the enthymeme by showing that the thing is not probable, but by showing that it is not necessary. Hence the defendant has always the advantage of the plaintiff through this paralogism. For since the plaintiff demonstrates through probabilities, but the solution is not the same which shows either that the thing is not probable, or that it is not necessary, and that which exists for the most part is always liable to objection, (for otherwise it would not be a probability, but would be always necessary). Hence the judge, if this mode of solution is adopted, will think either that the thing is not probable, or that it must not be judged by him, in consequence, as we have said, of being deceived by false reasoning. For it is requisite that he should not only judge from things which are necessary, but also from probabilities, for this is to judge most judiciously. The solution, therefore, of an enthymeme is not sufficient, which shows that a thing is not necessary, but it is requisite that the solution should also show that it is not probable. But this will happen if the objection rather shows that the thing for the most part subsists. It is possible, however, that a thing may happen for the most part, or frequently in a twofold respect, viz. Either from time, or from circumstances, but principally if from both. For if things which frequently happen thus subsist, this is more probable ; but signs which are not necessary, and enthymemes derived through a sign, are solved in the way we mentioned in the first book. For that every such sign is unsyllogistic is evident to us from the Analytics. Enthymemes, however, derived from examples are solved after the same manner as enthymemes derived from probabilities. For if we can adduce a contrary example in which the thing is not so, the enthymeme is solved, because the thing is not necessary, or because many things have happened frequently, and in a different manner. But if many things have happened frequently, and in this manner, then it must be contended either that the present circumstance is not similar, or is not similarly disposed, or has a certain difference. Tecmeria, however, i.e. necessary signs, and enthymemes, which are of the nature of tecmeria, cannot be solved in consequence of being unsyllogistic. But this is evident to us from the Analytics. It remains, therefore, to show that what is said, viz. That certain premises do not exist. But if it is evident that the premises do exist, and that the enthymeme is derived from tecmerion, then the enthymeme becomes insoluble. For all things now become apparent from demonstration. CHAPTER 28. To amplify, however, and diminish are not the elements of an enthymeme. For I call the same thing an element and a place. For an element, as also a place, is that into which many enthymemes fall. But to amplify and diminish are enthymemes for the purpose of showing that a thing is great or small, as likewise that it is good or evil, just or unjust, or any thing else. And all these are the things with which syllogisms and enthymemes are conversant. So that if no one of these is the place of an enthymeme, neither are amplification and diminution. Neither are enthymemes which have the power of solving the arguments of the opponent, any other species of enthymeme than those which are employed in confirmation. For it is evident that he solves the arguments of his opponent, who either shows the contrary to what his opponent asserts, or introduces an objection. But he proves the opposite. Thus, if one shows that a thing has been done, the other shows that it has not been done. And if one shows that it has not, the other shows that it has been done. So that here, indeed, there will be no differences, for both use the same enthymemes, since they introduce enthymemes to show that the thing is or is not. An objection, however, is not an enthymeme, but (as we have shown in the Topics), it is to declare a certain opinion from which it will be evident that the conclusion is not syllogistical, or that something false has been assumed. And thus much has been said by us respecting examples and sentences, and in short respecting what pertains to the reasoning power, whence we may abound with enthymemes, and how we may solve them. It now remains to discuss what pertains to diction and order. End of Book 2. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 3 of Rhetoric. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Rhetoric by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. Chapter 1 of Book 3. There are three things which it is requisite to discuss concerning an oration. One, indeed, from what particulars credibility is derived. The second, about diction. And the third, in what manner it is requisite to arrange the parts of an oration. Concerning credibility, therefore, we have already spoken, and have shown from how many things it consists, and that it consists from three things. We have likewise shown what the nature is of these three, and why credibility consists from these alone. For all men are persuaded to believe what they hear, either because those who judge are themselves affected in a certain way, or because they conceive the speakers to be worthy of belief, or because the thing is proved. We have also spoken concerning enthymemes, and have shown whence they ought to be derived. For some things indeed are the species, but others the places of enthymemes. It now, however, remains to speak concerning diction. For it is not only sufficient to know what ought to be said, but it is likewise necessary to speak in a proper manner. And diction contributes greatly to the quality of the oration. The parts of rhetoric therefore were investigated by the ancients in that order in which they are naturally arranged. But from the nature of a thing we ought in the first place to discover those things which are adapted to persuade. In the second place, these are to be disposed, i.e. expressed by an appropriate diction. And that which is to be considered in the third place, and possesses the greatest power, though it has not yet been discussed by any one, is what pertains to pronunciation or action. For this was but lately introduced into tragic poetry and rhapsody. For at first the poets themselves acted the tragedies which they composed. It is evident, therefore, that with respect to rhetoric, there is a thing of this kind, in the same manner as with respect to poetry, which has been discussed by certain other persons, and by Glauco and Tyon. Pronunciation, however, or action consists in the voice, and the principal artifice of action consists in knowing how it is requisite to use it to each of the passions. Thus for instance, it is necessary to know when the voice should be loud, when soft, and when between both; how the tones of voice should be employed, such as the acute, the grave, and the middle; and what rhythms are adapted to each of the passions. For there are three things which the writers on pronunciation consider, and these are magnitude, harmony, and rhythm. And as in poetical contests, those who excel in action, for the most part obtain the prize, and the players now excel in it more than the poets themselves. Thus also in forensic contests, through the depravity of politics, those orators gain their cause who excel in action. The art, however, concerning rhetorical action has not yet been disclosed, since, likewise, the art concerning diction was discovered late. And it appears to be but a slight thing, if it is well examined. But since the business concerning rhetoric pertains to opinion, we must pay attention to it, not as a thing possessing rectitude, but as necessary, since it is just not to require more in an oration than that it may neither give pain nor delight. For it is just to contend strenuously for things themselves, so that other things besides demonstration are superfluous. At the same time, however, diction is capable of producing great effects, as we have said, through the depravity of the hearer. Diction, therefore, possesses a certain small necessity in every discipline. For it is of some consequence with respect to the declaration of a thing to speak in this, or in that manner, yet it is not very important. But all these things, i.e. whatever pertains to rhetoric, depend on the imagination, and are referred to the hearer. Hence, no one teaches geometry in this way, viz. So as to be solicitous about diction. The art, therefore, concerning pronunciation, when it is employed, produces the same effect as acting on the stage. But some persons have endeavoured to speak a little concerning it, as for instance Thrasymachus in his treatise on Compassion. And to be disposed to act is natural, and more inartificial, but diction is artificial. Hence again, rewards are given to those who excel in it, in the same manner as to those rhetoricians who excel in pronunciation. For written orations possess greater strength from diction than from the sentiments they contain. The poets, therefore, gave rise to diction, as it is natural they should. For names are imitations, and of all our parts, voice is the most imitative. Hence the poets invented the poetical arts, viz. Rhapsody, or epic poetry, and the art of acting, or dramatic poetry, and the other arts. Because, however, the poets, though they sing of frivolous things, appear to have acquired their renown from diction. On this account poetic diction, such as that of Gorgias, was introduced by orators. And even now many of the unlearned fancy that those persons speak most beautifully when they speak poetically. This, however, is not the case, but the diction of an oration is different from that of poetry. And this is evident from the event. For the present writers of tragedies do not any longer employ the ancient poetic diction, but as from tetrameters they betook themselves to iambic verse, because this measure is of all others most similar to discourse. Thus also they rejected such names as are foreign from familiar conversation. Those likewise who at present compose hexameter verses have rejected the names with which the first dramatic poets adorned their verses. Hence it is ridiculous for those to imitate these poets who no longer employ that mode of diction. Hence too it is evident that we are not accurately to discuss every thing which may be said concerning diction, but only such things as pertain to rhetorical diction. For of poetical diction we have spoken in the treatise on poetry. Chapter 2. Let therefore what we have written in the Poetic be surveyed, and let the virtue of diction be perspicuity, of which this is an indication, that speech does not effect its proper work unless it renders manifest the mind of the speaker. Another virtue of diction is, that it be neither low nor above its dignity, but appropriate. For poetic diction perhaps is not low, and yet is not adapted to an oration. But of nouns and verbs, such as are proper render the diction perspicuous. Such other names, however, as are mentioned in the Poetic, cause the diction not to be low, but ornamented. For the introduction of unusual words makes the diction appear more venerable, since men are affected in the same manner towards diction, as they are towards strangers and their fellow citizens. Hence it is necessary to render the dialect foreign. For we admire the language of foreigners, and that which is admirable is pleasant. In metre, therefore, the poet does this frequently, and there it is appropriate. For both the verse and the subjects of the verse are very remote from common occurrences. But in prose, much fewer foreign words are to be used. For there, if either a slave, or a very young man, or one who speaks of very trifling things, uses elegant language, it is more indecorous. But in the language of these persons, the becoming consists in an appropriate contraction and dilation. Unusual words, however, should be introduced by the orator latently, and he should not seem to speak fictitiously, but naturally. For natural diction is adapted to persuade, but the fictitious has a contrary effect. For we avoid those who speak fictitiously as insidious persons, in the same manner as we avoid mixed wines. Thus the voice of Theodorus was preferred to the voice of other actors, for his seemed to be the voice of the speaker, but the voice of the others appeared to be foreign. Unusual terms, however, will be well introduced latently, if he who frames a speech makes a selection from the accustomed dialect, which Euripides does, and was the first that showed the way to others. But since an oration consists from nouns and verbs, and nouns have as many species as are enumerated in the treatise on poetry, of these species, nouns taken from various tongues or dialects, and also such as are double and fictitious, are seldom, and but in few places to be used. Where, however, they are to be used, and why but seldom, we shall afterwards show. For they produce a greater change in the language than is becoming. But the proper, the appropriate, and metaphorical are alone useful to prosaic diction, of which this is an indication, that all men in common conversation use these alone. For all men speak in metaphors, and in appropriate and proper terms. Hence it is evident, that if any one does this well, his diction will be foreign, and it may be latent, that it is so, and he will speak with perspicuity. But this was defined by us to be the virtue of a rhetorical discourse. Of names or nouns, however, the homonymous are useful to the sophist ; for through these they deceive ; but the synonymous are useful to the poet. I call, however, proper and synonymous terms such as to go and to walk ; for both these are proper and synonymous to each other. What, therefore, each of these is, how many species there are of metaphor, and that metaphors can do much both in poetry and prose, we have shown, as we have before observed, in the treatise on poetry. But it is so much more necessary to labour about these in prose, because it has fewer aids than verse. A metaphor also especially possesses the clear, the pleasant, and the foreign, and it is not to be taken from another person. It is necessary, however, to use epithets and metaphors that are appropriate, and this adaptation will be obtained from the analogous. But without this there will be an apparent indecorum, because contraries are especially conspicuous when placed by each other. As a purple garment, therefore, becomes a young man, but not an old man, for the same garment is not adapted to both. Thus also certain metaphors and epithets are adapted to some things, but are not adapted to others. If likewise you are willing to praise, the metaphor must be derived from that which is better in the same genus ; but if to blame, it must be derived from things which in the same genus are inferior. I say for instance, since contraries are in the same genus, to say, That a beggar prays," and that he who prays begs," because both are petitions, it is expedient to do as we have said. Thus Iphicrates called Callias Metrigertes, or collector to the mother of the gods, and not Dadukos, or torchbearer. But Callias replied, That Iphicrates was not initiated, otherwise he would not have called him Metrigertes, but Dadukos. For both these offices pertain to the goddess, but that of torchbearer was honourable, and that of collector ignoble. The flatterers of Dionysius also employed the same artifice, for they called themselves artists. Both these words, however, are metaphors, the one indeed of things sordid, but the other the contrary. And robbers at present call themselves exactors. Hence we may be allowed to say, That he who acts unjustly errs, and that he who errs acts unjustly, and also that he who steals both takes and robs." There is, however, an indecorum in what Telephus in Euripides says of certain rowers, That they reigned over oars, and descended into Mysia." For the word to reign is greater than the dignity of the matter, i.e. of an oar. He does not therefore conceal his artifice. There is also an error in syllables, unless they cause the words to have a pleasing sound. And this error was committed by Dionysius, surnamed Chalcus, in his elegies. For he calls poetry, The clangour of Calliope," because both are vocal sounds. But the metaphor is bad, which is made from sounds that are not significant. Farther still, nouns are not to be far*fetched, but things which are anonymous are to be denominated by words derived from things that are allied, and of the same species, and which show as soon as they are uttered that they are allied, as in the celebrated enigma, I saw a man agglutinating brass to a man with fire, for the passion is anonymous, but both are a certain addition. The enigma, therefore, calls the application of the cupping glass an agglutination. And in short, from enigmas that are well composed, good metaphors may be assumed. For metaphors have an obscure meaning, so that it is evident that an enigma, if it is approved, consists of metaphors that are well made. Metaphors also must be assumed from beautiful things. But the beauty of a name consists, as Lyceum says, in sounds, or in the thing signified, and in a similar manner the deformity of a name. Farther still, there is a third thing, which solves a sophistical argument. For that which Bryson says is not true, That no one speaks obscurely, since the same thing is signified by using this name instead of that." For this is false, since one name is more proper and more assimilated than another, and is more adapted to place the thing before our eyes. Again, this name and that signify a thing not similarly subsisting, so that thus also one name must be admitted to be more beautiful or more deformed than another. For both names, indeed, signify the beautiful and the deformed, but not so far as beautiful, or so far as deformed, or both signifying the same thing, but in a greater or less degree. Metaphors, however, are hence to be derived from things which are beautiful, either in the voice, or in the power of signification, or to the sight, or some other sense. But it makes a difference to say, for instance, "the rosy-fingered morn," rather than "the purple-fingered," or, which is still worse, "the red-fingered." In epithets, also, appositions may be made from what is vile or base, as for instance the matricide, but the apposition may be made from that which is better, as the avenger of his father. And Simonides, when he who conquered with mules offered him a small reward, was unwilling to compose verses on the occasion, as disdaining to celebrate in verse semi-asses. But when he had given him a sufficient reward, then he sung, "Hail daughters of the steeds that fly, with feet like whirlwind swift," though they were also the daughters of asses. Farther still, a thing may be praised or blamed by employing diminutives. But diminution is that which renders both evil and good less. Thus Aristophanes in his Babylonics calls in derision crucian (a golden thing), crucidarian, and imation (a garment), imatidarian. He also calls loidoria (slander), loidorimation, and nosema (disease), nosemation. In both appositions, however, and diminutives, it is requisite to be cautious, and to observe a mediocrity. CHAPTER 3. Frigidity may be produced in diction in four ways. In the first place, in double nouns, i.e. in compound words. As in Lycophron, when he says, "The many-faced heaven, the mighty-topped earth, and the narrow-mouthed shore." And as Gorgias calls some one a beggarly-mused flatterer, and those who take an oath improperly or properly epiorchesantes and catorchesantes. And as Alcidamas, when describing some one who was in a rage, "His soul was full of ardour, but his face was of a fiery colour." And speaking of the promptitude of a certain person to fight to the last, he calls him telesphorus, or enduring to the end. He likewise calls the power of persuading telesphoros, and the bottom of the sea quanachrun, or azure coloured. For all these expressions appear to be poetical from duplication. This therefore is one cause of frigid diction. Another cause arises from the use of ancient words. Thus Lycophron calls Xerxes Pelorian Andra, or an immense man, and Siron he calls Sinnis Anir, or a pernicious man. Alcidamas also, speaking of poetry, says no such atherma or puerile sport is useful to poetry. And speaking of nature, he uses the expression adasthalia, or improbity. And of a certain person he says, "that he was exasperated with the untamed anger of his mind." In the third place, diction may become frigid from using epithets which are either long, or unreasonable, or frequent. For in poetry it is becoming to say white milk. But in prose, epithets are partly more unbecoming, and partly, if they are too frequent, they cause prose to appear to be verse. Epithets, however, are sometimes to be used in prose, for they render the diction more unusual, and cause it to be foreign. But mediocrity must be regarded in the use of them, since otherwise a greater evil is produced than by speaking casually. For casual diction is not good, but the other is bad. Hence the writings of Alcidamas appear to be frigid, for he uses epithets, not as seasonings, but as food, since they are so frequent in his writings, so great, and so apparent. Thus for instance, he does not merely say sweat, but moist sweat. And he does not say that someone went to the Isthmia, or solemn games in honour of Neptune, but to the general assembly of the Isthmian games. Thus too he does not say the laws, but legal institutes, the queen of cities. Nor does he say in running, but with the rapid impulse of the soul. Nor museum, but receiving the museum of nature. And the sad care of the soul, instead of merely saying care. Nor does he say favour, but the artificer of popular favour. And again he calls an orator the dispensator of the pleasure of his hearers. And he did not hide himself in the branches, but in the branches of the wood. And he did not cover his body, but the shame of his body. And desire the anti-rival of the soul. But this is at the same time a double word, and an epithet, so that it becomes poetical. Thus too, speaking of improbity, he says, the immense excess of improbity. Hence, those who speak poetically produce the ridiculous and the frigid, by their indecorous diction, and also occasion obscurity by their garrulity. For garrulity dissolves perspicuity, when it is introduced to him who knows the subject, by the obscurity which it occasions. Men however use double or compound words, when a thing is anonymous, and the words may be easily joined, such as time wasting. But if this is done frequently, the diction becomes entirely poetical. Hence a double diction, i.e. compound words, are most useful to dithyrambic poets, for the language of these is sonorous. But ancient names and dialects are more adapted to epic poets. For epic poetry is venerable and superb. And metaphors are most adapted to iambics. For these, as we have before observed, iambic poets now use. Again, in the fourth place, frigidity is produced in metaphors. For there are indecorous metaphors, some indeed on account of the ridiculous, for comic poets also use metaphors, but others are indecorous from being too venerable and tragical. Metaphors likewise are obscure, if they are far-fetched, as those of Gorgias, who calls certain things green and sanguineous. And you indeed have shamefully sown, and badly reaped these things. For this is too poetically said. Thus too Alcidamas calls philosophy the bulwark of the laws, and the Odyssey a beautiful mirror of human life. And again he says, Nothing of this kind introduces puerile sport in poetry. For all these metaphors from the causes already mentioned are unadapted to procure persuasion. But what Gorgias said on a swallow which dropped its excrement as it flew towards him, is the best of tragical metaphors. For he said, This is shameful, O Philomel. For if he said this to the bird, the action was not shameful, but to a virgin it was shameful. His defamation therefore was proper, because he alluded to what the bird had been, and not to what it then was. CHAPTER 4. An image also is a metaphor, for it differs very little from it. For when Homer says of Achilles, He like a lion rushed, it is an image. But when he says, the lion rushed, it is a metaphor. For because both are brave, he calls Achilles metaphorically a lion. An image also is useful in prose, though but rarely, for it is poetical. Images, however, are to be introduced in the same manner as metaphors. for they are metaphors, differing in the way we have already mentioned. But images are for instance such as what Androtion said on Idrieus, That he resembled whelps freed from their chains," for they bite any one that falls in their way, and Idrieus when freed from his bonds was morose. And as Theodamas assimilated Archidamus to Euxenus, who was ignorant of geometry, and this from the analogous. For Euxenus is the geometrical Archidamus. Another instance of similitude is from the 5th book of the Republic of Plato, That those who in battle plunder the bodies of the dead are similar to whelps who bite stones, but do not touch those who throw them. And in the 6th book it is said of the people, That they resemble a strong, but deaf pilot. And in the 10th book, speaking of poetical measures, it is said, That they resemble those who are in the prime of life, but without beauty, for these in the decline of life, and verses when they are dissolved, no longer appear the same. Another instance is that of Pericles on the Samians, That they resembled children who take their food crying, and on the Boeotians, That they resembled flints, for flints are struck against each other, and the Boeotians fight with each other. Another instance is that of Demosthenes on the Athenian people, That they resembled those who are seasick, and that of Democritus, who assimilated rhetoricians to nurses, who swallow the food themselves, and anoint the children with the spittle. And again that of Antisthenes, who assimilated Cephisytidas, who was a thin man, to frankincense, Which delights while it consumes. For all these similitudes may be used both as images and as metaphors, so that it is evident that such words as are approved and are used as metaphors will also be images, and likewise that images are metaphors which are in want of argument. It is always, however, necessary that a metaphor should be converted from the analogous, and be referred to the other part, and to things homogeneous. Thus if a cup may from analogy be called the shield of Bacchus, a shield also may appropriately be said to be the cup of Mars. From these things, therefore, an oration is composed. CHAPTER 5. The principle, however, of diction is to speak with propriety, and this consists in 5 things. And the first indeed is in conjunctives, if these are disposed in such a way as their nature requires, viz. So as to be placed in an order prior and posterior to each other. Thus for instance the conjunction indeed, and I indeed, require but, and but he. It must be remembered, however, that conjunctions which correspond to each other should neither be disjoined by a great interval, nor should have so many things interposed between them, that when a conjunction corresponding to a former one is given, the prior conjunction is forgotten. For this is appropriate but in few places. Thus, But I, after the thing was related to me, for Cleon came begging and entreating, went taking them along with me. For here many conjunctions are inserted prior to the conjunction which was to have been assigned. But if there is a great interval between but I and I went, the sentence becomes obscure. One thing, therefore, requisite to correct diction is a proper disposition in the conjunctions. A second is, to call things by their proper names, and not to circumscribe them by generic and common names. A third is, not to use ambiguous words. But these precepts are to be observed, unless the contraries to them are preferred, which those do, who when they have nothing to say, pretend to say something. For men of this kind in poetry thus speak, as for instance Empedocles. For circumlocution deceives, if it be much, and the auditors are affected in the same manner as the multitude are by those who predict future events, since when they speak ambiguously, the vulgar assent to what they say. If Croesus passes over the river Halys, he will destroy a mighty empire. But the reason why, when we have nothing to say, we should use generic terms, is, because in short, the error will be less. And on this account, diviners speak through the genera of a thing. For in the game of even and odd, he will be less likely to err who says that a number is even or odd in general, than if he determines what number is so. And he who predicts that a certain event will be, is less likely to err if he only says that it will be, than if he assigns the time when it will be. Hence, those who deliver oracles do not define the time when a thing will happen. All these generic and ambiguous names, therefore, are to be avoided, unless they are adopted for the sake of some such purpose as we have mentioned. A fourth thing requisite to correct diction is, as Protagoras divided the genera of nouns into masculine, feminine, and instruments, or neuter, to employ these rightly, as, she coming and discoursing departed. A fifth requisite is to denominate rightly in many and few things, and in one thing, as, but they coming struck me. In short, it is requisite that what is written should be so written as to be read and pronounced with facility. But this is not the case when there are many conjunctions, and when what is written cannot be easily pointed. And such are the writings of Heraclitus. For it is laborious to point the writings of Heraclitus, because it is immanifest what should be conjoined with the prior or posterior part, as in the beginning of his book. For he there says, Of reason existing always, men are ignorant, since it is immanifest whether the word always pertains to the prior or to the posterior part. Farther still, a solecism is produced in composition when to two words another appropriate word is not conjoined. Thus to noise and colour, seeing is not a common, i.e. is not an appropriate word, but sensible perception is common. The composition also is rendered obscure from the insertion of much which is intermediate, unless the part which corresponds to the first part of a sentence is immediately subjoined, and the rest added, as, my intention was, after I had mentioned such and such things to him, to go. But this obscurity would be avoided by saying, my intention was, after I had spoken to him, to go, and then to add, having mentioned to him such and such things. CHAPTER 6. The following particulars contribute to the amplitude of diction. To use definition or description instead of a name, as instead of saying a circle to say, a plane figure in which all lines drawn from the middle to the circumference are equal. But the contrary contributes to conciseness, viz. To the use of the name instead of the definition. Amplitude of diction is also affected, if when anything disgraceful or indecorous is to be expressed, the name is used when the disgraceful thing is in the definition, but the definition if it is in the name. It is likewise affected by rendering a thing manifest by metaphors and epithets, avoiding at the same time what is poetical, and by causing one thing to be many, i.e. by using the plural instead of the singular number, which the poets do. For when there is but one part, they nevertheless say, into the Achaean parts, and instead of saying, the complication of an epistle, they say, the complications of epistles. Amplitude is also affected by separating what we can conjoin, as, this woman, this our wife. But if we wish to speak concisely, we must say on the contrary, this woman, our wife. And it is affected by using a conjunction. But if we wish to speak concisely, we must not employ a conjunction, yet the sentence must not be unconnected, as in the first case, going and speaking to him, and in the second, going, I spoke to him. The method of Antimachus likewise is useful for this purpose, viz. To enumerate particulars which a thing does not possess, which he does, speaking of the hill Teumeses. For he says, A little hill there is, exposed to wind. For thus we may amplify to infinity. And this may take place both in what is good and what is bad, by enumerating what is not inherent, in whatever way it may be useful to the oration. Hence, also, poets derive the words chordless and lyreless melody, for these words are derived from privations. But what we have just said is adopted in metaphors taken from the analogous, such for instance as to say, that the sound of a trumpet is a lyreless melody. Chapter 7. Diction also will possess what is decorous, if it is pathetic and ethical, and analogous to the subject matter. But the analogous is effected by neither speaking of things grand and magnificent slightly, nor of abject things venerably and magnificently, nor giving ornament to a vile appellation. For if this is not adopted, the composition will appear to be a comedy, which is the case with that of Cleon. For some things which he writes are just as if a man should say, a venerable fig. Diction becomes pathetic by reciting insolent behaviour in the language of an angry person. But when conduct has been impious and shameful, then the diction becomes pathetic, by speaking indignantly and cautiously. And when conduct has been laudable, this is effected by speaking with admiration. But in things of a lamentable nature, the pathetic is produced by a humble diction. And the like method must be adopted in other things. Appropriate diction, also, persuades to the truth of a thing. For the soul of the auditor is deceived by false reasoning, in consequence of conceiving that the orator speaks the truth, because the auditors are thus affected in such like orations. Hence they fancy that things are as the orator says, though they are not so. The auditor, likewise, becomes similarly affected with him who speaks pathetically, though he should say nothing to the purpose. Hence many astonish the hearers by the tumultuous manner in which they deliver their orations. Moreover, ethical diction is a demonstration from signs, because this when appropriate is consequent to every genus and habit. But I mean by genus, indeed, age, such as a child, or a man, or an old man; sex, as man or woman; and nation, as a Lacedaemonian or a Thessalian. And by habits I mean those things which produce the variety of conditions in life. For the lives of men are not such as they are according to every habit. If, therefore, the diction has appellations adapted to the habit, it will become ethical. For a rustic and a well-educated man will not say the same things, nor speak after the same manner. But the auditors are somewhat affected by that figure which the writers of orations abundantly use, as, Who does not know this? All men know it. For the auditor, from shame, confesses that he participates of that knowledge of which every one else partakes. Opportune, however, or not opportune use is common to all the species. But the remedy in every hyperbole is that celebrated advice, self-correction. For it is necessary that the orator should correct himself. For the thing then appears to be true, though it may seem to be incredible, because the incredibility of it is not concealed from the orator. Farther still, every thing analogous is not to be used at once. For thus the artifice will be concealed from the hearer. I mean, for instance, that if the names are harsh, yet must not the voice, or countenance, or other appropriate things, be such as to express that harshness. Otherwise it will become manifest what each of these is. But if the names are harsh, and the voice or countenance is not adapted to such names, the artifice will be latent. If, therefore, soft things be spoken harshly, and harsh things gently, they will lose the power of persuading. But epithets and compound words, if they are numerous, and especially such as are foreign, are adapted to him who speaks pathetically. For we pardon the orator, who when enraged calls some evil heaven*reaching, or immense. These epithets also and compound words may be used by the orator, when he has already moved the auditors, and inspired them with a divine fury, either by praising or dispraising, or by exciting them to anger or love, which Isocrates does in his panegyric towards the end, where he has the words, Fame and memory, and those who endured. For those who are agitated with a divine fury speak things of this kind, so that auditors admit what is said in consequence of being similarly affected. Hence this form of diction is also adapted to poetry, for poetry partakes of divine inspiration. Either therefore this form of diction must be adopted in the cases already mentioned, or irony must be employed, as it was by Gorgias and Socrates in the Phaedrus of Plato. CHAPTER 8. With respect, however, to the figure of diction, it is necessary that it should neither be metrical, nor without rhythm. For metrical diction is not calculated to persuade, for it appears to be feigned, and calls the attention of the auditor from the subject of the oration, since he is led to expect a metre similar to the former. As therefore, when the criers proclaim to the people when a slave is manumitted by his master, What patron will he who is manumitted choose? The boys antecedently to the crier exclaim, Cleon. Thus, if the oration were metrical, the auditors would preoccupy the orator, and would foresee what he ought to say. But the diction which is without rhythm is indefinite. It is necessary, however, that it should be bounded, though not by metre. For the infinite is unpleasant and unknown, and all things are bounded by number. But the number of the figure of diction is rhythm, of which metres are the segments. Hence, it is necessary that an oration should have rhythm, but not metre or measure. For if it has, it will be a poem. It should not, however, possess rhythm accurately, but only to a certain extent. Of rhythms, however, the heroic indeed is venerable and sonorous, and requires harmony, but the iambic is the diction of the multitude. Hence in speaking, iambics are uttered the most of all measures, but it is necessary that the prose of an oration should be venerable, and very exciting. The trochaic measure, however, is more analogous to swift dancing, but this is evident from tetrameters, which are a voluble rhythm. The paean therefore remains, which was employed by orators, and originated from Thrasymachus. Yet they were unable to say what it was. But the paean is the third in order, and follows the above mentioned measures, for it is in the ratio of 3 to 2. But of the others, the one, i.e. the heroic, is in the ratio of 1 to 1, but the other, i.e. the iambic and the trochaic, in the ratio of 2 to 1. The sesquialter, however, is consequent to these two ratios, and the paean consists of this ratio. The other rhythms, therefore, are to be rejected from the above mentioned reasons, and because they are metrical. But the paean is to be assumed, for from this alone of all the rhythms we have mentioned, metre is not produced, so that it is especially latent. At present, therefore, orators use only one paean, and that at the beginning of their oration. It is necessary, however, that the end should differ from the beginning. But there are two species of paeans opposite to each other, of which one is adapted to the beginning of an oration, in which way also it is used by orators. But this is that paean in which the first syllable is long, and the other three are short, as, Delos begotten, or Lycian, speaking of Apollo. And, O golden*haired Hecate, daughter of Jove. But in the other paean, on the contrary, the first three syllables are short, and the last is long, as, Night concealed after the land, the water, and the ocean. This paean, however, terminates the course of the oration. For a short syllable, because it is imperfect, causes the oration to be mutilated. But it is necessary that it should be amputated by a long syllable, and that the end of it should be manifest, yet not from the writer, nor from a paragraph, but from the rhythm. And thus we have shown that diction ought to have a proper rhythm, and should not be without rhythm, and also what the rhythms are, and how those subsist, that produce a proper rhythm in diction. CHAPTER IX. It is necessary, however, that diction should either be diffuse, and won by a bond, as the dilatations in dithyrambics, or that it should be periodic, and similar to the antistrophes of the ancient poets. Diffuse diction, therefore, is ancient, as in the work of Herodotus the Thurian, the beginning of which is, This is the exposition of history, &c. For this formerly all writers used, but at present it is not used by many. But I call the diction diffuse, which has of itself no end, till the thing which is discussed be brought to a conclusion. This diction is, however, unpleasant, on account of the infinite, for all men wish to see the end of a thing. Hence racers in the turnings round the goal are out of breath, and faint. But prior to this, when they have a prospect of the goal, their labour is not so extreme. Such, therefore, is diffuse diction. But periodic diction is that which consists of periods. I call, however, a period diction which has of itself a beginning and end, and a magnitude which may easily be perceived. But diction of this kind is pleasing, and easily learnt. It is pleasing, indeed, because it subsists in a way contrary to that which is boundless, and because the hearer always fancies he obtains something, because there is always something for him which is bounded. But it is unpleasant where nothing is foreseen, and nothing effected. It is also easily learnt, because it may easily be remembered. But it may easily be remembered, because this diction has number in the periods. Hence all men remember verse more easily than prose, for it has number by which it is measured. It is necessary, however, that a period should contain a complete, and not a mutilated and abrupt meaning, as in the iambics of Sophocles, Calydon, the land where Pelops reigned. For the contrary might be thought to be true by a division of the period, as in the above instance it would seem that Calydon is in the Peloponnesus. With respect to periods, however, one is in the colons, or members, but the other is simple. But the period which is in the colons is a perfect and distinct diction, and in which what is pronounced admits of easy respiration, and does not consist in a division, like the above mentioned period of Sophocles, but is a whole and entire. But I call the period simple, which consists of one colon. It is necessary, however, that the colons and the periods should neither be curtailed, nor prolix. For when the periods are very short, they cause the hearer to stumble frequently. For the mind of the hearer, being impelled farther to the end, which he had proposed to himself, stumbles as it were, when the orator stops short. But prolix periods cause the auditors to be left by the orator, just as those who in walking pass beyond the boundaries of their walk, for they leave their companions behind. In a similar manner, periods which are long become themselves an oration, and resemble diffuse diction. Whence that jest of Democritus the Chian upon Melanippides, who dilated in his writings instead of making antistrophes. This man frames evil for himself, in framing evil for another. But to dilate much is the worst of evils to him who does it. For a thing of this kind may be aptly said to those who use long colons. Very short colons, however, do not become periods. These, therefore, hurry away the auditor with them precipitately. But of periodic diction, which consists of many colons or members, one kind is distinct, and the other opposite. And the distinct, indeed, is such as the beginning of the panegyric of Isocrates. I have often admired those who collected public assemblies and instituted the gymnastic contests. But the opposite is that which consists of many colons, and in which either the same thing is composed with contraries, or contraries are composed with contraries, as in the panegyric of Isocrates. The Athenians benefited both those that remained at home and those that followed, for they acquired more for those that followed them, than they possessed at home, and they left sufficient for the support of those that stayed behind. Here the contraries are staying and following, sufficient and more. And again, in the same oration, so that to those who were in want of money, and to those who were willing to enjoy it, &c. Here enjoyment is opposed to acquisition. Farther still, it frequently happens in these things that prudent men are unfortunate, and the imprudent are prosperous. And immediately, indeed, they obtained the rewards of brave men, and not long after they became masters of the sea. Another example is, he sailed indeed through the continent, but walked through the sea. He joined the Hellespont, but dug through Mount Athos. And, being citizens by nature, but by law deprived of a city. For some of them, indeed, perished miserably, but others were shamefully preserved. And, privately, indeed, they used barbarian servants, but publicly overlooked many of their allies that were in slavery. And, to have them when living, or leave them when dead. Or what a certain person said against Pitholaus and Lycophron in a court of justice, They sold you, indeed, when they were at home, but when they came to us they were themselves bought. For all these instances make the above mentioned periodic opposite diction. Diction, however, of this kind is pleasing, because contraries are most known, and when placed by each other are more known, and also because they resemble a syllogism. For an elenchus, or syllogism of contradiction, is a collection of opposites. A thing therefore of this kind is antithesis. But adequation takes place when the colons or members are equal, as, the father died in battle, the son was married at home. And assimilation is when both the colons have similar extremes. But it is necessary that they should have similar extremes, either in the beginning or the end. And the beginning indeed has always similar nouns, but the end has the last syllables similar, or cases of the same noun, or the same noun. In the beginning, indeed, the similar extremes are such as in the following instances. He received land from him, but it was uncultivated land. And, appeased with gifts, and mollified with words. But the similar extremes in the end are, they did not think that he had brought forth a boy, but that he was the cause of his birth. In great cares, and in little hopes. Cases of the same noun are such as, but he deserves to have a brazen statue, though he is not worthy of brass, i.e. of a brazen coin. And an instance of the repetition of the same noun is, you while he was living defamed him, and now he is dead right ill of him." But an instance when there is a similitude alone in the last syllable is, What evil have you suffered, if you have seen an indolent man?" A period also may have all these at once, so as not only to consist of opposite, but also of equal, and similarly ending colons. The beginnings, however, of periods are nearly all of them enumerated in our Theodectean Rhetoric. There are likewise false oppositions, such as Epicharmus made, Then I was one of them, then I was with them." CHAPTER X. These things, therefore, being discussed, let us now show whence polite and the most approved diction is derived. To speak politely, therefore, is the province of an ingenious man, or of one who is exercised in elocution. But to show the sources from whence polite diction is derived belongs to this method, i.e. to rhetoric. We shall therefore unfold and enumerate what they are. Let the beginning, therefore, be this: to learn easily is naturally delightful to all men. But names signify something. Hence, such names as cause us to learn are most pleasing. Foreign tongues, therefore, are unknown, but proper words we know. Metaphor, however, especially causes diction to be polite. For when the poet says that old age is stubble," he produces in us learning and knowledge through the genus, i.e. through the agreement of old age and stubble, since both produce a defloration. The image, therefore, of poets produce indeed the same thing, and hence if they are well employed, the diction will appear to be polite. For an image, as we have before observed, is a metaphor, differing from it in the collocation, on which account it is less pleasing because it is a longer simile, and it does not say this thing is that. Hence, in a metaphor, the mind does not investigate the similitude, i.e. its attention is not diverted from the object to which it is directed. That diction, therefore, and those enthymemes must necessarily be polite, which cause us to learn or produce in us knowledge rapidly. Hence, neither are superficial enthymemes approved, (for we call those enthymemes superficial, which are manifest to every one, and which require no investigation,) nor such as when produced are not understood, but those only render the diction polite which are understood as soon as they are uttered, though there was no previous knowledge of them, or which shortly after lead us to the knowledge of something of which we were ignorant. For by the latter enthymemes discipline is, as it were, produced, but by no means by the former. Enthymemes, therefore, of this kind are approved from the sense of meaning of the diction. Urbanity, however, is produced in the figure or form of the diction, if contraries are opposed to contraries, as in the oration of Isocrates de Pace, And they thought that the peace, which is common to the other Greeks, was war to their own private affairs. For here war is opposed to peace. Urbanity also is produced in names or words, if they are metaphorical, and the metaphor is neither foreign, for this is difficult to understand, nor superficial, for this does not affect the hearer. Farther still, urbanity in diction is produced, if the thing itself is placed before the eyes, for it is more necessary to see what has been, than what will be done. It is requisite, therefore, to pay attention to these three things, viz. Metaphor, antithesis, and energy. As, however, there are four kinds of metaphors, those are most approved which subsist according to analogy. As when Pericles said, That youth perishing in battle was taken away from the city, just as if some one should take away the spring from the year. And as Leptines said of the Lacedaemonians, That the Athenians should not suffer Greece to be deprived of its other eye. Thus too Cephisodotus, when Chares was anxious to give an account of the Olympiac war, said indignantly, That while he endeavoured to give the people an account of his conduct, he kept them in a furnace. And the same person, once exhorting the Athenians to forage in Euboea, said, It was necessary that the decree of Miltiades should proceed to the Euboeic expedition." And Iphicrates, when the Athenians had made a league with Epidaurus and the sea coast, said indignantly, That they had deprived themselves of the viatica of war." And Pitholus called the Athenian ship which was denominated Perillus, the club (Rhopalon) of the people. He also called Cestus the granary of the Piraeum. Pericles likewise exhorted the Athenians to destroy Aegina, as the ophthalmi of the Piraeum. And Mericles, naming a certain worthy person, said, That he was in no respect more depraved than this person ; for with respect to him he had taken 3 per cent interest, but that he himself had taken 10 per cent." And the iambic of Anaxandrides upon his daughters that were a long time before they married, The virgins have passed beyond the appointed day of wedlock." To these may be added what Polyeuctus said on one Speusippus, who was a restless man and apoplectic, That he could not be quiet, though he was bound by fortune in the Pentasurigian disease." Cephisodotus likewise called 3-banked galleys various baking houses. But the dog, i.e. Diogenes, called taverns the Attic Vidicia. And Aetion said, That the Athenians had poured forth their city into Sicily." For this is a metaphor, and places the thing before the eyes. Aetion adds, That the Athenians had so poured forth their city into Sicily, that Greece vociferated." For this also is after a manner a metaphor, and places the thing before the eyes. Cephisodotus also exhorted the Athenians to beware, That they did not make their assemblies hostile congresses." And Isocrates said, That the sophists addressed themselves to those who run together in the public assemblies." And as in the funeral oration of Lysias, It was but just that Greece should cut off her hair on the tomb of those who died at Salamis, because her liberty was buried with their virtue." For if he had said, That it was but just Greece should weep in consequence of virtue being buried with those who died at Salamis, it would have been only a metaphor, and the thing would have been placed before the eyes. But the words, Liberty was buried with virtue, have a certain antithesis. And as Iphicrates said, The path of my oration is through the midst of the transactions of Chares. For this is a metaphor according to analogy, and the words, Through the midst, place the thing before our eyes. And to say, To call on dangers to give assistance to dangers, is to place the thing before the eyes, and is a metaphor. Another instance is that of Lycolian in defence of Chabrias, Neither will you revere his suppliant brazen statue. For this is a metaphor in the present time, but not always, and places the thing before the eyes. For he being in danger, the statue supplicates for him, and supplication is attributed to an inanimate statue, which is the property of an animated thing, and A monument of the works of the city," and They meditated by every possible way to have grovelling conceptions." For to meditate is to increase something. And again, That God enkindled the light of intellect in the soul." For both light and intellect accord in illuminating, and For we do not dissolve war, but defer it." For both deferring and a peace of this kind signify something future. And to say, That the compacts of peace are a trophy much more beautiful than those which are procured in war ; for the latter are obtained for things of small consequence, and through one fortune, but the former for every battle." For both a trophy and a compact are indications of victory, and "that cities through the censure of men suffer great punishment," for punishment is a certain just injury. And thus we have shown how polite diction may be derived from metaphor according to the analogous, and from placing a thing before the eyes. End of chapter 10 of book 3. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 11 of book 3 of Rhetoric. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Rhetoric by Aristotle, translated by Thomas Taylor. Chapter 11 of book 3. Let us now show what we mean by placing a thing before the eyes, and what is to be done in order to effect this. I say then, that those words place a thing before the eyes which signify things energizing. Thus for instance to say, "that a good man is a square," is metaphorical. For both a good man and a square are perfect, but it does not signify energy. But to say, "possessing a flourishing acme," signifies energy. Likewise to say, "but you as liberated," indicates energy. And, "then with impetuous feet forth rushed the Greeks." Here the word impetuous is energy, and a metaphor. Thus too energy is every where exhibited by Homer, who speaks of inanimate things as animated, through a metaphor. But to produce energy in every thing as he does is very much applauded, as in the following instances. "Back on the ground then rolled the shameless stone," and "the arrow flew," and "longing to strike," and "Trojan and Grecian darts in earth then stood, and longed to gorge themselves with human blood," and "the furious pointed dart then pierced his breast," For in all these instances, because the things are animated, they appear to energize. For to be shameless and furious, &c. are energies. But Homer has added these through metaphor from analogy. For as the stone is to Sisyphus, so is an impudent person to him who he impudently torments. Homer likewise in his celebrated images attributes to inanimate things the proper energies of such as are animated, as "the afflicted deeps tumultuous mix and roar. The waves behind impel the waves before, Wide rolling, foaming high, and tumbling to the shore." For he makes every thing moving and living. But energy is imitation. Metaphors, however, ought to be derived, as we have before observed, from things familiar and not obvious, just as in philosophy it is the province of a sagacious man to survey the similar in things very different from each other. As Archytas says, "that an arbiter and an altar are the same thing, for he who is injured flies to both these." Or if some one should say, "that an anchor and a cremaestra are the same thing," for both perform an office which is in a certain respect the same, but they differ in this, that the one is fixed above, and the other beneath. To say also that cities are anomalous is another instance of an appropriate metaphor taken from things very dissimilar. For as a superficies is said to be anomalous, because one part rises above another, so a city may be said to be anomalous, when some of the citizens in it surpass others in power. Polite diction, however, is for the most part effected through metaphor, and previous deception. For the diction, which not only causes us to learn something of which we were before ignorant, but also something about which we had been before deceived, is more polite and pleasant, since the mind passing from error to truth is delighted, and says to itself, How true is this which I have learnt! I was in an error." Of apothegms likewise, those are polite which imply something different from what the words at first seem to signify, as that apothegm of Stesichorus, that the grasshoppers would sing to them on the ground." Good enigmas, also, are for the same reason pleasing. For they cause us to learn something, and are metaphorical. And as Theodorus says, "It is pleasing to say something new." But this is effected when what is said is paradoxical, and (as he says) is not conformable to prior opinion, but as in ridiculous assertions is slightly transformed. This likewise is capable of being effected by jests, in which the letters of the words are somewhat changed, for these pleasantly deceive the hearer. And also in verse, for something is said different from what the hearer expected. "He walked along with chilblains on his feet," but the hearer expected it would have been said that he had sandals on his feet. This kind of jest, however, ought to be immediately manifest. Paragrams, or jests formed by the mutation of letters, are produced, when that is not signified which the words at first seem to signify, as the jest of Theodorus upon Nicon the harper. For Nicon having been vexed by a certain person, Theodorus deriding him said, "Thrati in," which appears as if he had said, "He disturbs you," (thratai enon), and deceives the hearer. For in reality he said, "He makes you a Thracian." Hence this is pleasing to him who learns the true meaning of what is said. For unless the hearer apprehends that Nicon was a Thracian, the jest would not appear to be polite. Thus also to say baulei auton Persai seems at the first view to signify, "Are you willing to vex him?" But the true meaning is, "Are you willing to make him a favourer of the Persians, and a betrayer of the Greeks?" It is requisite, however, that each sense of the ambiguous word should be adapted to him of whom it is said. Another example is such as the following: "The arche of the sea was not to the Athenians the arche of evils, for they derived advantage from it." And as Isocrates says, "The arche of the sea was to the city (i.e. to the Athenians) the arche of evils." For in both these instances the real meaning is different from what at the first view it appears to be, and the hearer knows that what is asserted is true. For to say that arche was arche is to say nothing to the purpose. But this is not what is said in the above instances, nor is that denied which is asserted, but the word has another meaning. In all these instances, however, if the word is appropriately employed, whether it be a homonymous word or a metaphor, then the diction is proper, as if the name of some one were Anaxitus, and it should be said that Anaxitus is not Anaxitus, i.e. importunate. For he who says this denies the homonymous signification of the word. And this is appropriately effected if the word is always used twice. Again, "O hosps," i.e. guest, "you will not become more hosps than is requisite." And "It is not necessary that hopes should always be hopes," for this also is foreign. The same thing also is effected in the celebrated saying of Anaxandrides, "It is a beautiful thing to die prior to having done any thing deserving of death." For this is the same thing as to say, "It is worth while to die, when not deserving to die," or "It is worth while to die, when not deserving of death, or not doing things worthy of death." The form of diction, therefore, is the same in these instances, but in proportion as they are shorter and contain a greater opposition, in such proportion they are more elegant and pleasing. The cause, however, of this is, that we in a greater degree learn something from opposition, and that this is more rapidly effected by brevity. But it is always necessary that the person should be present on whom the thing is said, or that it should be rightly said, if the assertion is true, and not superficial, for these two things may exist separately. Thus for instance, to say, "It is necessary to die free from all faults," and "It is requisite that a worthy man should marry a worthy woman," is true, but is not politely said. But to say, "It is worth while to die, when not deserving to die," is both true and politely said. The diction, also, will appear to be more polite, the more it contains of those things from which politeness is derived. As if the words are metaphorical, and metaphors of such a kind, and if there is antithesis, adequation, and energy. Images likewise, as we have before observed, are always after a manner approved metaphors. For they are always derived from two things, in the same manner as an analogous metaphor. Thus we say that a shield is the cup of Mars, and that a bow is a stringless harp. When we thus speak, however, the assertion is not simple. But to say that a bow is a harp, or a shield a cup, is a simple assertion. They assimilate, however, as follows: as a player on the flute to an ape, and a short^sighted man to a trickling lamp. For in both there is a contraction. But images are celebrated when they contain a metaphor. For it is to assimilate, to say that a shield is the cup of Mars, that a ruinous building is a worn out garment, and that Niceratus, according to the assimilation of Thrasymachus, was Philoctetes bit by the poet Prates. For Thrasymachus said this in consequence of seeing Niceratus vanquished by Prates in a poetical contest, and through this neglecting his person. In these similitudes, however, poets fail unless they are proper, even if they are celebrated. I mean for instance, when they say, "He carries legs like parsley bent," and "as Philemon with Corycus yoked in contest," and all such things are images. But that images are metaphors has been frequently observed by us. Proverbs likewise are metaphors from species to species, i.e. in which one species is predicated of another on account of agreement in the same genus. Thus of him who expects to derive advantage from a certain thing, if he should afterwards suffer a loss from it, it is said as the Carpathian the hare. For both suffered the evil we have mentioned. And thus we have nearly assigned the cause whence and why diction is polite. Celebrated hyperboles also are metaphors, as of one who had contusions on his face, "You would have thought him to be a basket of mulberries," for the part under the eyes is red. But this hyperbole is much too great. An hyperbole, however, may differ from an hyperbole in the diction, as instead of saying, "Philemon yoked in contest with Corycus," it might be said, "You would have thought it was Philemon fighting with Corycus," and instead of saying, "He carried legs as distorted as parsley," it might be said, "I should have thought that he had not legs, but parsley, they are so distorted." Hyperboles, however, are puerile ; for they indicate a vehement motion of the soul. Hence they are especially used by those who are angry. Thus Achilles in Iliad 9 speaks hyperbolically, when he says he is not to be appeased by the gifts of Agamemnon. Though bribes were heaped on bribes in number more Than dust in fields, or sands along the shore. And Atrides' daughter never shall be led, An ill*matched consort, to Achilles' bed. Like golden Venus though she charm'd the heart. Or vied with Pallas in the works of art. The Attic rhetoricians, also, especially use hyperboles ; on which account it is unbecoming in an old man to speak hyperbolically. CHAPTER XII. It is, however, requisite not to be ignorant that a different diction is adapted to each genus of orations. For graphic and agonistic diction, [i. e. the diction employed in writing and at the bar,] are not the same, nor forensic, and that which is employed in popular harangues. But it is necessary to know both these kinds of diction ; for to know the one is to know how to speak properly. And by a knowledge of the other, we are not compelled to be silent when we wish to impart something to others, which those suffer who do not know how to write. But graphic diction, or the diction pertaining to writing, is indeed most accurate ; but the agonistic, or that which belongs to the bar, is most adapted to action. Of this latter, however, there are two species, one ethical, but the other pathetic. Hence, also, players choose dramas of this kind, and poets choose such like players to act their fables. Those poets, likewise, are most approved whose fables delight not only when acted, but also when read ; such as those of Chaeremon, whose diction is as accurate as that of any writer of orations. And among the dithyrambic poets, those of Lysimachus. When orations, also, are compared with each other, those which are written will appear when recited in forensic contests to be jejune. On the other hand, those orations which when publicly delivered are heard with applause, if they are perused when written, will appear to be unpolished and inaccurate. The reason of which is, that they are merely adapted to forensic contests. Hence, those which are adapted to action, when deprived of action, in consequence of not accomplishing their proper work, appear to be jejune. Thus, for instance, disjointed sentences and frequent repetition are rightly rejected in the diction pertaining to writing. But rhetoricians use these in the diction which belongs to the bar ; for both these are adapted to action. This repetition, however, ought to be delivered with a change of the voice, which as it were prepares the way for action ; as, He it is who robbed you, he it is who deceived you, he it is who at last endeavoured to betray you. As Philemon the player also did whilst he acted in the Gerontomeria of Anaxandrides, when Rhadamanthus and Palamede speak ; and also in the prologue of the play called the Pious, where I is frequently repeated. For if such repetitions are not accompanied with action, the actor, according to the proverb, will seem to carry a beam. The like also must be observed with respect to disjointed sentences, such as I came, I met him, I requested him. For it is necessary that these should be accompanied with action, and not, as if only one thing was said, pronounced with the same manner, and the same tone of voice. Farther still, disjointed diction possesses something peculiar, since in an equal time many things appear to be said. For the conjunction, or connective copula, causes many things to be one ; so that if it is taken away, it is evident that on the contrary one thing will be many. Hence he amplifies who says, I came, I spoke to him. I supplicated him much, but he seems to despise whatever I have said, whatever I do say." Homer also intends to do this, when speaking of Nereus in the second book of the Iliad, he says, "Three ships with Nereus sought the Trojan shore, Nereus, whom Aglae to Charopus bore, Nereus in faultless shape and blooming grace, The loveliest youth of all the Grecian race." For he, of whom many things are said, must necessarily be frequently mentioned. If, therefore, he is frequently mentioned, many things also appear to be said of him. Hence Homer, though he has only mentioned Nereus in one place, amplifies from paralogism, and mentions him here, though he did not intend to mention him in any other place afterwards. The diction therefore adapted to popular harangues perfectly resembles sciagraphy. For the greater the number of the spectators, the more remotely is such a picture to be seen. Hence, in both accuracy is superfluous, and both become worse through it. But judicial diction is more accurate, and it is requisite that the diction should be still more accurate, which is addressed to one judge. For this is the least thing in rhetorical diction. For that which is appropriate to, and that which is foreign from a thing, are more easily perceived. In this case also, contention is absent, so that the judgment is pure. Hence the same rhetoricians are not celebrated in all these kinds of diction. But where action is especially necessary, their accuracy is in the smallest degree requisite. And where voice, and especially a loud one is required, there action is necessary. Demonstrative diction, therefore, is most proper for writing. For demonstrative orations are composed in order that they may be read. But judicial diction is the next in order. It is however superfluous to divide diction into the pleasing and magnificent. For why may it not as well be divided into the temperate and liberal, or into any other ethical virtue? For it is evident that the particulars already mentioned will render it pleasing, if the virtue of diction has been rightly defined by us. For why ought it to be perspicuous, and not abject, but decorous? Since it will not be perspicuous, either if it be verbose or concise. But it is evident that the medium between these is appropriate. The particulars also, before mentioned, render diction pleasing, if usual and foreign words are well mingled together, and likewise rhythm, and that which is calculated to persuade from the decorous. And thus much concerning diction, as well in common about every, as in particular about each genus. CHAPTER 13. It now remains that we should speak concerning the order of diction. But there are two parts of an oration. For it is necessary to speak of the thing which is the subject of discussion, and then to demonstrate. Hence it is impossible for him who narrates a thing not to demonstrate, or that he should demonstrate without previous narration. For he who demonstrates, demonstrates something, and he who propounds, propounds for the sake of demonstrating. Of these necessary parts of an oration, however, the one is the proposition, but the other the confirmation. In the same manner as in the sciences, one thing is a problem, but another a demonstration. But the division which rhetoricians now make is ridiculous. For narration belongs to a forensic oration. But in the demonstrative and deliberative genus, how can there be an oration, such as they say there is, or those things which are urged against the opponent? Or how can there be a peroration of things demonstrative? The proem, however, the comparison, and the repetition, then take place in orations to the people when there is altercation (for in these there is frequently accusation and defence), but not so far as there is consultation in these. But neither does peroration belong to every forensic oration. For it is not requisite, when the oration is short, or the thing can easily be remembered ; since in this peroration it would happen that something would be taken away from the length of such an oration. The necessary parts of an oration, therefore, are proposition and proof. And these indeed are proper or peculiar parts. But the most numerous parts of an oration are the proem, the proposition, proof, and peroration. For what is said against the opponent pertains to proof, and the comparison is an amplification of our arguments, so that it is a certain part of the proof, for he demonstrates something who does this. Neither the proem, however, nor the peroration is a part of the proof, but each is subservient to recollection. If, therefore, any one makes a division of things of this kind, like the followers of Theodorus, narration, pre-narration, supernarration, confutation, and superconfutation will be different from each other. It is necessary, however, that he who speaks of a certain species and difference of a thing should give a name to it ; for if not, it will become vain and nugatory. And this fault of needlessly introducing new names was committed by Lycimnius in his Art of Rhetoric, when he speaks of eruption, aberration, and ramification. CHAPTER 14. The proem, therefore, is the beginning of an oration, which in dramatic poetry is the prologue, and in playing on the pipe the prelude. For all these are principles or beginnings, and as it were preparatory to what follows. And the prelude, indeed, is similar to the proem of the demonstrative kind of orations. For as those that play on the pipe connect the prelude with the beginning of the song, thus also in demonstrative orations, immediately after the orator has mentioned what he wishes to say, it is necessary to collect aptly with it what is to follow. Of which all rhetoricians adduce as an example the proem of Isocrates in his oration in praise of Helen. For Isocrates begins his encomium with blaming the sophists, which has nothing in common with the praise of Helen. And yet, because he has aptly conjoined it with the argument, he has obtained praise. But the proems of demonstrative orations are derived from praise or blame, as in the proem of Gorgias to his Olympic oration, O Greeks, this is a thing worthy of general admiration. For he praises those who instituted the public spectacles. Isocrates on the contrary blames them, because they honoured indeed with gifts the virtues of the body, but appointed no reward for wise men. The proems also of demonstrative orations are derived from counsel and advice, such for instance as, that it is requisite to honour good men, on which account he, the orator, has undertaken to praise Aristides. Or as he who wrote an oration in praise of Paris, for he says, that it is neither requisite to praise those who are celebrated, nor those who are of no account, but those who are good, and at the same time obscure men, such as was Paris, the son of Priam. For he who thus begins his oration is one that gives counsel. Farther still, the proems of demonstrative orations are derived from forensic proems. But this is from things pertaining to the hearer, if the oration is concerning something paradoxical, or difficult, or much celebrated, so as to require pardon from the auditors. Such for instance as the proem of Corylus, But now, since all things are divulged. The proems, therefore, of demonstrative orations are derived from these things, viz. From praise and blame, from exhortation and dissuasion, and from those things which are referred to the hearer. It is necessary, however, that the proems should either be foreign or appropriate to the oration. with respect to proems of the forensic kind, it is necessary to assume that they are able to effect the same thing as the prologues of dramatic, and the proems of epic poems. For dithyrambic proems are similar to those of the demonstrative kind, as On account of thee, and thy gifts or spoils. But in dramatic and epic poems, the proems are a specimen of what is to follow, that the reader may foresee what the subject of them is, and that his mind may not be kept in suspense. For that which is indefinite causes the mind to wander. The poet, therefore, who delivers into the hands of the reader the beginning of his poem, makes him follow with attention the rest of it. Hence Homer, The wrath of Peleus' son, O goddess, sing, and The man for wisdom's various arts renowned, long exercised in woes, O muse, resound. And another poet, Again, O muse, inspire my verse, and sing how from the Asian land a mighty war spread over Europe. Tragic poets also indicate respecting the drama, though not immediately, as Euripides does, yet they indicate what it is in the prologue, as Sophocles in the Oedipus, Polybius was my father. And after the same manner comic poets. The most necessary and proper office, therefore, of a proem is this, to unfold the end for the sake of which the oration was composed. On which account, if the end is manifest, and the subject matter is trifling, the proem must be omitted. Other species of proems, however, which are used by orators, are remedies and things of a common nature. And these are derived from the speaker and the hearer, from the subject matter, and from the opponent. From the orator, therefore, and the opponent, those proems are derived which pertain to the dissolving or making an accusation, but these must not be similarly employed by the plaintiff and defendant. For by the defendant, what pertains to accusation must be introduced in the beginning, but by the plaintiff at the end of the oration. But for what reason it is not immanifest. For it is necessary that the defendant, when he is about to introduce himself, should remove all impediments, so that he must dissolve the accusation at the beginning of his speech. But the opponent should be criminated by the plaintiff at the end, in order that the hearers may remember the better. What, however, pertains to the auditor consists in rendering him benevolent to the orator, and enraged with the opponent. Sometimes also it is advantageous to the cause that the auditor should be attentive, and sometimes that he should not. For it is not always beneficial to render him attentive. Hence many orators endeavour to excite laughter in their hearers. A summary account of a thing also contributes to celerity of apprehension. And this is likewise effected by the orator's appearing to be a worthy man. For the audience are more attentive to men of this description. But they are attentive to great things, to things pertaining to themselves, to admirable and to delightful things. Hence it is necessary to inform the audience that the oration will be concerning things of this kind. On the contrary, if the orator wishes the audience not to be attentive to the cause, he must say that the subject matter is a thing of small consequence, that it does not pertain to them, and that it is a troublesome affair. It is necessary, however, not to be ignorant that all such things are foreign to the orations, for they pertain to a depraved hearer, and to one who attends to what is foreign to the purpose. For if he were not a person of this description, there would be no occasion for a proem, except so far as it is requisite to give a summary account of the affair, in order that the oration, as a body, may have a head. Farther still, to render the audience attentive, if it should be requisite, is common to all the parts of an oration, because universally the audience are less attentive to what is said in the progress than in the beginning of the oration. Hence it is ridiculous to endeavour to procure attention in the beginning of the oration, because then all the hearers are especially attentive. Hence attention is to be procured wherever occasion offers, by saying for instance, Give me your attention, for this business is not more mine than yours, and I will relate to you a transaction of such a nature, that you have never heard of any thing so dreadful or so admirable. But this is, as Prodicus says, when the audience are drowsy, to promise to say something to them from his demonstration, estimated at 50 drachmas. It is evident, however, that the proem is referred to the auditor, not so far as he is an auditor, for all orators in the proems either criminate or dissolve fear, as from the Antigone of Sophocles, I will tell you, O king, though it was not my intention to have come hither as a messenger. And from the Iphigenia in Taurus of Euripides, Why do you preface? A proem also is necessary when the cause is bad, or appears to be bad, for in this case it is better to discuss any thing else than to dwell upon the cause. Hence servants do not directly reply to the question they are asked, but their answer is circuitous and prefatory. But we have shown whence it is requisite to render the audience benevolent, and have explained every thing else of this kind. Since, however, it is well said by Ulysses to Minerva in Odyssey 14, Give me as a friend, and a man to be pitied, to reach Phoenicia's land. It is necessary to pay attention to these two things. But in proems of the demonstrative kind, it is necessary to make the auditor fancy, that either himself, or his race, or his pursuits, or something else belonging to him, is praised, together with the person who is the subject of the oration. For what Socrates says in the Menexemus of Plato is true, that it is not difficult to praise the Athenians among the Athenians, but among the Lacedaemonians. But the proems of popular orations are derived from those of the forensic kind. For these have not naturally any themselves, since the audience are well acquainted with the subject, and the thing itself is not in want of any proem. But a proem is here requisite either on account of the orator, or the opponents, or if the audience should not think the affair of just so much consequence as it is, but of greater or less consequence. Hence it is necessary either to criminate the opponent, or to dissolve the accusation against him, and either to amplify or diminish the affair. But for the sake of these things a proem is requisite, or a proem is necessary for the sake of ornament, since without this the oration will appear to be carelessly composed. And such is the encomium of Gorgias on the Eleans, for without any previous extension and graceful movement of his arms, like the Athletae before they engage, he immediately begins, Elis, a happy city. End of chapter 14 of book 3. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 15 of book 3 of Rhetoric. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Rhetoric by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. Chapter 15 of book 3. With respect, however, to the dissolution of crimes objected by the opponent, one mode is derived from those things through which the ill opinion of the audience may be removed. For it makes no difference whether this opinion arises from what is said or not, so that this mode is universal. Another mode consists in obviating such particulars as are dubious, either by showing that the thing which is the subject of doubt does not exist, or that it is not noxious, or that it is not noxious to this person, or that it is not so pernicious as the opponent contends it to be, or that it is not unjust, or that it is not greatly so, or that it is not disgraceful, or that it is a thing of small consequence. For things of this kind are the subjects of contention. And this mode was adopted by Iphicrates against Nausicrates, for he confessed that he did what he was accused by Nausicrates of having done, and that he did harm to the person, but did not act unjustly. Or he that has injured another may say that he has made him a compensation, so that if what he did was noxious, yet it was beautifully done, if painful, yet it was beneficial. Or something else of the like kind may be said. Another mode consists in showing that the deed which is objected to as a crime was an error, or happened from misfortune, or from necessity. Thus Sophocles said, That he trembled not, as his accuser said, that he might seem to be an old man, but from necessity, for he was not willingly 80 years of age. An excuse also may be made by asserting that the deed was not done with a view to that end it is said to have been done by the opponent. Thus he who is accused of having injured another person may say, that it was not his intention to injure him, but that the injury was accidental, and that it would be just to hate him if the injury had been done by him voluntarily. Another mode consists in considering whether the opponent himself, or some of his kindred, have now, or formerly, been involved in the crime which he objects to the defendant. Another mode consists in showing that those also are involved in the crime whom the opponent confesses not to be obnoxious to the accusation. As if the opponent should confess that this man, though he is an adulterer, is pure in his conduct, then this and this man also will be pure. Another mode consists in showing that if the opponent has accused others falsely before, it is probable that he now falsely accuses the defendant. Or if it is shown that those who are now accused have been at another time falsely accused, for then it is probable that now also they are falsely accused. In order likewise to remove a bad opinion, it may be said, that the same persons, who at another time have been suspected of a crime, though no one has accused them, have been found to be innocent. Another mode consists in reciprocally criminating the accuser. For if the accuser is unworthy of belief, it is absurd that his assertions should be credible. Another mode consists in showing that the present cause has been decided before, as Euripides does in the action against Hygiaontes, which is called Antidosis, who accused him as an impious person. For when he objected to Euripides, that in that verse of his, The tongue has sworn, but unsworn is the mind, he persuaded men to perjure themselves. Euripides replied, That his accuser acted unjustly in bringing decisions into a court of justice which had formerly been made in the contest pertaining to Bacchus, for in that tribunal he had defended the verse, and would again defend it, if he was willing to accuse him in that place. Another mode consists in reprobating false accusations, and in showing how great an evil calumny is, and that it is also attended with the evil of producing other judicial processes. The place, however, which is derived from symbols is common to both, i.e. to him who accuses, and to the crimination. Thus Ulysses in the tragedy called Teucer, accuses Teucer as the friend of the Trojans, because he was allied to Priam. For Hesione, the mother of Teucer, was the sister of Priam. But Teucer replied, That his father, Telamon, was an enemy to Priam, and that he (Teucer) did not discover to the Trojans the spies which the Greeks sent to Troy. Another place pertains to the accuser, and consists in praising in a small degree, in order to blame afterwards more copiously. And if the opponent has performed any great deed, to mention it concisely, or having enumerated many of his good deeds, which do not pertain to the cause, to blame one of his actions, which does not pertain to it. But accusers of this kind are most artificial and unjust. For they endeavour to injure by good deeds, mingling them with one evil deed. It is common, however, to the accuser, and to him who dissolves the crime, since it is possible that the same thing may have been done for the sake of many things. It is common to the accuser, indeed, to represent the affair in the worst, but to him who dissolves the crime, to represent it in the best point of view. Thus it may be said, that Diomed preferred Ulysses as his associate in the night adventure in Iliad 10, because he thought Ulysses to be the best of the Greeks. Or it may be said, that he did not prefer him for this reason, but because he alone was not his antagonist, as being a man of no consequence. And thus much concerning accusation. CHAPTER XVI. But narration in demonstrative orations is not continued, but distinguished into parts. For it is necessary in demonstrative orations to enumerate those actions from which the oration is composed. For an oration of this kind is composed so as to be partly inartificial (since the orator is not the cause of any of the actions), and partly artificial. This, however, consists in showing either that the thing is, if it is incredible, or what the quality or quantity of it is, or in exhibiting all these. On this account, sometimes it is not requisite to narrate every thing, because thus to demonstrate is adverse to facility of remembrance. Thus, for instance, it may be said, that from these things it appears that he is a brave man, but from those a wise or a just man. And the one oration is more simple, i.e. the oration in which every thing is narrated in a continued series without any confirmation and amplification. But the other, in which there is confirmation and amplification, is various and not elaborate. It is necessary, however, to call to mind things and persons known and celebrated, on which account the greater part of celebrated persons and things do not require narration ; as if, for instance, you should be willing to praise Achilles, for all men are acquainted with his actions. But it is requisite to make use of these actions. But if you were willing to praise Critias, narration is necessary, for he is not known by many persons. At present, however, rhetoricians ridiculously say that narration should be rapid. Though what a certain person said in reply to a baker who asked, whether he wished that he should make soft or hard bread, may be applied to these. For his answer was, Is it not possible to make good bread so that it may be neither hard nor soft, but of a moderate condition ? For it is requisite neither to make a long narration, as neither is it necessary to make a long exordium, nor to dwell on the credibility of what is narrated, since here also propriety consists neither in rapidity nor conciseness, but in mediocrity. But this is effected by narrating such things as render the affair manifest, or such things as induce the audience to believe that the thing has been done, or that the person has been hurt, or the injury has been committed, or that the transactions were of the magnitude which the orator wishes the hearer to believe they were. Things, however, of a nature contrary to these are to be adduced by the opponent. The orator likewise should insert in his narration such things as pertain to his own virtue, such as, But I always admonish him to act justly, and not to desert his children. Or he should insert in his narration such things as pertain to the depravity of another person, as in the above instance, But he answered me, that wherever he was he should have other children, which Herodotus in Euterpe says was the answer of the Egyptians when they revolted from their king. Or he should insert such things as are pleasing to the judges. To the defendant, however, narration is less necessary. But the subjects of controversies are, whether a thing has been done or not, whether it is detrimental or not, whether it is unjust or not, and whether it is a thing of so much consequence or not. Hence the defendant must not dwell upon a thing that is acknowledged, unless something is said in opposition to his statement of the affair. For then he must show, that admitting the thing to have been done, yet it was not unjust. Farther still, it is necessary to narrate things which have not been done, as if they had been done, if they are calculated to produce commiseration or indignation. Examples of this are the fabulous narration of Ulysses to Alcinous, and again to Penelope, which is effected in 30 verses. Another example is that of Phaelus, who contracted a very long poem which is called the Circle, and also the prologue of Euripides in his Aeneas. But it is necessary that the narration should be ethical, and this will be effected if we know what produces manners. One thing, therefore, which produces them, is a manifestation of deliberate choice, and manners are good or bad from the quality which they possess. But deliberate choice is such as it is from the end. On this account mathematical discussions are not ethical, because they do not contain in themselves deliberate choice. For they have not that for the sake of which a thing is done, i.e. they do not consider the end. But this is the business of Socratic discussions, for these consider things of this kind. The oration also expresses manners, which exhibits such things as are consequent to manners, such as, that at the same time he said these things, he went away. For this manifests audacity and rusticity of manners. The oration likewise is rendered ethical by not speaking as if from a syllogistic process, like rhetoricians of the present day, but as if from deliberate intention, as I have wished, and for this was the object of my deliberate choice, since though I should desire no emolument from it, it is a better thing. For the one, i.e. to speak as if from a syllogistic process, is the province of a prudent man. But the other, i.e. to speak from deliberate intention, is the province of a good man. For it belongs to a prudent man to pursue what is beneficial, but to a good man to pursue what is beautiful in conduct. If, however, what you narrate is incredible, then the cause is to be explained. An example of which is from the Antigone of Sophocles, that she was more anxiously concerned for her brother than for her husband or children, for she might repair the loss of her husband and children by marrying again, but her mother and father having descended to Hades, she could never have another brother. But if you cannot assign the cause, you may say, that you are not ignorant you relate what is incredible, but that you are naturally disposed not to admit any thing disgraceful. For mankind do not believe that any action is performed willingly, except it is advantageous. Again, that the narration may be ethical, it is requisite that it should be pathetic. And this is effected by relating such things as are consequent to the passions, which are known to the audience, and which particularly relate either to the orator or his opponent, as, but he departed, looking after me, and as Aeschines says of Cratylus, that he hissed and clapped with his hands. For these things are adapted to persuade, because these things which the audience know are symbols of what they do not know. Many things also of this kind may be assumed from Homer, as in Odyssey 19, then o'er her face the beldam spread her hands. For those who begin to weep cover their eyes with their hands. In the beginning of the oration, likewise, you should introduce yourself as a worthy, and your opponent as an unworthy man. that the audience may survey you and your opponent as such. But this should be done latently. And that this may be easily accomplished may be seen from those who announce any thing to us. For concerning things of which we know nothing, we at the same time form a certain opinion of their truth or falsehood. In many places, however, it is necessary to narrate, and sometimes not in the beginning of the oration. But in a popular oration there is no need of narration, because no one makes a narration of future events. If, however, there should happen to be a narration in it, it will be of past events, in order that by recalling them into the memory there may be a better consultation about such as are future, either employing on this occasion accusation or praise. But then he who does this will not perform the office of a counsellor. If, however, that which is narrated is incredible, then you ought to promise the audience that you will immediately assign the cause of it, and leave it to the audience to believe or not, as they please. Thus Iocasta in the Oedipus of Carcinus, when she says something incredible in answer to him who asks her concerning his son, always promises that she would prove the truth of what she had said. And the Aemon of Sophocles employs the same art. Chapter 17. It is necessary, however, that credibility should be demonstrative. But it is requisite to demonstrate (since controversy is respecting four things) by adducing a demonstration of the controverted subject. Thus, for instance, if it is controverted whether a thing has been done, it is especially necessary in a judicial process to give a demonstration of this. Or if it is controverted whether this man has been injured, or whether he has been injured to the extent alleged, or whether justly or not, and in a similar manner of the existence of the thing controverted. Nor must we be ignorant that in this controversy alone, one of the persons must necessarily be depraved. For here ignorance is not the cause, as if certain persons were disputing about justice, so that this controversy, but not others, must be diligently discussed. But in demonstrative orations, the amplification will for the most part consist in showing that actions have been beautiful and beneficial. For it is necessary to believe in facts. For demonstrations are seldom given of these things unless they are incredible, or another person is supposed to be the cause of them. In popular orations, however, it may be contended that a thing will not be, or that what is advised will take place, but that it is not just, or it is not beneficial, or that it is not of such great consequence. It is likewise necessary to see whether the opponent has asserted any thing false, which does not pertain to the cause, since from this, as from a sign, it may be inferred that he has also spoken falsely in other things. Examples, however, are indeed most adapted to popular orations, but enthymemes to judicial orations. For the former are conversant with the future, so that examples must necessarily be derived from past events. But judicial orations are conversant with things which exist, or do not exist, in which there is in a greater degree demonstration and necessity. For that which has been done is attended with necessity. Enthymemes, however, must not be adduced in a continued series, but must be mingled with other things more pleasant and easy, since if this is not done, they will be detrimental to each other. For there is a boundary of quantity. Hence in Homer, in Odyssey 4, Menelaus praises Pisistratus, the son of Nestor, for the mediocrity of his speech. Dear youth, you have said just as much as a wise man would have said. For he does not praise him that he said such things, but so much, and no more. Nor must enthymemes be investigated in every subject. For if this precept is not observed, you will do that which some of those who philosophize do, who syllogistically collect things more known and credible than the propositions from which they are deduced. When, likewise, you wish to excite the passions, do not introduce an enthymeme, i.e. abstain from argument. For the enthymeme will either expel the passion, or will be introduced in vain. For motions which exist at one and the same time expel each other, and either destroy themselves, or become imbecile. Nor when the oration is ethical is it proper at the same time to search for any enthymeme. For demonstration has neither the power of expressing manners, nor deliberate choice. Sentences, however, must be used both in narration and confirmation, for they are ethical, as, And I indeed entrusted him with this, though I knew that it was not proper to believe in any man. But if you wish to speak pathetically, you may say, And I do not repent, though I have been injured. For gain is with him, but justice with me. It is not without reason, however, that popular orations are more difficult than such as are judicial, because they are conversant with the future, but the judicial are conversant with the past, which is scientifically known to diviners, as Epimenides the Cretan said. For he did not predict about future events, but about such past events as were immanifest. And the law is an hypothesis in judicial orations, but he who possesses the principle can more easily discover the demonstration. Popular orations likewise have not many digressions, such for instance as a digression to the opponent, either respecting himself, or which may produce the pathetic. But such orations admit these, the least of all things, unless they depart from their proper employment. It is requisite, therefore, that he should digress, who is in want of arguments. And this method is adopted by the Athenian rhetoricians, and also by Isocrates. For giving counsel, he accuses the Lacedaemonians in his panegyric. But in his oration concerning peace, he accuses Chares. In demonstrative orations, however, it is requisite to insert praise as an episode, as Isocrates does, for he always introduces something which he may praise. And Gorgias employed the same art, who said, That he should never be in want of an oration. For if he speaks of Achilles, he praises Peleus, afterwards Aeacus, and afterwards the god, i.e. Jupiter, the great grandfather of Achilles. In a similar manner he praises the fortitude of Achilles. He, therefore, who has demonstrations, may speak both ethically and demonstratively. But if you have not enthymemes, you may speak ethically. And it is more adapted to a worthy man that he should appear to be a good man, than that he should deliver an accurate oration. Of enthymemes, however, those which are adapted to confutation are more approved than those which are demonstrative, because such things as produce confutation are evidently more syllogistic, for contraries, when placed by each other, become more known. Arguments, however, which are employed against the opponent are not specifically different from those which we employ in our own defence. But it pertains to credibility to dissolve some things by objection and others by syllogism. It is also necessary, both in consultation and in a judicial process, that he who first pleads his cause should in the first place confirm his cause, but afterwards should dissolve or extenuate the arguments contrary to his own. But if the opposing arguments are many, these must be first confuted, as Callistratus did in the Messeniac assembly. For he first refuted what his adversaries could say, and then said what conduced to his own cause. He, however, who speaks in the second place, ought first to encounter the reasoning of his adversary, dissolving it, and syllogizing in opposition to it, and especially if the arguments of his opponents have been approved. For as the soul is not favourably disposed towards those who have been already accused of crimes, after the same manner neither does it willingly attend to an oration, if the opponent appears to have spoken well. In order to prepare the mind of the auditor, therefore, to hear an oration, it is necessary first to show that what the opponent has said is false. Hence the orator must fight against either all the arguments of his opponent, or the greatest of them, or those which are most approved, or those which may be easily confuted, and thus render his own arguments credible. Thus Hecuba in Euripides, But first the goddesses I will assist, for Juno, etc. For here Hecuba first confutes what was most infirm, and thus much concerning confirmation. But with respect to manners, since for a man to say certain things about himself is either invidious, or is attended with circumlocution, or contradiction, and to speak of another is attended either with slander or rusticity, hence it is necessary to introduce another person speaking, as Isocrates does in his oration against Philip, and in his Antidosis, and as Archilochus blames. For he makes the father Lycambes say concerning his daughter in an iambic verse, There is nothing which may not be expected to be done, and nothing which will not be sworn to through money. And in another iambic, the beginning of which is, I care not for the riches of Gyges, he introduces Charon, the artist speaking. Thus also Aemon, the son of Creon, and the husband of Antigone in Sophocles, while he supplicates his father Creon for the life of Antigone, commemorates the praises of Antigone not from his own proper, but from another person. It is necessary also to change enthymemes, and sometimes to change them into sentences, as, It is requisite that those who are intelligent should form compacts with enemies when they are in prosperity, for thus they will be attended with the greatest advantage. But this is done enthymematically, as follows, For if it is then requisite to form compacts when they are most useful, and replete with the most advantageous conditions, it is also necessary that they should be made in prosperity. CHAPTER 18. With respect to interrogation, it is then especially seasonable to employ it when something is said by the opponent of such a nature, that by the addition of one interrogation an absurdity will ensue. Thus Pericles asked Lampo concerning the mysteries of Ceres, who was called the saviour goddess. But Lampo replied, That it was unlawful for one who was uninitiated to hear them related. Pericles, however, again asked him, If he knew these mysteries. And Lampo replying that he did, And how is this possible, said Pericles, since you are uninitiated? In the second place, it is seasonable to employ interrogation when one of the premises, from which something follows favourable to our cause, is perspicuous, but the other will be evidently granted by the opponent. For then it is requisite to interrogate concerning such premise, and immediately conclude, without interrogating concerning the other premise, which is perspicuous. Thus Socrates, when Meletus accused him of not believing there were gods, asked him whether he thought there was any such thing as a daemoniacal nature. And when Meletus acknowledged that he did, Socrates also asked him whether demons were not either the sons of the gods, or something divine. But Meletus granting that they were, is it possible therefore, said Socrates, that any one can believe that there are sons of the gods, and yet that there are no gods? Farther still, interrogation may likewise be seasonably employed when we wish to show that the opponent contradicts himself, or asserts something paradoxical. In the fourth place, it may be opportunely employed when the opponent can only answer to what is said sophistically, by asserting that a certain thing is, and is not, or partly is, and partly is not, or in a certain respect is, and in a certain respect is not. For the auditors are disturbed by such answers, and are dubious as to their meaning. When however none of the above mentioned opportunities occur, interrogation must not be employed. For if it should happen that the opponent answers properly, and eludes the interrogation, he who interrogates will appear to be vanquished. For many questions must not be asked on account of the imbecility of the mind of the auditor. Hence it is especially necessary that enthymemes should be contracted. It is likewise requisite to reply to ambiguous questions by logically dividing, and not speaking concisely. But to things apparently true, a solution must immediately be given with the answer before the opponent can add a second interrogation, or syllogize. For it is not difficult to foresee what he wishes to infer. This, however, and the solutions, i.e. the mode of avoiding and solving captious interrogations, will be manifest to us from the Topics. If the question also of the opponent produces a conclusion against us, it will be opportune in the answer to assign the cause why it does so. Thus Sophocles being asked by Pisander whether he was of the opinion of the other senators that a dominion of 40 persons should be established, he replied that he was. And when he was asked again, Does not this appear to you to be a base thing? He said, it does. Have you therefore, Pisander replied, given your assent to this base deed? I have, said Sophocles, for no better measure could be adopted. Thus too, that Lacon, who had been an Ephorus or senator, when he was desired to give an account of his conduct while he was in administration, was asked by some one, whether his colleagues appeared to him to have been justly condemned. He replied, they did. But the other then said, Did not you also decree the same things together with them? He acknowledged that he did. Is it not therefore just, the other replied, that you should be put to death? By no means, said Lacon, for they did these things having received money for doing them, but I did not, since my conduct was the result of my own judgment. Hence, neither is it proper to interrogate after the conclusion, nor to interrogate concerning the conclusion itself, unless much truth is contained in it. With respect to ridicule, however, since it appears to possess a certain use in contests, and it is necessary, as Gorgias rightly said, that the serious arguments of the opponent should be dissolved by laughter, and his laughter by serious arguments, we have shown in the Poetic how many species of ridicule there are. But of these species, one indeed is adapted to a liberal man, and another is not. The orator therefore must assume that species of ridicule which is adapted to the occasion. Irony, however, is more liberal than scurrility. For he who employs irony produces the ridiculous for his own sake, but he who employs scurrility for the sake of another person. CHAPTER 19. Epilogue, however, or peroration, is composed from 4 things. From that which may cause the auditor to think well of the orator and ill of his opponent, from amplification and extenuation, from that which may excite the passions of the auditor, and from recalling to the memory what has been said. For it is natural after demonstration for the orator to show that what he has asserted is true, and that what his opponent has said is false, and thus to praise and blame and conciliate the good opinion of the audience. But of 2 things it is requisite that the orator should direct his attention to one of them, viz. Either to show that he is good to the audience, or that he is simply a worthy man, and that his opponent is bad to the audience, or that he is simply a bad man. We have shown, however, what the places are from which things of this kind are to be derived, viz. Whence it may be inferred that men are worthy or depraved. In the next place it is requisite to amplify or extenuate according to nature what has now been demonstrated. For it is necessary that it should be acknowledged a thing has been done, if the orator intends to speak of its magnitude. For the increase of bodies is from pre-existent substances. But we have already shown whence the places of amplification and extenuation are to be derived. After these things, however, since it is evident what their quality and quantity are, the orator should excite the passions of the auditor. But these are pity and indignation, anger and hatred, envy, emulation, and contention. And we have before shown the places of these. Hence it remains that in the peroration the orator should recall into the memory of the audience what has been before said. But this is to be done in such a way as others improperly teach us to do in proems. For that a thing may be easily understood, they order us to repeat it frequently. In proems, indeed, it is necessary to speak of the thing which is the subject of discussion, lest the audience should be ignorant what that is which is to be decided. But here in peroration, the arguments which have been employed must be summarily repeated. The beginning, however, of the peroration should be, That the orator has accomplished what he promised," so that he must then explain what those things are of which he has spoken, and on what account they were discussed by him. But the repetition should be made from a comparison of what has been said by the opponent. And it is requisite to compare either such things as have been said on the same subject, both by the orator and his opponent, or such things as have not been said by both of them on the same subject, as, And he indeed said this on the subject, but I that, and for these reasons, Or the repetition should be made from irony, as, For he said this, but I that, and, What would he have done if he had shown that those things were transacted, and not these? Or from interrogation, as, What has not been shown? Or thus, What has the opponent shown? Either, therefore, the repetition must be thus made, or it must be made from comparison, or the orator must repeat in a natural order what he has said. And again, if he is so inclined, he may repeat what his opponent has said. That mode of diction, however, is adapted to the conclusion of the oration, which is called disjunctive, in order that it may be an epilogue, and not an oration ; such as, I have said, you have heard, you are masters of the subject, judge for yourselves. End of Book 3, and end of Rhetoric, by Aristotle, translated by Thomas Taylor. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards.